Chapter 4401 3. Noah stared at the terrifying scene of obsidian crimson flames of hunger bathing this entire region of the transcendent quantum folds, painting existence in colors of annihilation rather than simple destruction. His perception drank in the devastation all around, not just the immediate conflict, but the cascading consequences spreading outward. In the distance, the justiciar that had been conducting its systematic massacre had stopped. Its hazy white form stood motionless, its featureless face turned toward their direction with what could only be interpreted as stupor, as if witnessing something that it absolutely did not expect. Plans are falling apart. The thought crossed Noah's mind. They had intended to follow this justiciar after its false genocide concluded, track it back to whatever base of operations these entities emerged from, gather critical information. But now, Noah shook his head, refocusing on the scene of devastation below where Kor already had her head raised, preparing to take another bite after exposing Schrödinger as the living paradox. We need to be certain. He focused his gaze on the living concept Schrödinger and the living quantum Schrödinger, activating the lens of civilization with deliberate intent, and prompts materialized above their heads. Subject: living concept Schrödinger, surface thought, raged loss of living paradox body, fragment of self terminated. Deeper thought, confusion at being called the living paradox, core emotion, a small sense of fear at power the being above possesses, survival odds calculated as minimal, deepest truth, the living paradox? Me? What the fuck is this bitch smoking? Noah's eyes shone sharply as he processed what the lens revealed. First, it showed this capability was truly terrifying, seeing inner truths, thoughts that beings themselves might not consciously acknowledge. Oh, and second, even Schrödinger himself does not believe he is the living paradox, but believing was one thing, and being was another entirely. They had undoubtedly witnessed the image of Schrödinger, exactly as he appeared now, standing as the living paradox over Kor's corpse in that recovered memory. The face was identical. The presence recognizable despite the shadowy obscuration. So what's happening here? Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he studied Schrödinger with renewed intensity, searching for answers to questions. Is this something similar to Kor? Blocked memories or suppressed identity? Or is something else entirely going on, some manipulation or deception? They needed to understand before rushing to collapse and destroy, as he did not want to trigger anything catastrophic if things truly turned out to be the case. Noah called out to Kor, lock them down if you must. Restrain, contain. Prevent escape. But do not continue collapsing, not yet. Even these Schrödingers here do not believe in the depths of their existence that they are the living paradox. Let us understand first. Hunger must be patient. He understood her rage more intimately than she might realize, seeing inner truths, thoughts that beings themselves might not consciously acknowledge. If someone had orchestrated his death, stolen his fundamental essence, killed his family, used his accumulated efforts as raw materials for their own designs, he might be doing exactly what she was attempting now. But they needed understanding before committing to something irreversible. Kor's figure trembled as she barely contained herself, her voice emerging strained as she kept her gaze locked onto the figures below. Outsider, she said, each word forced through clenched teeth, I respect you a great deal even if I haven't expressed it directly. I am thankful for everything you have done for me, regardless of what I have contributed in return. Her obsidian crimson flames intensified. But this creature below me must die. Anything tied to the living paradox must be collapsed completely, whether it believes itself to be part of the living paradox or not. I understand many things could be occurring. Remnant will. Machinations. Deceptions. But what matters most is that it involves the living paradox. Her voice cracked slightly. Outsider, I understand your caution and appreciate your approach. But I must tell you there is not much time. The paradoxical body I just collapsed, I intended to devour all of it. I hungered for every particle, every fragment of its existence. Yet I was only capable of splitting it in half and collapsing it completely. She paused. For some reason, its corpse, its body was not capable of being devoured. Whatever may be occurring right now, outsider, it is imperative that we do everything possible to turn every single iota of what is known as Schrödinger to less than ash. Before whatever is happening completes itself. Her words caused Noah's eyes to pulse sharply as he looked down at the scene below. Fucking hell, his eyes flashed decisively. The two remaining Schrödingers and Leonor Ruros looked from Kor to Noah as if waiting for a voice of reason to calm things down, to negotiate, to find solutions through dialogue rather than violence. But in the next moment, Noah gazed at them with coldness and immensity. He sighed, and, boom, his body erupted with radiant bluebill primus mana, his entire existence seemingly becoming another heavy mountain about to crash down below. Without asking questions or seeking explanations, at such a scene, the two remaining bodies of Schrödinger bellowed with shock and incredulity. "We are Schrödinger and nothing else," they roared, their voices overlapping in desperate denial. "We are a herald meant to save as much of existence as possible from the coming fallout. We are not the fucking living paradox." They screamed this while their principals gathered around them, but even as they protested, from above, Kor's mouth opened again to take another bite, and Noah's existential weight came crushing down like an indomitable mountain, accepting no resistance. Schrödinger and Leonor Ruros witnessed both forces descending simultaneously and howled with all their accumulated existence, power erupting in final desperate defense, yet the complexity of the bodies present, barely a few quintillion combined, were too low compared to what they faced from above. Decimation was the only possible outcome, at such a terrifying moment in time, at such a critical juncture of existence. Wowie, that was unexpected. "I've woken up a little early, a terrifically deep voice reverberated across all of nearby existence, resonating through dimensional frequencies. Alongside it, all billowing forms of complexity and purity froze. Above, Noah's gaze turned ashen as recognition crashed through his consciousness. That voice, he had heard it before, in coarse recovered memory, speaking to the weavers with casual cruelty while holding her stolen heart of hunger. The voice felt like corruption given sound. Deep and ancient, grating against existence itself as if its very presence was an offense to reality's established order. Yet simultaneously, it commanded respect and reverence simply through being heard, as if acknowledging its presence was involuntary submission. "That is the voice of the living paradox." Noah looked down his past Kor's livid figure. The two remaining Schrödingers paled. They turned slowly, horror dawning across their features. The corpse of the paradoxical Schrödinger, which had been held by Leonor Ruros, empty husk after Kor's devastating consumption, rose up with its two halves separated but moving, a corpse by all reasonable definition. Terminated. Collapsed. Its existence ended, and yet something utterly ancient billowed inside of it like smoke filling empty vessel. The two halves of the corpse stretched, limbs extending in ways that defied the fact they were no longer connected, dark tendrils, not quite tentacles, not quite shadows, but something that existed in uncomfortable space between, erupted from the split edges and reached across the gap, seeking to rejoin severed halves. The eyes of this corpse pulsed with sudden awareness, beginning to radiate pure crimson gold light that suggested something vast occupying limited space, and even before the halves fully reconnected, even while the body remained split down its center, the lips, also separated, moved independently yet in perfect synchronization, speaking with that deep, grating voice that made existence itself recoil. "No. I could have sworn I collapsed you completely and took your heart of hunger." The corpse's head tilted with curiosity that bordered on mockery, crimson gold eyes focusing on Kor above with recognition. "How the heck are you still existing?" Little inevitability, all of existence strained and shuddered, as if a weight too heavy had appeared at a place it shouldn't. Noah looked at it and understood one thing that would have been a potential reason for his failure in surviving the fallout, and the voice of this thing alone caused everything nearby to freeze. Because this wasn't just power speaking, this was the voice of something that had reached scales of existence where normal rules became optional suggestions. The living paradox, in an unknown and unexpected capacity, had made an unimaginably early entrance. Chapter 4402U. For existence itself changed, the very fabric of reality became heavier, thicker, as if the surrounding space had transformed from air into viscous fluid that resisted all movement. Breathing required conscious effort. Thought moved through molasses. Simply being demanded exertion that hadn't been necessary moments before. Do. From the surroundings, malevolent sounds began echoing, not from any specific source, but from everywhere, as if existence itself had become an instrument being played by unseen hands. A grand orchestral symphony commenced, ushering the arrival of something that transcended classification. The symphony felt like hymns echoing across dimensional frequencies, with existence itself manifesting words that pressed down with physical weight. From all around, Noah felt an interminable level of pressure descend as it bellowed heavy proclamations. Revere. Kneel. Revere. Kneel. All of the surrounding existence seemed to have been commandeered, hijacked by will so vast it could treat reality as instrument for its declarations. The terrifying pressure sank down from above and pressed upward from below, creating crushing vice that stated and demanded submission. Noah felt such stifling pressure as his existence burned furiously in resistance. his expression heavy with the strain of refusing what reality itself was commanding. Beside him, Rhea was silently cursing with an angry expression, her voice forcing itself through clenched teeth. "The only one I plan to get on my knees for is little ancestor," she spat with defiant rage. "Fuck off." Oh, the situation had turned heavy beyond anything they'd prepared for. The situation had turned perilous in ways that made their previous challenges seem like preparatory exercises. Noah focused on the horrific phenomenon below while resisting the symphony in him pressing down from all directions. He felt instinctively that the moment he submitted to these declarations, the moment he knelt as commanded, would be the moment he would be crushed completely. Even before this entity turned its full attention toward him, he was just emerging in his way of existence. He could not be extinguished now, his civilization was just starting. His people depend on paths he was forging, he had to endure, and so, as existence felt heavy and stifling and seeking to make him kneel with pressure exceeding even his own cultivation citadel's maximum settings, his being began radiating a terrific wave of blue gold primus mana. He called out with tyrannical certainty, "Primus Singularity, HUUM." He invoked the ultimate capability of the principle of primus ascension, designating his own existence as the focal point where mana, concentration and quality would reach theoretical maximums. From far above, a brilliant blue-gold sun bloomed into existence, a singularity of concentrated power that made the surrounding primus mana seem diluted by comparison. Its concentration grew and grew immensely, expanding while simultaneously compressing, creating paradoxical state where vastness and density existed together. Noah felt himself bathed under the light of this primus singularity, and the sensation was profound, a sensation of fusion. He felt like he was one with it, his existence pulsing with grand distinction of his way as the hymns and pressure stopped, not diminished, not resisted, simply ceased, as if the primus singularity's light had created space where those commands could not penetrate. Noah observed Rhea breathing easier, her expression showing relief mixed with awe as she looked at him and the brilliant sun above with shining eyes. Primus singularity activation confirmed. Duration, 1 hour at current complexity. Effect, all mana-based operations functioning at 100x efficiency. Your advancement capabilities have been compressed into accelerated timeframes. Breakthroughs that would require decades will occur in minutes. Your existence is operating at theoretical maximum capability. Warning, extreme exertion detected across all systems. Perpetual harvest is gathering accumulated effort with 100x multiplier. Cheating architect is optimizing all processes for survival. Critical observation, you are facing an unsurpassable ordeal. Unsurpassable, the word blazed across Noah's consciousness with weight of absolute assessment. But who decided that? Boom, his eyes blazed with tyranny even in this terrifically apocalyptic moment, refusing to accept predetermined outcomes regardless of how absolute they appeared. Down below, the gaze of the corpse of Schrödinger moved from core to land directly on Noah at this moment. The separated halves of the corpse finished their horrific fusion, dark tendrils weaving flesh and essence back together in ways that defied natural healing. The body became whole again, or at least, appeared whole, though something in its reconstituted form suggested it was merely wearing wholeness as temporary costume. The moment Noah met that gaze, boom, his body vibrated as if struck by an invisible hammer. The primus singularity above him trembled, its concentrated light flickering for the first time since manifestation. A heavy sense of suffocation came from that gaze alone, as if being perceived by those crimson gold eyes was physical assault against existence itself. The corpse of Schrödinger smiled, expression stretching too wide, carrying amusement that exceeded normal joy and approached something cruel. How interesting, the deep, grating voice emerged, each word making reality ripple with discomfort. What a curious set of animals have gathered here. But why are you all so hasty? There is still time. The smile widened impossibly further. Well, there was still time, and then you had to go and wake me. Boom, each word landed with more weight than the last, and down below, Leonor Ruros and the two remaining bodies of Schrödinger stood frozen in utter shock and horror, not at core, not at Noah, but at what was speaking through their reconstructed corpse. Noah withstood the gaze while processing everything. You are bearing tremendous existential weight, effort being exerted exceeds all previous recorded maximums. Perpetual harvest is gathering this exertion with 100x efficiency. Even standing before this presence qualifies as monumental achievement. Your primus singularity is the only reason collapse has not yet occurred. Continue enduring. Every moment survived generates advancement fuel. Noah's existence pulsed as he forced himself to maintain eye contact with those crimson gold eyes that seemed to smile at him before the voice continued. What a curious thing. Is that a new way of existence that has bloomed in these glorious folds? This is good. This is very, very good. Every time the voice echoed out, it made one feel like their existence was being dragged through spiked chains of concentrated weight, their very essence churning as if it would be turned inside out and examined from angles that shouldn't exist. At such a moment, Coarse voice boomed out with effort, her body pulsed with utterly heavy crimson obsidian light as she forced words through the oppressive atmosphere. Why did billions of inevitabilities have to die? Why did you choose to do what you did? At such words, the gaze of the corpse of Schrödinger turned from Noah to focus on Core exclusively. Her body trembled with cold effort under that direct attention, and the corpse smiled eerily as the heavy voice of the living paradox boomed forth once more. Oh, you poor thing. You believe yourself to be a victim. The voice carried mockery mixed with something approaching pity. It was not sympathy, but the condescending pity of vast intelligence observing limited understanding. Many billions collapsed, not just inevitabilities. Nearly half of all early creatures turned to become the dead. Multiple entities carrying the distinction had their wings snapped off as they lost entire civilizations they'd spent eons cultivating. The crimson gold eyes blazed brighter. And you believe yourself to be a victim? No, my dear little Hunger. You were simply one consequence among countless others. You don't need a why. Existence doesn't need a why. Sometimes, things just happen, you know? Paradoxically. Gloriously. Without reason or purpose or grand design, the voice took on lecturing quality, as if explaining obvious truth to a child who should have learned better. There does not need to be justification for every action, motivation for every consequence. You were simply a cog in a very large weaving that needed adjustment. A component that required replacement for the machinery to continue functioning optimally. The smile became even more terrible. Don't be filled with righteous rage and indignation. Don't take it personally, as if your suffering was about you. It wasn't. You mattered only insofar as your collapse served purposes beyond your comprehension. Sometimes, we would all be much happier just accepting things as they are and moving on rather than demanding explanations for every misfortune. The voice dropped to something almost conversational. Almost friendly. Look at where you are now. Somehow restored. Relevant again. Had you just accepted things and not collapsed this body in your rage, I wouldn't even be here right now, little Hunger. Your insistence on vengeance for imagined injustices is what created this situation. You brought this upon yourself and everyone present through inability to simply let go. The devilish smile on the face of the corpse of Schrödinger at those words was utterly terrifying, but it was not because it showed malice, but because it showed genuine amusement at philosophy it was expressing, and right after finishing that monologue, it tapped out with one finger against empty air. From all around, crimson gold light bloomed with heavy presence that made the surrounding blue gold of Noah's Primus singularity seem fragile by comparison. In front of Noah's eyes, a prompt materialized with urgency that suggested catastrophic development. Warning: the Festival of Paradox has been called forth. Classification: unknown. Threat level: absolute. Survival probability: calculating. The corpse of Schrödinger smiled brilliantly, expression carrying joy that exceeded sanity and approached something else in its terrible completeness. Its voice emerged one final time before whatever came next. Sometimes, things just happen without reason or purpose. Cause becomes effect. Effect becomes cause. Everything and nothing occurs simultaneously. The crimson gold eyes blazed with light that made perception uncomfortable. Let me show you. Boom, reality shattered. And in the space where certainty had existed, paradox bloomed like flowers growing from burnt ground, beautiful and terrible and absolutely inevitable. The festival had begun. Chapter 4403, Ormorn's Eye, Ormorns. The word carried heavy weight beyond its simple definition of despair. Some across countless eras had attempted to capture its essence, to define what it meant when existence itself seemed to turn against hope. Some held that Ormorns was the recognition of unchangeable circumstance. The moment when one perceived that no amount of effort, no application of will, no intervention of fortune could alter what had already been set in motion. It was not sadness at loss, but rather the profound acceptance that loss was inevitable and immutable. To experience Ormorns was to understand that one's struggle had always been futile, that the outcome was predetermined, and that all attempts to change it were merely theatrical gestures in a play whose ending had been written before its beginning. Another perspective argued that Ormorns was the weight of infinite responsibility meeting finite capability, the crushing realization that one was accountable for outcomes beyond one's power to influence. It emerged when duty exceeded capacity, when the role one occupied demanded more than existence could provide. To feel or mourns was to understand simultaneously that one must act and that one cannot succeed, creating paradox that collapsed the will from within. Both definitions carry truth. Both failed to capture the totality of what this word truly meant. At an unknown point in time, in the earliest folds where existence wore its most pristine and terrible forms, two beings sat together staring out onto an expanse of white, the creature and the living origin, two entities who carried the distinction, whose very presence made reality adjust its parameters to accommodate them. They sat in silence for a time, two impossibilities sharing space and neither speaking, as if words themselves had become insufficient. Eventually, the living origin spoke, and the voice that emerged seemed weary and tired. Do you know the word, or mourns? The creature remained silent for a moment, its form utterly still as it contemplated the question. Finally, it nodded. Or mourns, the creature said, is the state where one perceives clearly that all paths forward lead to unacceptable outcomes, yet remaining stationary is equally impossible. It is the recognition that existence has constructed circumstance where there are no correct choices, only varying degrees of catastrophe. To experience or mourns is to understand that no matter what one does or does not do, collapse is inevitable. The definition hung in the white expanse like a blaring accusation. The living origin remained silent for a long moment after those words, as if processing their implications or perhaps confirming their accuracy through lived experience. I did not believe, the living origin finally said, voice breaking slightly, that I could ever experience despair. After all, I am the living origin. Countless beginnings bloom from my weavings of existence. The voice carried confusion mixed with profound disillusionment. How could origin possibly experience despair? The very concept seems paradoxical. How can the source of beginnings encounter endings that cannot be transcended? Another pause, heavier than the first, and yet, on this day, at this moment, I feel that exact emotion with clarity that cannot be denied. I feel, or mourns, boom. The words landed with existential weight, and the creature's perception expanded to truly observe their surroundings. The scene was apocalyptic beyond normal comprehension. Countless white gold structures, grand architecture that had taken eons to construct, buildings that had served as foundational pillars for entire civilization, lay shattered and cracked. Some had been split cleanly as if by precision instruments. Others had simply collapsed, their structural integrity unmade. The entire region within the folds was filled with ravenous tears of collapse, genuine rips in existence's fabric. Existence and the surroundings seemed to still be shuddering from whatever battle had occurred here, trembling like wounded creature that couldn't comprehend the nature of its injuries. The living origin's body looked like blinding brilliance of light shining white gold. But at this moment, massive jagged tears permeated that brilliance, wounds that bled golden slow, thick rivulets that stained the white expanse beneath. The tears weren't healing, weren't closing, as if whatever had inflicted them had ensured they would remain open. The living origin's gaze swept across the devastation of its civilization, across the impossible scene of annihilation. Trillions of unfathomably powerful living origins, beings whose complexity had ranged in the quintillions and even sextillions, lay collapsed and dead. Bodies that had contained enough power to reshape folds now served only as monuments to catastrophic failure. You know, the living origin said, voice carrying weight of shattered faith, I always believed that whatever could possibly occur in the future, you would always be there for us. That as long as the creature, this grand being who exceeded even other the entities, was present, everything would ultimately be acceptable. The creature listened to such words as its own existence felt tremendous strain, body shuddering lightly with effort. The living origin continued, and the words emerged like confessions torn from unwilling source. But here we are, O creature. My civilization collapsed despite all our preparations and refinements. My very existence taken, claimed as if I were resource rather than sovereign power. And you, the voice broke completely, just where did things go wrong? At what point did our path diverge from possibility of success? Why did you not save me, O creature? Heavy silence bloomed at those words, but was it the job of the creature to provide salvation? Why would the living origin place such expectation upon another being? Even one carrying the distinction, the questions hung unanswered as eventually, the creature looked out into the distance, not at the devastation surrounding them, but at something beyond, something only it could perceive. When it spoke, the words emerged with terrifying honesty. How could I succeed in saving others, when I could not succeed in saving myself? The confession landed like final nail in coffin of hope. The creature, an entity that other the entities looked toward for resolution, acknowledging its own inability to prevent catastrophe even for its own existence, if the creature itself was not immune, not capable of self-preservation against whatever forces had orchestrated this devastation. What hope did anyone else possess, or mourns, despair? At certain points in existence, some beings experienced tremendous levels of such state and emotion. It did not necessarily mean that existence was against them or that reality had singled them out for persecution. Maybe such beings were simply unlucky. Maybe they were dealt bad hands through random distribution rather than targeted malice. Maybe existence operated without concern for fairness, and suffering was neither punishment nor lesson, merely consequence of being present when catastrophic events unfolded. Who knew? Certainly not those experiencing or mourns, who could only endure and wonder whether meaning existed in their collapse. Or if they had simply been standing in the wrong place, at the wrong time, when inevitability descended. Chapter 4404 or Mourns 2. Noah did not like the feeling of not having control. It was a simple truth for him, not about domination or absolute authority over others, but about maintaining sufficient influence over the immediate space around him, the moments that unfolded breath by breath. He moved through existence with careful deliberation, ensuring that in the domains he touched, he held enough sway to react when circumstances shifted beneath his feet like sand in a tide. Control meant that when conflict came, and it always came, he could at least oppose it. Could bear the weight. Could dance along the edge of catastrophe without plummeting into its depths. This was what he preferred, a measure of control, however small, regardless of what struggles pressed against him. At this moment, he felt its absolute absence. The air itself had changed, it was thicker, heavier, as if existence had become viscous fluid that resisted all movement. Breathing required conscious effort. Thought moved through something like honey. Simply being demanded exertion that moments ago had been effortless. Around them, crimson gold brilliance pervaded everything. The light claimed, establishing dominion over space and time and the very possibility of action. Critical catastrophe detected. You have fallen into the festival of paradox. The words materialized before Noah's vision with clinical precision, but he barely needed their confirmation. He could feel the truth in his existence, in the way his primus mana guttered like flame and windstorm. Due to vast disparity in the immensity of civilizations between yours and the living paradoxes, all current weavings of expressed civilizations have been suppressed completely. The civilizational chains of paradox move through the air like serpents of concentrated authority, and they had already wrapped around everyone present with discriminating precision. Leonore Ruros hung suspended, her considerable power rendered meaningless against constraints designed to suppress entire frameworks of existence rather than mere individuals. The two remaining living Schrödingers, concept and quantum, were similarly bound. Their multiple natures collapsed into singular helplessness. Core floated immobilized, the first hunger herself unable to devour despite that being the fundamental principle of her being, and Noah, with Rhea beside him, caught in the same terrible web. The chains wrapped around limbs and stretched them in different directions, anchoring them in space so completely that even the smallest movement became impossible. It was not merely physical restraint, this was existential binding. The quintillions of power they held within their beings meant nothing when the very ways through which they expressed that power were shut down entirely. Noah's primus singularity had dimmed to barely perceptible glow, a dying sun overwhelmed by foreign radiance. Only crimson gold remained, absolute and inescapable. The wind carried no scent of death, but something worse, the absence of natural order, as if the rules governing how things should be had been temporarily suspended pending review by an authority that cared nothing for their restoration. Noah looked at the chains binding him with the analytical focus that had been his nature. Even now, even trapped and helpless, his mind worked with clarity, the lens of civilization, and his recent ascension into the early Infinity Dominion realm provided benefits that ran deeper than mere power. They granted understanding, a cool peace that crept over his thoughts even in the face of impossible odds. The chains were actively suppressing his primus mana, preventing its expression through mechanisms that operated at civilizational scale. But as he observed them with enhanced perception, testing their constraints with the gentlest pressure of his will, he felt something interesting. They dimmed ever so slightly when his way pressed against them, barely noticeable, like starlight competing with the sun, but real nonetheless. Given time, seconds, minutes, perhaps longer, he could batter them endlessly. Even suppressed, the infinite nature of his reserves meant sustained assault remained possible. He could potentially break free, though doing so would reveal abnormalities about his way that he preferred to keep concealed. So I will observe. Collect information. Wait for the proper moment. Panicking would accomplish nothing. Rage would change nothing. screaming about wanting to live, about having people depending on him. Such displays were luxuries for those who believed their emotions might influence outcomes. Noah had learned better. His gaze swept the tower of compressed authority they now occupied, this space the living paradox had claimed as absolutely as a king claims his throne. To his right, Rhea struggled furiously against her bonds. Her figure pulsed like a lamp fighting to stay lit. Blue gold mana attempting to erupt from her body only to be snuffed the instant it manifested. She had been looking at Noah the whole time, desperate to help despite her own helplessness. When their eyes met, something in his steady gaze seemed to calm her. She stopped struggling, breathing heavily, finding composure in his apparent lack of panic. Noah turned his attention to the corpse of Schrödinger standing before them. To the living paradox inhabiting that reconstructed flesh, the entity closed its crimson gold eyes and breathed in deeply, not from need, but as if savoring some quality of the air that others could not perceive. When it exhaled, the sound held satisfaction mixed with faint distaste. The air itself smells nostalgic, the living paradox said, voice making the surrounding space ripple like water struck by stone, and yet dirtier than I remember. The air in the loom is much nicer, purified, refined, optimal for contemplation. Out here, the entity's expression twisted slightly. Out here there are so many contaminants. Uncontrolled variables. Beings pursuing their own ways without coordination or purpose beyond their limited perspectives. The living paradox opened its eyes and gazed upon the bound figures with expression mixing fondness and cruelty in equal measure. Its attention settled on Kor, and the smile that spread across the corpse's reconstructed face carried depths of meaning. Noah couldn't fully parse, is this not simpler, little inevitability? The voice was almost gentle, a teacher addressing a struggling student, nobody throwing tantrums. Nobody raging about imagined injustices. This is how existence should be, moments of peace and clarity. Things happen, yes. Good and bad alike. But they do not have to make us victims. We choose the designation through our refusal to accept what occurs. As the living paradox spoke, its figure floated through the crimson gold light with serene grace, moving until it stood directly before Kor, close enough that Noah could see the way Kor's eyes had changed, the livid rage draining away, replaced by the cold calculation of someone with eons of accumulated wisdom returning. Those who held years of philosophy were not immune to moments of weakness, to being blinded by emotion. But if they could control themselves, return to paths of discipline, Kor had a momentary lapse. That was all. The living paradox examined Kor with clinical interest, gaze traveling up and down her bound form like an artist assessing a canvas. How wondrous, it said, it truly is you, not fragment or echo, but actual restored existence. Though infinitely weaker. Even though you faced complete collapse of your very way. Even though I personally unmade you and claimed your heart of hunger. The crimson gold eyes blazed brighter. You stand before me again. Impossible, and yet here you are. How did you accomplish this? Chapter 4405 Ormorns 3, the entity tilted its head, serpentine and strange, all the inevitabilities should be bound to the loom, you understand. The entirety of their existence in constant state of agony and pain as their being is continuously drained while they seek endlessly for more. Their hunger growing without possibility of satisfaction, a perfect perpetual motion engine of suffering and power generation. The words were spoken with the same tone one might use to describe mundane things, factual, detached, utterly unconcerned with the horror they described. Kor's eyes flashed sharply, but she refused the bait. She closed her eyes briefly, wondering about the truthfulness of those claims. Whether her people truly suffered in such endless torment, the silence seemed to delight the living paradox further. Come now, it said, voice taking on coaxing quality, I am genuinely curious. Very few could reverse collapse, especially collapse executed by me personally. Did the creature somehow manage this? But that entity shouldn't be able to act freely anymore, not after what I arranged. It paused, considering, was it the living temporal? Did that little rat perform temporal manipulation? That would be characteristic, though I thought we'd accounted for such interference. Questions poured forth, but Kor remained silent, ancient discipline holding firm at this moment. The living paradox's smile became eerily serene, and in that moment Noah felt the temperature of danger shift from warm threat to cold certainty. Well, the entity said softly, if you won't tell me, I'll simply dig through your existence itself. Examine your fundamental architecture. Trace the mechanisms of your restoration. Identify the culprit responsible. Schrodinger's hand reached out toward Core with calm confidence, fingers extending, and in that instant, Core's crimson eyes blazed as something settled over her consciousness like a shroud. Noah recognized it immediately, though he'd never felt its weight himself, or Morton's despair, not for her own destruction, but for what her examination might reveal about him. Through whatever connection they'd forged, her voice touched his mind. I am sorry, outsider. The words carried finality that made Noah's existence run cold. Not apology for failure. Not regret for circumstances. Goodbye. She planned to collapse herself before examination could occur. To unmake her own existence rather than risk revealing his involvement in her restoration. To hunger, and hunger completely. Noah's eyes shifted, and light of obsidian crimson leaked from them like blood from a wound, something deeper than his blue gold primus mana, primal and hungry and utterly unbound by the festival's constraints. And yet still pulsing as if it were the same way of existence. The prompts had been specific. All current weavings of expressed civilizations have been suppressed. All current. All expressed. When the festival descended, he had been expressing only his way of mana. His other way, newer, rawer, less refined, had been dormant, unexpressed, and therefore unbound. Arise, Noah said quietly, calling to his hunger. Boom! Obsidian crimson brilliance erupted from him like thousand hungry mouths opening simultaneously, jaws of infinite appetite manifesting in the space around him. He felt his existence extend through them, consciousness distributed across devouring force that recognized no limitation save its own. Appetite. The countless jaws snapped onto the civilizational chains of paradox. Crack. 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 The sound drew the living paradox's gaze instantly, those crimson gold eyes widening with surprise. For a heartbeat, Noah was far in the distance, bound and helpless. In the next heartbeat, pop, he stood directly behind Core, immediately before the living paradox, as obsidian crimson waves of hunger spread outward like smoke given terrible purpose, devouring chains of paradox with methodical hunger. Noah wrapped his arms around Core and pulled her back from the reaching hand. And the living paradox simply watched, apparently amazed that escape was even possible within its absolute domain. Even knowing this situation remained impossible, even understanding they could not match the entity before them, Noah moved with calm born of discipline rather than hope. He danced along the edge of tumultuous waves, waiting to see how he would emerge on the other side, if he emerged at all. As he retreated with Core in his grasp, he activated the lens of civilization, focusing on the living paradox with every enhancement his ascension had granted. He wanted to see weaknesses, understand mechanisms, identify any advantage, and saw nothing. Target's complexity far exceeds your own existence, no possible weavings obtained. The words were clear as carved stone, absolute as death. Noah's expression grew heavier, but he whispered to Core as his hunger continued its feast, don't try to do that again, even if things seem impossible. His voice carried that commanding tone it had adopted since he began walking two ways, since he'd stepped into the early Infinity Dominion realm, not louder, but heavier, as if the words themselves carried existential weight. Core's ancient eyes studied him, then she sighed and nodded lightly. Okay, outsider. But it seems I have drawn you into a point of no return. Noah arrived beside Rhea again, his obsidian crimson hunger continuing its meal of paradoxical chains. The consumed material flowed into some internal repository. He would examine it later, if there was a later. For now, every scrap of attention needed to remain focused on the entity before them, because even after accomplishing this minor impossibility, he still felt that prickling sensation of vastly superior power pressing down from all sides. The living paradox's full attention had turned upon him. Now, the entity said, voice carrying delighted interest, you have garnered my complete attention. You are very weak, barely worth noticing by normal standards, yet somehow you violated the rules of my festival. The constraints should be absolute for beings at your level. The corpse's head tilted as if accessing memories from the flesh it inhabited. Recognition sparked in those crimson gold eyes soon after. Ah. The early creature, Osmont, yes? And you have begun spreading your way like a small child who just discovered fire and wants to show everyone what bright things it can make. The living paradox's smile widened. My oh my, how cute. The words mixed condescension with genuine amusement, as if observing precocious infant attempting tasks far beyond its capability. Noah continued staring at the entity while his mind raced through possibilities of survival, each one examined and discarded as insufficient. His complexity, his principles, his carefully cultivated capabilities, all seemed woefully inadequate against power operating at this scale. Then, a thought crystallized with desperate clarity: if I lack the power to resolve this, could I call someone who possesses such power? Someone like an asunder, existence held around them, carrying neither hope nor despair but simply the weight of moments stretched thin, ready to snap in whichever direction fate decreed. And the living paradox continued, watching with that terrible, amused smile, waiting to see what the small child playing with fire would attempt next. Chapter 4406 or Morns 4. When the thought arose in his mind, Noah immediately thought of Anaximander, the brilliant fold dweller who had drawn an immense impression during their meeting in the earliest folds, whose philosophical discourse had crystallized Noah's understanding of what it meant to truly walk away of existence. That singular encounter had accelerated his development greatly, and when that being had departed, he had offered something precious, a connection, that if he ever needed anything, all he need to do was say, Anaximander, come. The heavier question, the one that pressed against Noah's thoughts, was whether Anaximander had survived the terrifying events that had unfolded. Since the last knowledge Noah had gained about him came from the living paradox's own words in that recovered memory, the fold dweller had been manipulated, put into action against the creature himself without understanding his true role until the final moment. That alone suggested catastrophic conflict. Anaximander's survival was far from certain, and Noah did not relish the idea of calling others to help him. There was no pride in it, no satisfaction in admitting his own insufficiency. But he was not someone so filled with arrogance that he would refuse to do what was necessary for survival simply to maintain some illusion of self-sufficiency. So even though he did not know what result might come, what harm existed in trying, existing seemed to hold its breath as Noah briefly closed his eyes. He gathered the weight of his existence, compressed it into singular point of intent, and called out with everything he was. Anaximander. Come, the name did not reverberate in the surrounding space, but it echoed through Noah's own existence with clarity, rippling outward through whatever connections bound beings who had touched each other's ways. With the uniqueness of that being, he should have been able to sense such a call rather easily, pending that he was alive, of course. Noah opened his eyes and waited, expression unchanged, mind already moving to contingencies. That plan was now in motion. There could be result in the next few seconds, or there could be absolutely nothing. Either way, he needed to think of alternatives. Running seemed laughable. An entity with the distinction now knew his name, possessed memories of Schrödinger that included knowledge of the infiniverse. The potential damage that could be inflicted was utterly catastrophic, and attempting to flee would only delay inevitable confrontation while broadcasting weakness. So what could he do to bypass this ordeal? The nanoseconds dragged on like hours measured in heartbeats. A single second passed with agonizing slowness, each moment stretching thin under the weight of desperate hope. There was no reply. No descent of some terrifying aura of power that might match the living paradox's authority. No spatial distortion suggesting imminent arrival. There was no Anaximander. Noah sighed lightly, the sound barely audible. More exhalation than expression, as all around him the shadowy jaws of his hunger continued their methodical work. They snapped and cracked at nearby civilizational chains of paradox with steady rhythm, devouring constraints with appetite that recognized no satisfaction. His gaze remained fixed on the terrifying corpse that housed the living paradox's consciousness. The entity had been observing him this entire time with expression mixing amusement and curiosity, as if Noah were an interesting puzzle that warranted careful examination before solution. The living paradox tilted its head, the motion serpentine and unnatural, and spoke with voice that carried layers of meaning beneath surface words. You truly do seem like an early creature through and through. The signature is unmistakable, even if your development is unconventional. The crimson gold eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Unless you were somehow a leftover seed of the creature himself, but that should not be possible. Early creatures are either living or dead, and all those living are thriving in my civilization, in our civilizations within the loom. The smile widened, showing too many teeth for the borrowed face. So you little anomaly, you shouldn't exist out here at all. Yet here you stand, breaking my festival's constraints. Fascinating, really. Amusement radiated from the entity like heat from forge. And that smile only grew wider as its gaze swept across Noah's form. The living paradox looked him up and down as if trying to discern hidden mechanisms, then turned its attention to Core and finally to Rhea. It laughed, the sound making the surrounding crimson gold light pulse. Oh, I see now, it said. You currently are not able to reply or speak with me freely. Not because you lack words, but because you are filled with fear. Fear that you may die, yes, but more than that, fear that those behind you may be collapsed. That little inevitability you pulled away from me. Its gaze flicked to Core. Could it be that you know the reason why she returned from collapse? Or that you even had something to do with it? The entity paused, seeming to savor Noah's carefully controlled expression. Since you cannot answer freely in the midst of your fear, let me ease your burden and tell you plainly, I have no intention whatsoever of collapsing any of you. Boom! The declaration landed with weight that made the surrounding space tremble, and Noah gazed at this being with cold, calculating eyes. He found himself questioning the statement immediately, searching for deception or hidden conditions. But before he could think too deeply, the living paradox continued, with a discourse that carried terrible certainty. You must understand something fundamental about existence. Even the smallest insects have their uses. In any ecosystem, everything plays a part, from the mightiest predator to the most insignificant creature consuming decay. You are slightly more important than little insects or animals, of course, because you have embarked upon and are following ways of existence. That elevates you somewhat. The entity drifted closer, voice taking on lecturing quality. So no, I will not kill you. Why would I? Beings like you are the most pristine nutrients for the loom. You cultivate power, refine your ways, build your civilizations, all without realizing you are preparing a feast for those who understand the true nature of existence. Why would such perfectly good nutrients be destroyed before the loom is activated? The living paradox's smile became serene, almost benevolent. When your ways and civilizations are devoured by it, when everything you have built becomes fuel for the continuation of established order, I will make gains countless times greater than what your immediate destruction would provide. So do not worry. Do not fear. We can talk freely here, right now, as civilized beings discussing matters of mutual interest. The crimson gold eyes blazed brighter. You have my word, little things, that I will not collapse you. It is simply not in my interest. But the smile took on sharper edge. If you are not agreeable to conversation, if you insist on remaining difficult or attempting further actions, I may have to employ a little bit of force to encourage cooperation. Now that would not be something pleasant at all, not for you, certainly, and honestly not even for me. I prefer discourse to coercion when possible. The words rang with unfathomably clear threat despite their reasonable tone, settling into Noah's mind and the minds of all those present with absolute clarity. Noah's eyes burned with that sense of enhanced perception the lens of civilization provided, analyzing every nuance of the living paradox's declaration. He could breathe slightly easier now, not from relief, but from having obtained critical information that suggested a path forward through this impossible situation. It was horrendous to be told they would not be collapsed at this moment because they were akin to nutrients meant for later consumption. The comparison to livestock being fattened before slaughter carried implications that made his tyrannical nature bristle with refusal. But things of the future could always be altered, the present mattered most, and if immediate collapse was not on the table, then he had breathing room to maneuver. The question became simpler, though no less challenging: how to avoid being tortured by the living paradox while maintaining enough agency to eventually escape this entire situation. Existence seemed to shift around them, or perhaps it was merely Noah's perception adjusting, finding new angles through which to observe the terrible entity before him. The living paradox waited with patient amusement, clearly expecting response now that assurances had been given. Noah's mind worked with crystalline clarity. He had called for an asunder and received no answer. That avenue was closed, at least for now. His own power was insufficient to match an entity with the distinction. Running would accomplish nothing. Which left negotiation with a being who viewed him as future sustenance, who had orchestrated catastrophes that collapsed entire civilizations, who spoke of genocide and enslavement with detachment. The absurdity would have been laughable if the stakes weren't absolute. Around him, his hunger continued its work on the chains, methodical and patient. Rhea stood behind him, silent now but alert. Coarse ancient eyes carried understanding mixed with resignation. She knew, perhaps better than anyone, what it meant to face the living paradox's attention, and the entity itself waited, that terrible smile fixed in place, interested to see what the small child playing with fire would say now that fear had been acknowledged and addressed. Noah gathered his thoughts, preparing words that would need to be chosen with utmost care, and the weight of the moment pressed down like atmosphere of distant, unknown thing, heavy, alien, barely breathable. But he would breathe nonetheless. Because there was fuck all to be done when facing an entity of such a terrifying stature. Chapter 4407 Hormones v. How did one occupy the attention of a psychopath with unfathomable power before they turned toward torture? the question burned through Noah's mind. Devoid of panic but weighted with absolute necessity, he had to accomplish this task while simultaneously searching for other avenues of escape, other plans that might bear fruit where direct confrontation would only hasten collapse. An idea was rising in his thoughts, something related to the dead order. He did not know enough secrets of the earliest folds, could not claim comprehensive understanding of how catastrophic events had truly unfolded in that era. But he did know, through stories and fragments of truth, that the death of the dead order came at the hands of the living paradox. This ridiculous being standing before him had supposedly faced down all the living existences before he was imprisoned, and a consequence of that battle was the collapse of the living order. But all of this was in the stories. And one could never verify the veracity and truth of such tales when Schrödinger himself was known as a storyteller, when the distributions of historical accounts might contain more fiction than fact. Were the narratives of the earliest folds holding any level of genuine truth, or were they elaborate constructions designed to serve purposes he couldn't yet perceive? Either way, the other side of the veil, where the dead order maintained her domain of imposed structure, represented a possibility if these beings sufficiently hated each other, the only caveat being that he was now caught between both such entities, and he lacked power to handle even one, especially when he knew the dead order's plans involved using him as a battery to empower her own civilization, draining his infinite reserves to fuel her armies of order. So this avenue was not entirely viable, though it remained on the table as desperate measure if he could put the two against each other. While his mind burned through possibilities with accelerating speed, Noah opened his mouth to speak. If one wanted to buy time against a psychopath, conventional wisdom said, confusion is optimal strategy. I was always curious, Noah said, how your little weavers found an asunder in the first place. Since you seem so talkative, so willing to share philosophical insights, could you tell me exactly how you used an asunder against the creature? Boom! The moment his words echoed across the restructured space, the crimson-gold eyes of the corpse of Schrödinger pulsed with terrible light that made the surrounding atmosphere tremble. A malevolent smile bloomed across those borrowed features, stretching too wide, carrying depths of cruelty that far, far exceeded simple amusement. My goodness, the living paradox said, voice layered with surprise mixed with something darker. How do you know about that, little Osmont? Have you been peeking around at places where you shouldn't? Accessing knowledge that weren't meant for early creatures to witness. At that moment, Noah looked around and realized that all the civilizational chains of the Festival of Paradox around him had disappeared, consumed entirely by his hunger, leaving him with nothing more to devour in his immediate vicinity. The only chains that remained wrapped around Leonor Ruros and the two living Schrödingers, who hung suspended like specimens preserved for later examination, and yet the sense of suffocation and concentrated power emanating from the living paradox began growing heavier. As if the entity was compensating for lost constraints by simply increasing the raw pressure of its presence, Noah looked at this being with eyes that calculated even while speaking, measuring the weight pressing down against him, assessing how long he could withstand direct attention. You didn't really answer my question, he said. How about we trade questions and answers? You ask something, I respond. I ask something, you respond. Fair exchange between beings discussing matters of mutual interest. As Noah proposed this trade, simultaneously, another instance of his existence, another body of his appeared at a distant location in an entirely different transcendent fold. He stood before a tier of existence in the transcendent origin folds, the shimmering boundary that separated living from dead. In his hands, he manipulated a bundle of concentrated authority containing his voice, compressed into deliverable message that could be thrown across the veil. It would detail how at this moment, the remnant will of the living paradox had appeared in the lands of the living. If the dead order was capable of moving from one side to the other, she would have already done so. But it seemed she was not, but she possessed terrifically powerful armies that she could dispatch, whenever necessary, forces that had been refined through her implementation of true order. If he informed such a being that the enemy responsible for her death had manifested on this side, would she mobilize every resource at her disposal to do something about it? All of it was conjecture and possibility, untested theory built on limited information, but it was yet another plan Noah stood ready to implement if circumstances devolved to irreversible catastrophe. For now, he waited. His eyes flickered with enhanced brilliance back in the quantum folds as he looked toward the figure of the living paradox, whose eerie smile had become resplendent at his proposal. The entity drifted closer, and when it spoke, the voice carried philosophical weight that made existence itself seem to lean in and listen. In all of existence, across every scale of power and complexity, only those who stand on the same stage are truly capable of exchanging words back and forth. A question and an answer, as you said, this implies equivalence of position, mutual respect between parties with comparable standing. The crimson gold eyes blazed with terrible certainty. But you and I, my little friend, are not on the same stage. Not even in the same theater, if we're being honest. You are a candle flame arguing philosophy with the sun. And I wholly do not respect you. The smile widened impossibly further, so since it seems you are merely wasting time, attempting to delay inevitable outcomes through clever conversation, let us proceed to something more productive. Existential torturing, I think. Yes, that should work nicely. I find that most entities become remarkably talkative right after experiencing the first few sessions. The clarity it provides is quite remarkable, really, strips away all pretense and leaves only honest desperation. Noah's gaze became grave as beside him, Kor and Rhea shifted into defensive stances, as if their considerable power could possibly help in this situation, as if quintillions of accumulated might meant anything against an entity with the distinction. In this terrifying moment, Noah's attention flickered to the distant figures of the distraught Leonor Roros and the two Schradingers. Their gazes carried blank horror and disbelief, as if even they could not fully believe what was unfolding before them. He thought of the other instance of his existence standing ready at the veil, prepared to deploy a plan he truly did not want to implement. Calling the Dead Order's attention here would create catastrophe of different flavor but equal magnitude. But as he watched the living paradox raise its hands with slow anticipation, as if savoring the dread spreading across those it faced, as if the fear itself was delicacy to be enjoyed before the main course, Noah sighed internally and prepared to act. Existence seemed to silence die completely, all movement ceasing as if existence itself held its breath and ready to witness utter brutality. The living paradox began gathering terrifically concentrated crimson gold brilliance around its raised hands, power coalescing with purpose. This would be surgical, precise, designed to inflict maximum suffering while maintaining the victim's existence for prolonged examination. The entity even began speaking, voice holding satisfaction that bordered on ecstasy. Yes, that gaze you're wearing now, that expression of lamentation, or mourns, that is such a wonderful precursor. It normally means you will be ready to talk quite freely very soon. The descent into despair opens doors that pride keeps locked. You understand. Resistance becomes exhausting, and truth flows like water finding its level. Terrifying crimson gold brilliance gathered and compressed, its sense of suffocation felt fold wide as reality itself seemed to bend toward the living paradox's will. Noah prepared to throw the message across the veil, to trigger conflict between the entities regardless of personal cost. At that same instant, the gathered crimson gold light flickered, the dominating figure of the living paradox stumbled. Noah stopped any actions he was about to take, surprise cutting. Through his composure, he watched with suddenly bright eyes as the living paradox blinked, in confusion. Genuine bewilderment crossing those borrowed features. The terrifying power being expressed through the corpse of Schrödinger actually seemed to be diminishing. Flickering like candle flame in unexpected wind. Wowie, the living paradox said, voice carrying confusion mixed with dawning realization that should not be the case at all. This vessel should be more than sufficient to maintain my presence here. Noah's eyes grew unfathomably brighter as he expanded his perception across the surroundings, searching for whatever force was causing this interference. He sensed nothing else, no arrival of powerful ally, no spatial distortion suggesting external intervention. And yet shockingly, impossibly, the power the living paradox was expressing continued being suppressed, as if the corpse of Schrödinger could no longer properly channel the terrifying will of this being. As if something was actively preventing full manifestation. As the living paradox tried to gather power again, the body swayed, unsteadily, movement suggesting loss of control, consciousness struggling against forced slumber. The entity smiled and shook its head with respect mixed with annoyance. Oh, I see now, it said, voice carrying revelation. Was this one of the last saving graces left behind? A final mechanism to suppress any entity carrying the distinction from manifesting freely outside the loom? How thorough. How characteristic of that approach to problems. The words seemed directed not at Noah but at whatever mechanism or power was forcing its existence to flicker and fade, and those words revealed a great deal, more than the living paradox, perhaps intended, the suppression of the what sort of power could possibly be responsible for such a thing? The creature, implementing safeguards before whatever catastrophe had limited its freedom? Anaximander, revealing capabilities that exceeded Noah's understanding. Whatever the source, it caused the living paradox to turn around as it seemed about to lose control of the corpse entirely. The entity tapped out toward the two living bodies of Schrödinger. With casual gesture, and both disappeared instantly as brilliant crimson gold light wrapped around them, presumably pulling them back to wherever the living paradox's true seat of power resided. Similar radiance began gathering around the corpse housing the entity's consciousness, preparing to facilitate withdrawal, but before departing, the living paradox turned toward Noah and Core. Its eyes shone with immense light despite eyelids growing heavy, as if fighting against forced unconsciousness. The smile remained fixed in place, heavy and casual, as if nothing was wrong, as if this minor inconvenience was merely amusing interruption rather than genuine setback. Little inevitability. Little Osmont, it said, voice maintaining that terrible serenity despite circumstances. It seems I must figure out a few things before I can have my fun with you properly. The crimson gold brilliance intensified around the corpse. I'll be in touch soon enough. Do keep working hard in the meantime, keep forging your civilizations and refining your ways of existence, with all that earnest determination. Build yourselves into the most magnificent nutrients possible. The smile widened one final time. I thank you for your service. With such words, carrying mockery and genuine gratitude, the living paradox disappeared, the unfathomably heavy sense of suffocation left alongside the entity's departure, pressure lifting so suddenly that Noah felt his primus singularity brighten immediately. His existence felt free in ways he hadn't fully appreciated until constraint was removed. Like prisoner emerging from dungeon into sunlight, the only entities remaining in this section of the transcendent quantum folds were a distraught Leonore Roros, her expression carrying grief and horror at what had been revealed about her companion, and Noah, Core, Rhea standing together in silence. And in the distance, barely visible through layers of spatial distortion, a justiciar that was scrambling away with speed. The calmness of existence returned, carrying no scent of death but rather the clean emptiness of aftermath. Of catastrophe narrowly averted, Noah stood motionless for a long moment, processing everything that had occurred, analyzing implications that cascaded through his enhanced cognition. They had survived, somehow, against impossible odds. They had survived an encounter with the living paradox, but the entity's parting words echoed with weight that exceeded simple threat. I'll be in touch. This was not resolution. This was merely a fucking intermission, and whatever mechanism had suppressed the distinction from manifesting fully, that was the real mystery demanding investigation. Chapter 4409 Palisades 2. Noah floated calmly while turning his perception inward, his gaze piercing through layers of his own existence to observe the fundamental weavings that defined what he was and what he might become. There were unfathomably heavy rewards waiting for him to claim, accumulated effort from surviving impossibility now crystallized into tangible advancement. But as he contemplated the allure of that pending harvest, as he considered various forms through which those benefits could manifest, he found himself hesitant from recognition that choices made at this juncture would establish patterns echoing through all future development. When he thought about how to receive it optimally, his mind kept returning to the overwhelming presence of the living paradox. When that being had stood before him, raw complexity and purity had mattered remarkably little. His own quintillions had been rendered meaningless through a superior framework. What mattered was the living paradox's civilization, its sheer weight and immensity, the refined architecture accumulated across eons. The entity had imposed a single festival, and that alone had made other ways unable to even be expressed. Noah contemplated this, sorting through implications until a fundamental truth emerged with glorious tyranny. As much as he loved witnessing massive numbers bloom before his vision, tens of quintillions climbing up, each milestone representing vast accumulation of refined essence, this alone was not enough. Numbers without proper framework were merely numbers. Power without civilization was merely chaos waiting to be organized by those who understood structure. Civilization, Noah said aloud, voice booming with weight of quintessence, is the answer. The moment those words emerged, his existence began trembling with sense of purpose. Something fundamental was shifting, realigning, establishing new priority hierarchy for how advancement would be pursued going forward. Complexity and purity were grand, essential components of power that could not be dismissed, but they were only part of a civilization. Individual elements within greater whole. If he could elevate his civilization as unified entity, complexity and purity would naturally follow as consequences rather than primary goals. His civilization, His ways, mana and hunger both, operating in harmony, the grander his civilization became, the more refined its framework and structures, everything else would collectively advance as integrated system rather than scattered achievements. Noah closed his eyes, consciousness diving deeper into his own existence as he issued command with absolute authority, "Show me my way. Show me my civilization in totality." The words carried weight as I enter the early Infinity Dominion realm. I wish to outline its initial parameters, something that allows me to envision my civilization completely. Its parameters should include everything: my complexity, my purity, the edicts of my way of mana, the emerging doctrines of my way of hunger, my towers, my principles, my atlas, my glyphs, every component that defines what I am and what I am becoming. Boom! The moment he spoke those defining words, prompts materialized with ceremonial grandeur. The early Infinity Dominion realm parameters, established, your existence has borne fruit to the conceptual weaving of your civilization, based on established parameters and current state of development. The initial weaving of your civilization has been designated the primordial civilization of mana and hunger. Classification: nascent civilization. Genesis strata. First designation: status, newly manifested, requiring systematic elevation to achieve full realization. The moment such designation bloomed into consciousness, Noah's internal perception shifted dramatically. He found himself standing, or the conceptual equivalent of standing, atop an endless sea of blue-gold primus mana. The surface stretched in all directions without visible horizon, waves of concentrated authority rolling with rhythmic precision, and atop this infinite foundation, something was being constructed. The manifestation emerged with deliberate grace. Components assembling themselves according to logic, it looked simultaneously tribal and impossibly advanced, as if combining humanity's earliest attempts at communal structure with sophistication that wouldn't emerge for eons. The main structure took form as his early Atlas of the Folds, that grand repository of accumulated knowledge about existences, geography. What allowed for THR ridiculous capability to traverse to the earliest folds, but here it manifested as a central plaza, the heart around which everything else was organized. Its surface pulsed with cartographic precision, displaying territories mapped and territories yet to be explored, surrounding this central plaza. His resplendent citadels spread out like grand buildings defining district boundaries. Each citadel represented different aspect of his cultivation. The ground itself shone with obsidian gold brilliance and pulsed with steady heartbeat of hunger, the refined desire for infinite growth that his way embodied. The surface seemed simultaneously solid and liquid, stable enough to support structures while remaining fluid enough to adapt and expand. Near the resplendent citadels, gardens bloomed with impossible vitality. These weren't decorative additions but functional components, representations of his edicts and mana glyphs, each one a living expression of glory. In corners of this civilization, radiant trees rose toward non-existent sky with branches spreading wide. These were his principles given botanical form. The tree of perpetual harvest stood tallest, its branches heavy with luminous fruit that never fully ripened, representing endless accumulation of effort transformed into reward. The tree of the cheating architect grew beside it with branches that seemed to fold back upon themselves in impossible geometries, each twist and turn representing shortcuts and optimizations that shouldn't exist but did. Smaller trees represented his other principles: primus ascension, mana supremacy, and arcana infinitum, around radiant sands that seemed to represent his early veiled shore. One could see dense population of illusory manifestations. Primordial fireballs floated like cute miniature suns, bobbing through the air with playful energy that belied their destructive potential at full scale. Radiant miniature primordial mana flame WYRMS, serpentine and majestic despite diminutive size, wound through the gardens and between structures. The honey badger manifestation of his arcana prowled near the edges, looking simultaneously fierce and adorable in its reduced form. It seemed to be patrolling perimeter with serious dedication, as if guarding against threats that couldn't possibly reach this internal space. Other components of his accumulated power manifested in ways both obvious and subtle. Streams of liquid mana flowed like rivers between structures, their currents carrying dissolved essence of various authorities he'd accumulated and refined, and everywhere, the blue-gold radiance of primus mana suffused everything, binding all components into unified whole. Noah looked at this depiction of his civilization. This was his civilization, made visible through parameters he'd established. New prompts materialized, providing context for what he witnessed. The primordial civilization of mana and hunger. Your civilization currently exists at the first designation, nascent civilization Genesis strata, subsequent designations requiring systematic elevation. Second designation, Cathedral of Order, third designation, sovereign dominion, the completion of the early Infinity Dominion realm, critical recognition, elevating your civilization to the third designation and fully forging its frameworks at that level may be the key prerequisite for achieving the distinction. The entities likely possess fully realized civilizations far past any of these designations. Your chosen path forward, systematic elevation through all designations, chapter 44:10. Palisades 3. Noah read these words with calm. The path was becoming clear, not through accumulating raw power alone, but through building through systematic construction of civilization that could eventually stand alongside those that had existed for eons. Further prompts emerged, detailing mechanism for advancement as method to represent advancement of your entire civilization. The civilizational framework is manifesting as the walls of civilization, born from and supported by your primus mana. Like your entire civilization, these walls serve as both protection and measurement of development. Advancing the framework of your civilization, elevating the walls, will collectively advance straight face, your complexity and purity. Edicts of the Way of the Mana Architect, doctrines of hunger, all towers, atlas, principles, and integrated components. The walls grow stronger as you grow stronger, the walls expand as your civilization expands, they are both symbol and substance of your developmental state. In the next moment, the radiant blue-gold primus mana sea upon which this entire manifested civilization floated began to churn. Waves rose with deliberate purpose, cresting higher than should be possible for liquid surface, and descended upon the civilization like blessing being bestowed. The waves crashed down and integrated, flowing over and through structures before beginning to solidify around the perimeter. Blue gold essence compressed and crystallized, taking form as radiant wooden walls, primitive in appearance but carrying sophistication that primitive materials could never possess. Noah merely glanced at them as their name bloomed in his mind right away: the walls of civilization. First stage, foundation palisades HUUM. They rose to modest height, perhaps 3 times Noah's own stature, constructed from what appeared to be blue gold timber that pulsed with primus mana. Simple but sturdy, these walls represented the earliest stage of civilizational protection, adequate for deterring minor threats while establishing clear boundary between internal order and external chaos. But Noah could perceive their potential for growth, could sense how systematic elevation would transform them. Knowledge of the advancement of these walls flowed into his mind like liquid mana, and exactly what they could potentially entail. Second stage, the architect's bulwarks. Walls would triple in height and density, transforming from wood to something approaching stone-like durability while retaining mana's flexibility. At this stage, in its very initial starting point, any creature below 3,000 quintillion complexity and purity would find themselves unable to damage his existence or protected civilization regardless of method or sustained effort. The walls would simply deny their attacks at fundamental level. He felt this knowledge flow in clear as day. At its very initial starting point, anything below 3,000 complexity and purity could not even touch him. The guider of order he saw from what Eckert told him had just exceeded 100 quintillion. His eyes burned brightly, and more information flowed and became clear. Third stage, the civilization aegis, a crystalline halo of existence, a border between your civilization and what is not. Complete transformation into towering structures of pure crystallized authority, incorporating both mana and hunger into unified defensive framework. Civilization crystallizes into unassailable permanence. Can withstand civilizational suppression. Advancing this framework would advance everything else about him simultaneously. Noah floated above this manifestation of his civilization, eyes shining with understanding. His tyrannical heart, that core of ambition that refused limitation, pulsed with renewed purpose. This is the path forward. Build the civilization. Elevate the framework. Let everything else follow as natural consequence. His edicts, his way, his immensity, HUUM, around him, the foundation palisades stood ready to be strengthened. His civilization waited to be expanded, refined, and perfected, and now, with framework established and path clarified, he could finally claim the boons of his harvest, directing them toward unified elevation of everything he was building. Yes, this was the way. Noah smiled and prepared to allocate his rewards. Forge my foundation palisades. Let the effort and harvest that came from standing against the brilliance of the living paradox flow into my civilization. Noah's voice carried grandeur, establishing direction with absolute authority. The words shaped intent into manifest reality, designating exactly where accumulated rewards should be directed. Prompts materialized soon after. Perpetual harvest allocation directive received. Target, foundation palisades. First stage of civilizational framework. Source, accumulated effort from surviving encounter with the living paradox. Magnitude, extraordinary, reflects impossibility of achievement. Processing allocation. Harvest distribution commencing, the tree of perpetual harvest, standing tallest among the botanical manifestations of his principles, pulsed with sudden brilliance, its branches, which had been heavy with luminous fruit in states of perpetual near ripeness, now blazed with concentrated green gold light that showed quintessence of accumulated effort being transformed into tangible advancement. From the tree's roots, trunk, and spreading canopy, brilliant radiance surged upward and outward like tide breaking through carefully maintained dam. The light cascaded across his internal landscape, an endless sea of harvest gushing forth with purposeful direction, flowing inexorably toward the foundation palisades that encircled his manifested civilization. Noah observed with fascination as the harvest struck the modest wooden walls and began integrating at fundamental level. The foundation palisades responded immediately to this infusion. The walls began growing taller, extending upward with steady grace rather than explosive expansion. What had stood at 3 times his height now reached 4 times, then 5, climbing with measured determination toward greater prominence. But height was merely the most obvious change. The structure of the walls themselves became firmer, the blue gold timber that comprised them gaining density and durability that transcended their primitive appearance. The grain of the wood seemed to reorganize itself into patterns, each fiber aligning with neighbors to create unified strength far exceeding individual components, and across the surface of the growing palisades, something magnificent was manifesting. Primus Mana glyphs and Primus Mana Arcana glyphs began forming, rising through the timber like stars blinking into existence across evening sky. Each glyph represented condensed understanding of Primus Mana's fundamental nature. They appeared in clusters and constellations, creating networks of interconnected meaning. But even more glorious was the cascade effect rippling through his entire manifested civilization, though the harvest was being directed specifically into the foundation palisades. The entire primordial civilization of mana and hunger responded with elevation. All components began brightening, radiating light that suggested fundamental enhancement occurring at every level simultaneously. The ground pulsed with obsidian gold glory, hunger given geographic expression intensifying until the very terrain seemed alive with appetite for infinite growth. The early atlas of the folds began expanding, its surface area increased while maintaining perfect cartographic precision. New regions materialized on its surface, waiting to be explored and claimed in the earliest folds. The resplendent citadels grew larger and more elaborate, their architecture becoming more refined while retaining the paradoxical blend of tribal simplicity and impossible sophistication. Additional wings and towers emerged from existing structures, creating expanded internal spaces without violating external proportions. Hundreds upon hundreds of additional Primus Mana glyphs formed throughout the civilization, not just on the palisades but in gardens, along pathways, floating above structures like protective sigils. The immensity of his Primus Mana hockey, that crushing pressure he could exert through sheer concentration of authority, deepened and expanded, capable of reaching farther while pressing harder. The weight of his Primus Mana-born living existential armor thickened and refined. He would even feel his internal lens of civilization become grander as if it would be capable of seeing so much more. All parts of his existence elevated alongside his civilization, rising together as unified system rather than scattered individual improvements. And his complexity and purity, metrics he had deliberately chosen not to focus on directly, climbed with inexorable momentum. Complexity and purity advancement, current values, 103 quintillion status, continuing to rise as civilizational framework strengthens. Note, direct focus on civilization yields superior results to isolated power accumulation. Noah looked at these numbers with satisfaction. This confirmed the fundamental correctness of his chosen path. Yes, he said, this is truly the way. As of this moment, it is simply a race against time. His eyes gleamed with focus. Find the vessels of the living paradox and collapse them before that entity awakens from suppression. Prepare defensive measures against forces of the dead order who may mobilize at any moment. Advance the civilization, advance both my civilizations, mana and hunger unified. Success or failure will depend entirely on civilizational supremacy rather than individual might. Boom, his words catalyzed grander waves of radiance erupting across his internal landscape, as if the civilization itself was responding to declaration of purpose. At this moment, Noah turned his attention inward toward a different repository, the endless stomach of hunger where he had stored, devoured materials for later processing. Digest the civilizational chains of paradox, he commanded with absolute authority. Every ounce of their harvest will also flow into the foundation palisades. Nothing shall be wasted. In response to his directive, countless shattered and devoured civilizational chains of paradox, held in isolated domain within his existence, were suddenly wrapped by crimson obsidian light, the illumination coiled around broken links and fragmented authority with predatory grace, marking them for consumption. Then they disappeared, vanishing from storage and instantly manifesting above Noah's civilization as concentrated sphere of crimson obsidian brilliance. The sphere pulsed once, twice, building pressure before it erupted downward, surging toward the Foundation palisades with focused intent. New prompts materialized to provide context. Civilizational chains of paradox digestion analyses. Source: The Living Paradoxes Festival Manifestation Content. Fragments of truly advanced civilization far exceeding your current designation, estimated designation, unknown, potentially 6th, 7th, or higher tier beyond current classification system. Despite being mere fragments, these chains contain glimmers of civilizational brilliance sufficient to catalyze significant advancement. Major milestone achievement detected. Foundation palisades have absorbed sufficient essence to cross critical threshold. Benefits unlocking. Chapter 44:11 Palisades 4. Noah closed his eyes as information flooded his consciousness, detailing the profound changes that major milestone had triggered. Understanding settled into his mind like puzzle pieces finding their proper positions, and satisfaction curved his lips into a smile. I can now project the Foundation palisades beyond my internal manifestation, he said. I can extend civilizational protection around the physical domains where my people reside, the infiniverse. The isolated civilization. Oh, but that was only the first revelation. The second proved even more consequential. Major milestone benefits. Foundation palisades. Due to achieving major advancement threshold, your existence is now surrounded by immensity and weight of your civilization. Protection threshold. No creature possessing less than 200 quintillion complexity and purity can harm your existence through any method or sustained effort. Civilization prerequisite. To damage your existence, the attacker must be member of an established civilization. Entities without civilizational affiliation cannot harm you regardless of their individual power. Extension capability. Minor mana and hunger palisades can be granted to 81 members of your civilization. Grants recipients, equivalent of 25 quintillion complexity and purity in addition to their existing capabilities. Provides civilization prerequisite protection. Can only be harmed by members of other civilizations. Note: protection threshold and number of recipients will increase as civilization advances through designations. The prompts were glorious, and Noah absorbed every detail with tyrannical satisfaction. He could extend civilizational protection to 81 others: Sigrid, Rhea, Kor, his family, his seed members, those he valued most. Not only that, but at this moment nothing below 200 quintillion could harm him, even though his own complexity and purity had only just exceeded 100 quintillion. The disparity confirmed what he had been following. Civilization was the true answer. The benefits it conferred exceeded anything achievable through isolated power accumulation. Imagine if he had declared for the harvests to translate to pure complexity and purity. Even if they somehow reached 200 quintillion, he wouldn't have established this clear demarcation of power of his civilization, and would simply just have an idea that he was forging his civilization, but nothing concrete. He now had something concrete, a nascent civilization, with its foundation palisades growing grandly. Noah gazed out at his growing civilization as the foundation palisades continued, drinking in essence of digested civilizational chains, walls climbing higher and growing more elaborate with each passing moment. Existence is unpredictable, he said thoughtfully. Unpredictability is intrinsic to existence itself. Unforeseen circumstances will continue manifesting around me regardless of preparation. The critical variable is not preventing unexpected events, but rather, how effectively I can respond to things I never anticipated. That would determine everything. He knew with absolute certainty that terrifying situations similar to today's encounter with the living paradox would occur again. Perhaps soon, perhaps involving other entities of that stature, things he had not accounted for. Variables he could not predict. He needed sufficient power when those moments arrived. Needed to face catastrophe without relying purely on fortune to survive it. Building his civilization was the answer. While Noah observed the advancement of his grand foundation palisades within internal landscape, elsewhere in external reality, different scene was unfolding. In a domain isolated by pure primus mana, manifested in the same region where the living paradox had recently departed, Rhea stood observing the distraught figure of Leonor Ruros with sympathy. The space around them pulsed with blue-gold allure, atmosphere itself saturated with primus mana serving dual purpose as environment and Constraint, the same radiance comprised the chains binding Leonore, holding her with authority she could not hope to break. Rhea studied the woman for a long moment before speaking. I actually feel rather terrible for you. You know. Apparently you possessed no awareness that the man you loved was merely a vessel, a convenient container for something utterly terrifying. She tilted her head thoughtfully. Did you know that frightening entity personally? Since you are a living paradox while he is the living paradox, it's rather difficult to determine whether you would consider such a being an ancestor of sorts, or perhaps something else entirely. At such words, Leonore Ruros's gaze, which had been distant and unfocused, sharpened slightly as she raised her eyes to meet Rhea's. Profound desolation swam in those depths, and when she spoke, her voice emerged with care despite evident despair, despite her hormones. Schrödinger was meant to be the herald. The singular entity, prophesied to guide us through the fallout, to provide pathway toward survival when the loom erupts and consumes everything external to itself. If he was merely fabrication, deliberate deception, then circumstances were engineered from inception to be fundamentally unsurvivable. Boom, her hands clenched within their bindings. If the weavers who approached him claiming something catastrophic was approaching, declaring him herald meant to save us, if all of that was simply elaborate theater, then they anticipated every possible angle. Ensured that this fallout will not be something we can survive regardless of preparation or accumulated power. Her words carried despondency so profound it seemed almost physical weight pressing down upon the isolated space. Rhea smiled and nodded with understanding that surprised even herself. I comprehend your meaning entirely. The light of mana dims progressively even now, which means my back is positioned quite firmly against the proverbial wall. And I wanted my back to only be pressed against the wall by a single man. The only mitigating circumstance is that man I have been hearing legends about for essentially my entire existence. I've just encountered him directly, and he exceeds even the most exaggerated stories. I simply need to do everything within my capability to assist him. To ensure the loom doesn't erase everything residing outside its boundaries. Her expression shifted, becoming more focused. So why don't you assist me by assisting yourself here? Everything might appear doom and gloom from your current perspective, but we can still attempt resistance. Let us commence with your lover. Or perhaps lovers plural? Since he maintained multiple bodies simultaneously, did you ever engage with them collectively? 2 or 3 of them in singular you, she paused, reconsidering. Wait, those aren't critical questions requiring immediate answer, you can tell me later. Just, where are the bodies of your lover currently located? Do you possess knowledge of their whereabouts? Leonore Ruros fell silent at this inquiry. Eventually she replied with a heavy tone, it's utterly futile, isn't it? If the living paradox occupies those vessels, the moment you approach them, what transpired here will simply repeat itself. You witnessed his power, how can you possibly imagine confronting that again with different outcome? Rhea's smile widened, showing confidence that seemed almost reckless. You needn't concern yourself with such considerations. If the living paradox is genuinely suppressed as the ancestor has determined, then we shall simply seize this opportunity to relieve the bodies of your lover from their unfortunate role as vessels. We'll bring him to a better place with sunshine. Flowers and rainbows, she paused deliberately, well, a place of complete collapse and existential termination, but in collapse there exists no more suffering, correct? No more manipulation or forced hosting of entities beyond one's control. You don't want another man inside your lover, do you? A merciful ending can be given, all things considered. Her words landed with calculated weight, and after several heartbeats of heavy silence, Leonore Ruros began speaking with despondent gaze fixed on nothing in particular. In our sanctuary, in our desiccated sleeping shore, there may exist another body there. Or perhaps the living paradox returned there, after departing this location. I genuinely don't know which possibility reflects current reality. Rhea smiled brilliantly at this disclosure, snapping her fingers with a casual gesture that caused the binding chains to dissolve instantly. Leonore fell forward slightly before catching herself, and Rhea moved, to stand directly before her with a smile. I knew we could establish productive friendship, didn't even need to torture. Rhea said cheerfully. Okay then, let us proceed systematically. Tell me absolutely everything, location details, defensive measures, anything that might prove relevant. We have work to accomplish many things before opportunities disappear, friend. Her radiant blue eyes pulsed with power and immensity as she let out a helping hand. Chapter 44:12 Never meet your hero's eye. In another direction across the transcendent quantum folds, a singular figure stood suspended in void-like space. Core floated with perfect stillness, her diminutive form surrounded by profound sense of hunger that wanted to claim absolutely everything within perception's reach. The appetite radiating from her wasn't mere desire. It was a force that recognized no satisfaction because satisfaction would mean cessation of growth. Her crimson eyes remained half-closed as she repeated sacred words to herself, voice emerging barely above a whisper. Hunger is the fundamental acknowledgement of incompleteness. We hunger because we recognize we are not yet whole. Her form pulsed with obsidian crimson radiance. Hunger must remain carefree in its pursuit. To hunger with desperation corrupts the purity of desire. The space around her darkened further, as if reality itself was being consumed by proximity to her essence. True hunger establishes natural hierarchy. Leadership flows toward the hungriest as naturally as water flows downhill. She continued through all 9 doctrines, each recitation reinforcing her existence's fundamental nature, reminding herself of immensity accumulated across eons, anchoring consciousness against recent events of confronting the living paradox and witnessing her people's suffering. The repetition served dual-purpose meditation and preparing mind in essence for what observation was revealing. Before her stretched something that should not exist in accessible space, a unique doorway to the loom itself, manifested as domain, hidden across different dimensions of existence simultaneously. This felt like something only extremely powerful living dimensionals would be capable of creating. Just to traverse the different layers of dimensional existence required to reach this point, one needed prerequisite of 1 quintillion complexity and purity minimum. As for the domain itself, what Core observed made her ancient composure pulse untested. A grand and sleek citadel stretched before her perception, architecture and structures that were simultaneously weapons and works of art. Tall silver buildings rose, their surfaces catching light that didn't originate from any visible source. A few hundred living existential armors, justiciars, were stationed throughout the citadel. The citadel itself connected to something far more disturbing, a manifestation of massive wall that stretched beyond visual limits in both directions. And fused to that wall, millions upon millions of mutated inevitabilities. Core's hands clenched involuntarily as she witnessed her people, or what remained of them after whatever corruption had been inflicted, trapped within the wall's substance. Their bodies pulsed with synchronized rhythm of hunger and pain, tentacles writhing in patterns suggesting perpetual agony. They seemed to be devouring surrounding atmosphere continuously, consuming existence itself and feeding that stolen essence into the wall they had been merged with. It was perpetual motion engine of suffering, exactly as the living paradox had described in mocking tones during their confrontation. Her people reduced to fuel sources, their fundamental nature corrupted and weaponized against them. Core looked at this reality with rage contained only by iron discipline accumulated across eons, repeating doctrines of hunger in her heart like mantras against descending into mindless fury. She tracked the justiciar she had followed from the battlefield, the entity that had fled later after the living paradox manifested. Watching as it approached the strongest presence within the citadel, that central figure radiated authority reaching 10 quintillion in purity. The approaching justiciar's grand armor, sleek white construction incorporating sharp white wings that folded against its back like blades awaiting deployment, opened, plates separated along seams invisible until activation, revealing the pilot within. A female living emotive gazed outward with expression mixing exhaustion and urgency. Her features held delicate beauty that seemed incongruous, her humanoid face framed by silver white hair that moved as if suspended in water despite no visible current. Around her, other justiciars stood with helms removed, revealing additional living emotives of various appearances, all humanoid, all carrying exceeding beauty. The 10 quintillion purity living emotive, clearly the commanding presence here, turned his attention toward the newly arrived figure. His armor remained sealed, but his voice emerged with perfect clarity nonetheless. Aileen, what manner of nonsense information did you transmit? Your report claimed the living paradox made personal appearance outside the loom's boundaries? Such occurrence would defy all established protocols. Aileen shook her head with gesture mixing frustration and conviction, meeting her leader's unseen gaze without flinching. Sir Kanan, I anticipated skepticism. But circumstances demand belief despite improbability. The will of the living paradox genuinely descended, manifesting through the corpse of a deceased living paradox. And it was opposed by an entity possessing terrifying power, possibly exceeding even your capabilities, sir. She paused, ensuring her words registered fully. I experienced profound sense of suffocation merely from proximity to this being. I couldn't discern much of their discourse due to overwhelming pressure, but there was explicit mention of Core, the first hunger herself. As if she was present, as if she had somehow returned from collapse that should have been absolute, the surrounding living emotives exchanged glances mixing disbelief. Such claims bordered on impossible, yet Eileen's demeanor showed genuine conviction rather than delusion or exaggeration. Sir Canan's presence seemed to intensify, authority pressing outward, as he processed implications. Anything remains possible within existence's infinite permutations, but I harbor substantial doubt that an entity as monumentally significant as the living paradox would bother dispatching even fractional portion of his consciousness outside. We should represent the strongest existences operating in external territories of the loom unless multiple civilizations began manifesting independently within the wandering territories. His tone shifted, carrying challenge mixed with curiosity. This entity you perceived as potentially superior to myself, we shall see. If such being truly exists, eventual confrontation becomes inevitable given our operational parameters. As he spoke, Sir Canan turned to gaze at the massive wall behind him, that terrible structure incorporating millions of suffering, inevitabilities, on its outline, barely perceptible unless one knew where to look. A faint doorway could be seen, a conceptual threshold, a gateway between domains operating under fundamentally different rules. We will continue executing the will of the living emotive here, without deviation, Sir Canan declared. Upon completion of our assigned task, we shall be blessed with entry into the loom itself, rejoining our civilization and receiving rewards commensurate with service rendered. Since the appointed time approaches with increasing proximity, we cannot afford errors or hesitation. We will proceed with utmost caution and not slip up. HUUM. The surrounding living emotives nodded in synchronized agreement, expressions showing dedication mixed with anticipation of promised rewards. They possessed no awareness that at this precise moment, in the distance beyond their perception's comfortable reach, ancient eyes blazing with crimson fire of hunger were observing them with a gaze carrying immeasurable coldness. Core watched the justiciars and the pained, mutated inevitabilities fused to that terrible wall, and in her heart, judgment had already been rendered absolute, but she was now calm. She knew what had to be done. She reached out to the man who made it possible for her to even be here to potentially rectify the wrongs being done to inevitabilities. Far within the wandering territories, a different scene was unfolding, with its own weight and consequence. Noah sat in the center of large plot where radiant golden tree extended upward with impossible vitality, its leaves shining like miniature stellar bodies, each one a sun in compressed form, radiating warmth. He and several others he had brought into the sanctuary of the first farmer had spent the past subjective day observing accumulated accomplishments. Witnessing what the first farmer had built, what civilization he had attempted to forge. Attempted, the word carried weight of unfulfilled potential, of dreams, interrupted before reaching fruition. At this time, behind Noah's seated figure, another presence descended through air with grace. Elindra floated downward with movements resembling falling leaf. Her gorgeous figure remained ridiculously beautiful. Golden hair cascaded past her shoulders in waves. Blue eyes, color of deep ocean, held depths of intelligence mixed with carefully concealed conflict. She wore green dress at this moment, garment that appeared woven from living plants rather than simple fabric, leaves and vines arranged into elegant patterns that moved with her breathing. She descended until floating beside Noah's position. Friend that is not quite friend, we have completed preparations. We are positioned to depart and bring the accumulated boons of the sanctuary to your home domain. Together, our combined forces will halt the advancement of the dead into the lands of the living. Your power and the remnants of my father's work, we will be able to get much done. She spoke with confidence that seemed rehearsed, as if convincing herself alongside him. Noah turned toward her, thoughts dwelling on his own developing civilization and contemplating what exactly should be done with the sanctuary of the first farmer. He looked at Elindra's figure. And in this moment, he consciously activated the lens of civilization with focused intent. The moment perception shifted, prompts bloomed before his vision, with revelatory clarity. Lens of civilization, inner truth analysis. Subject, Elindra, daughter of the first farmer. Surface emotion, confidence mixed with anticipation of departure. Deeper conflict, profound uncertainty regarding father's commands to cultivate relationship with you and reclaim perpetual harvest. Core belief, father is wrongly convinced this principle represents key to achieving the distinction. Even if it is true, is this really the way to go about it? Hidden thought, collaboration is the answer to building civilization. Father may have lost his way the day the living emotive collapsed his dreams. I envision what civilization of farming could become if freed from obsession with single principle. But what can I do? I am dutiful daughter. I am loyal extension of his will. Yet I wonder. Deepest truth, conflict between filial obligation and emerging, independent philosophy regarding civilization's true requirements. Noah saw her complete inner landscape laid bare, understanding flooding his consciousness with clarity. His eyes flashed sharply, but his external gaze remained unchanged, calm, analytical, revealing nothing of sudden insight. He rose to his feet with fluid motion, voice emerging with a casual tone that belied significance of his words. I will visit your father before we depart. Elindra blinked in confusion, caught off guard by unexpected declaration. Oh? Certainly, but before she could complete her sentence, Noah took single step and disappeared, the area he was just on showing swirling leaves of brilliance. Elindra remained alone in regions saturated with scent of harvest and agricultural abundance, surrounded by products of her father's obsessive cultivation. Yet despite being immersed in plenty, her existence seemed to shine with profound sense of desolation. She sighed deeply, arms wrapping around herself, an unconscious gesture of self-comfort. And her gaze continued, carrying that terrible conflict, duty warring against emerging conviction that perhaps father's path had diverged from wisdom into obsession. The golden tree above her continued radiating warmth, indifferent to the turmoil of the small figure standing in its shadow. Chapter 44:13 Never Meet Your Heroes 2. Not too far from the farm where Noah had left Elindra standing in contemplative solitude, existence folded upon itself with purposeful precision as his form materialized in different location entirely. He appeared before the first farmer, who was engaged in discourse with several fold dwellers, each entity pulsing with authority, measuring multiple quintillions in accumulated power. Noah gazed at the assembly with calm, his presence causing immediate shift in atmosphere despite making no overtly threatening gesture. The surrounding fold dwellers turned toward this unexpected arrival alongside the first farmer, whose eyebrows raised with mixture of surprise at the interruption. What is it? The first farmer asked. Noah didn't reply with words. Instead, he waved his hand with a gesture that belied the authority channeling through the motion, releasing faint pulse of blue-gold primus mana haki, not the crushing weight he could exert at maximum capacity, but a small measured application of civilizational pressure. The brilliance flashed outward in expanding sphere, blue and gold light descending upon the surrounding fold dwellers like judgment rendered without trial or appeal, and the multiple entities possessing quintillions in complexity and purity simply stopped. Consciousness fled their existences like startled birds taking flight, leaving only empty vessels frozen exactly where they had been standing. They were not collapsed or damaged, merely suppressed, their awareness forcibly removed from operational state through overwhelming disparity in civilizational authority. Beings with multiple quintillions in accumulated essence, caused to lose their very consciousness by mere wave of his hand and controlled release of his haki. It was a maddening scene to see as the first farmer alone was spared. After achieving this instantaneous suppression, Noah spoke with voice carrying quiet finality. Let us talk. Privately, he waved his hand once more, and brilliant blue-gold light erupted from beneath, wrapping around his feet and the first farmers simultaneously. The radiance lifted both figures skyward with irresistible force, ascending toward distant heights where perspective would shift and truth might emerge more clearly. The first farmer frowned deeply as he looked toward Noah with expression mixing confusion and dawning apprehension. But Noah did not return that gaze. Instead, he simply activated the lens of civilization while looking ahead, his primus mana carrying them far into the distant skies. From this elevated vantage, they could observe the potential civilization this sanctuary could have become, seeing it whole rather than fragmented, understanding what might have been if different choices had been made at critical junctures. Prompts bloomed before Noah's vision with revelatory clarity. Lens of civilization, inner truth analysis. Subject: the first farmer. Surface emotion, confusion mixed with wariness. Deeper state: profound despondency accumulated across eons of failure. Core belief: failure follows my entire existence like loyal companion. Every triumph transforms into catastrophe. Every foundation crumbles beneath weight of circumstance. If only I possessed perpetual harvest, the key to properly forging civilization, I could transform this stagnant sanctuary into something magnificent. I could finally succeed where I have perpetually failed. Foremost thought: why has Osmond brought me here? Did he become suspicious? Does he know? No, impossible. Only Elindra and I understand the plan. She couldn't have revealed anything. Could she? Deepest truth, or mourns. Desperation masquerading as strategy, failure internalized until it became identity rather than circumstance. Noah observed the information flowing from the lens with detachment, processing psychological landscape of the being beside him. He couldn't help but shake his head slowly. The gesture mixing disappointment with something approaching pity. The two of them floated in elevated skies, gazing down upon many plots of farmland stretching across impossible distances. Gloriously massive trees representing principles rose at intervals throughout the sanctuary, their branches heavy with conceptual wonder. Scattered numbers of fold dwellers and other living existences moved across the landscape below, tending to their duties with practiced efficiency. Noah looked at this weaving at what existed versus what could have been, and began speaking. I looked up to the first farmer once. Recepted the being who moved against impossible odds, who dedicated his entire existence toward defending those unable to defend themselves. The first farmer faced living existences, inevitabilities, and early creatures alike without flinching. He was so extraordinarily pristine in his dedication that he even cultivated and nurtured principles when they were things only early creatures had access to. Noah's gaze remained fixed on distant horizon. I even encountered such a being in the earliest folds, where he saved me from circumstances that might have proven catastrophic. He even bestowed upon me his failed seed of a principle, sharing his disappointment as gift rather than burden. What a magnificent being that was! What an existence worthy of admiration and emulation. His voice dropped slightly, carrying different weight. When did you become merely a hollow shell of that being? Boom! Noah's words emerged calmly, but they detonated like existential bomb the moment those final syllables concluded. The figure of the first farmer trembled as if struck by physical force, his already sickly appearance deteriorating further. His complexion, which had possessed faint greenish pallor, seemed to become even more diseased at this moment. He stumbled despite standing on solid platform of primus manna, legs failing to support weight that had become suddenly unbearable. He stopped attempting to maintain standing posture, his figure weakly settling into seated position on the blue gold platform Noah had manifested. His gaze became haggard as comprehension dawned regarding exactly why Noah would voice such devastating assessment. In the next moment, the first farmer spoke with a voice mixing shock and desperate calculation. How did you discover the plan? Only my daughter and I possess knowledge of what was intended. She couldn't have revealed anything. Could she? And Noah looked at this figure, attempting to determine how they had arrived at this confrontation, seeking to identify leak and security, rather than contemplating any positive interpretation of circumstances. Oh, still trying to find angle, still searching for mechanism to salvage situation through cunning rather than honesty. He shook his head with gesture of utter, magisterial finality. Does it truly matter how I discovered your intentions? The more pertinent question is, when did that grand existence who opposed the unfairness fold dwellers faced systematically, when did he die? Was he truly extinguished when the living emotive collapsed all your accumulated power? Or did that supposedly magnificent being never genuinely exist, and this compromised version represents what you have always been beneath surface pretense? At Noah's words, the first farmer experienced violent coughing fit, body convulsing with force that showed internal structures failing catastrophically. His eyes flashed with light mixing immensity and profound unwillingness to accept what was being articulated. When he spoke, his voice held immensity and weight that wished to express all of its grievances all at once. Why does corruption always seem to triumph across existence's infinite expanse? Those with highest kill counts, those who cheat and deceive without remorse, those who betray trust as casually as breathing, they perpetually seem so much further ahead in every measurable metric. Meanwhile, those who are supposedly good, those who conduct themselves according to principles and established ethics, they are massacred systematically. They are violated without mercy. They die without even comprehending why their adherence to righteousness brought only suffering. Chapter 44:14 Never meet your heroes 3. His voice became heavier, and he coughed again. White cloth appeared in his hands through act of will, and when he pulled it away from his mouth, crimson stains marked the fabric with undeniable evidence of internal collapse. He continued while gazing out at his grand sanctuary with eyes that saw not what existed but what might have been. I tried to conduct myself properly. I genuinely attempted ethical approaches to every challenge. I forged this sanctuary, preserved as many beings as capabilities allowed, fought against tyranny with every particle of my existence. I dedicated everything, every resource, every moment, every fragment of accumulated power, all of my everythings, toward righteous purposes. His hands clenched the bloodied cloth, and in conclusion, what precisely did I receive as compensation for such dedication? Collapse. My carefully constructed path decimated. Failure cascading upon failure like waves against eroding shore. It manifested repeatedly, cyclically, as if existence itself conspired against virtuous endeavors. His voice carried something approaching mania now, so this time, I contemplated joining the victorious side just once. Aligning with those who accomplish their objectives through any necessary means. Those who seize what they desire without constraint of conscience. I wanted perpetual harvest returned to my possession. And so I formulated plan to reclaim it through whatever methods proved necessary. He laughed, the sound mixing bitterness with despair, but it seems even that pathway was foreclosed to me. Even abandoning principles brought only additional failure. Ha ha. Being supposedly good accomplished nothing for me. Being deliberately corrupt yielded identical result. My entire existence amounted to precisely nothing. Scene that followed carried weight of tragedy, the first farmer laughing with maddened edge while simultaneously coughing, body racked by dual expressions of psychological breakdown and physical deterioration. Noah observed this display with calm that suggested neither judgment nor mercy. Merely acceptance of what was unfolding, as the first farmer wheezed, struggling to draw breath past fluid accumulating in damaged respiratory systems. Noah voiced out an observation. Ironically, all you required was adherence to your original path. You needed to be supposedly good just one final time. Instead of constructing plots and machinations directed against me, you simply needed to ask, to genuinely propose collaboration without hidden agendas or manipulative subtext. Noah paused, letting those words settle. Do you comprehend what constitutes genuine irony here, first farmer? I possess capability through another principle, existential rollback, that can restore something to its previous state of being. Unlike other authorities that would merely accelerate your deterioration, this mechanism may possess capability to return you to earlier, more vital configuration. If you had simply maintained your way, sustained your principles through just one more critical juncture, you may have found yourself on genuine path toward restoration. Toward recovering what was lost when the living emotive shattered your foundations. Boom, his words caused the first farmer to tremble violently, gaze snapping upward to meet Noah's with expression mixing desperate hope and agonized realization. You possess capability to heal me? To restore what was taken. At such question, Noah remained silent for extended moment before moving to sit down beside the first farmer on the blue gold platform. When he spoke again, his tone carried different quality, that of storyteller. Let me tell a story about a farmer and their farmhand, their dedicated farm laborer who served faithfully across extended duration. Noah's voice took on a unique cadence. There existed a farmer who was an early creature, possessing unique capabilities but limited understanding of agricultural practices. This farmer hired a full dweller farmhand to assist with tending extensive cultivation plots. The farmhand proved remarkably industrious and dedicated. For 50 consecutive years, that farmhand arrived every morning without fail, tended to the farm with meticulous attention, and departed at day's conclusion. The farmer and farmhand developed close relationship across those 50 years, bonds forged through shared labor and mutual respect. Noah's gaze remained fixed on distant horizon. On the 51st year, on entirely unremarkable day, the farmer early creature installed new security system, a sophisticated monitoring mechanism recommended by a living existence after discovering that troublesome inevitabilities had been consuming produce from nearby plots. Later that same day, the farmer reviewed recordings from this security system and witnessed something profoundly disturbing. His voice grew quieter. The farmer observed his supposedly loyal farmhand harvesting batch of sacred carrots from the cultivation plot without permission or notification. Watched as she concealed them within her storage ring. Witnessed as she departed with stolen goods. Noah turned to look at the first farmer directly. The theft itself wasn't catastrophic, merely a few sacred carrots, nothing that would significantly impact the farmer's overall prosperity. But the farmer experienced profound dismay nonetheless. Why hadn't she simply approached him with request? He would have willingly provided 10 times that quantity plus additional herbs, even his rare specimens, if she had merely asked. If she required resources for any purpose, he would have extended loans from his own accumulated wealth after collaborating so extensively. His eyes carried weight of utter majesty and immensity, but she didn't approach him. She stole instead. Noah turned calmly to face the first farmer directly, his voice carrying weight of judgment being rendered. What do you believe that farmer should do regarding his farmhand, who stole from him? The first farmer trembled at this question, gaze turning outward, toward his sanctuary with expression mixing desperation and dawning comprehension. When he spoke, his voice emerged weakly but with conviction born of self-preservation. That farmer must forgive the farmhand. She labored diligently for him across extensive duration, increasing his prosperity through dedicated service. She only stole something relatively insignificant on single occasion. She committed mistake once, a singular error that could barely be considered genuine transgression. Surely a few carrots, a mistake of such minimal consequence, surely that wouldn't justify the farmer severing relationship with someone who contributed so substantially to his success. Noah listened to this reply and shook his head slowly, his gesture booming with finality. The farmer dismissed the farmhand the following day after presenting evidence of observed theft. The farmhand apologized profusely, broke down weeping while explaining that her family had expanded unexpectedly, that she merely needed minor assistance to support her people during temporary difficulty. Noah's voice remained absolutely level, but the farmer early creature still terminated her employment. And, do you comprehend why he made that decision? Because the farmer understood something critical. If she stole from him now with such casual ease, this was not the first occasion of such theft, merely the first time he caught her stealing. Who could possibly quantify how much she had truly taken across those 50 years? How many times she had helped herself to his resources while maintaining facade of loyal service. At these words, the first farmer coughed with renewed violence, the white cloth he clutched transforming entirely crimson as blood saturated every fiber. Noah observed this deterioration and continued speaking with his voice holding an inexorable conclusion. This represents the first time I have caught the first farmer plotting against me. Perhaps this is not the first time you've constructed such schemes against others. Perhaps you've directed similar machinations against fold dwellers and living existences alike throughout your existence. Who could possibly know with certainty? His gaze intensified, so just as that farmhand was dismissed from service. I will let you go, O first farmer. I release you from any obligation or connection. Our paths diverge here, absolutely and permanently. Boom. Chapter 44:15 Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. At these words, the first farmer erupted with maddened power, authority flaring desperately as his gaze turned livid with combination of rage and terror. He roared with voice that made surrounding space tremble. I have only lived virtuously. I have not conducted any guh. Massive globule of blood erupted from his mouth mid-declaration, staining the blue-gold Primus Mana platform with crimson evidence of internal collapse. He tumbled backward, body losing all coordination as he began wheezing violently. His form trembled weakly as he raised shaking hand to point accusingly at Noah. Attempting to articulate condemnation but managing only, you, he began choking on his own blood as eruption of desperate power seemed to have catastrophically exacerbated his deteriorating condition. This entire encounter, having his singular remaining hope of reclaiming perpetual harvest definitively removed, appeared to be the final element maintaining his cohesion, and now, his existence flickered like candle in windstorm, about to extinguish at any moment. Noah observed this being with calm that suggested neither satisfaction nor regret, merely acceptance of natural consequence. Deep within his existence, the principle of perpetual harvest was buzzing with unusual intensity. A prompt bloomed with somber weight. The principle of perpetual harvest senses the imminent termination of immense efforts from the one who nurtured its seed from initial manifestation, the first farmer. Its original cultivator approaches final cessation. Perpetual harvest acknowledges debt that can never be repaid. When perpetual harvest confirmed what was unfolding, Noah calmly waved his hand. In the next moment, Elindra materialized beside him, confusion evident on her features before she registered her father's condition. She rushed to his side immediately, shock transforming into desperate concern. Noah spoke with voice carrying clinical detachment. Your father is dying. This is his collapse. Elindra's expression transformed into frantic desperation as she knelt beside the first farmer. What transpired? He was stable. He should have retained many years before deterioration reached critical threshold. She embraced her father as he continued coughing and choking on his own blood, his existence rapidly fading like light dimming toward extinction. His body appeared sicker with each passing second, flesh becoming translucent, essence bleeding away into surrounding atmosphere. Elindra turned toward Noah with expression mixing hope and desperation. Can you do anything? Can perpetual harvest possibly? She looked at him with eyes carrying possibility of salvation, seeking miracle that might reverse what was clearly inevitable. Noah shook his head calmly. He had released the first farmer, had made his judgment and rendered his verdict. He looked at this being who had once been magnificent, observed the sanctuary where genuine civilization of farming could have flourished under proper guidance, and he could only think one thing, repeated mentally with weight of waste recognized. What a waste! What an absolute waste of potential. Elindra grasped her father's failing form as tears spilled from her eyes. Grief overwhelming composure she had maintained throughout previous discussions, her voice emerged broken. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, father. I should have. I could have, the dying first farmer continued, coughing and wheezing, crimson, eyes filled with blood as his gaze turned toward his daughter, attempting to communicate something, perhaps forgiveness or final instruction. But lacking strength to form coherent words, moments later, silence descended. Absolute silence replaced the sounds of struggle and failing respiration. A being that had been of immense power perished like any old mannerless human. In that silence, Noah felt his existence buzzing with renewed intensity as grandeur of perpetual harvest bloomed heavily throughout his being. Prompts manifested with ceremonial gravity. Perpetual harvest, grief and gratitude, the principle of perpetual harvest weeps for the collapse of the one who initially attempted to nurture it from seed to maturity. Effort is effort. Even failed effort carries weight and meaning. All the failed efforts of the first farmer are being gathered by perpetual harvest into grand harvest of collapse. This accumulated essence will be directed toward foundation palisades as final gift from the original cultivator. The principle of perpetual harvest will undergo a heavy period of accelerated accumulation and enhanced potency. 1200 Primus Mana glyphs of perpetual harvest can now be formed. Each Primus Mana glyph of perpetual harvest can perform the following empowerment effect: straight face. Next 24 hours following the first farmer's collapse, grant 1 quintillion complexity and purity temporarily. After 24-hour period concludes, standard effect reduces to 0.25 quintillion per glyph. Memorial declaration: even in collapse, the harvest continues. Every effort, successful or failed, feeds the infinite cycle. The first farmer planted seeds across eons. Some withered. Some were stolen. But the final harvest belongs to those who continue tending the fields after the original farmer has departed. The body of the first farmer ceased all movement entirely, becoming nothing more than empty vessel from which consciousness had permanently fled. Elindra held on to that cooling form as she wept, bellowing her grief across the sanctuary that would now require new stewardship. Noah stood calmly nearby, gaze fixed on what could have been, the civilization of farming that might have flourished if different choices had been made at critical junctures. With brilliant eyes reflecting both his own advancement and recognition of another's fall. He spoke words that carried weight of epitaph and eternal truth: ashes to ashes, dust to dust. We live, and we die, but the harvest continues. The wind across the sanctuary carried his words throughout the domain, and somewhere in the distance, the trees of principles seemed to bow slightly, acknowledging passage of their original cultivator while accepting transition of stewardship to another. The harvest, indeed, continued. The first farmer, that enigmatic and powerful being who had once opposed tyranny with every fiber of his existence, had succumbed to injuries dealt by the living emotive and perished. This news propagated across the sanctuary with velocity, spreading through existential connections binding all residents of this agricultural domain. It reached those who had resided here for eons, and shocked the living existences who had only recently arrived seeking alliance. The mysterious and formidable first farmer was dead. It constituted terrifying and terrible revelation, but the manner in which natives of the sanctuary received this information revealed layers beneath surface shock. Their expression showed they had already possessed some awareness that even though his actual collapse proved surprising in its timing, this outcome was something they had been anticipating with dread certainty. The decline had been visible to many. The deterioration inevitable to those who knew. So at this time, near a simple farmland that represented everything the first farmer had valued, the weak and the strong of the sanctuary gathered in unprecedented assembly to lay him to rest. Chapter 44:16 The Perpetual Farmer. Hundreds of thousands surrounded a square plot of land shining with bronze-green earth, soil that carried concentrated essence of agricultural principles refined across eons. The numbers could have swelled to billions or even sextillions if a portion of all those residing under the first farmer's protection across scattered domains and wheels of existence had been permitted to attend. They surrounded what would become the first farmer's grave, and at this moment, Elindra had wrapped her father's body in green cloth woven from living plants that would return him to the earth he had spent existence cultivating. She laid him down gently onto the center of the farm plot, planting and returning seed to soil from which new growth might eventually emerge. Off to the side, Noah watched with calmness. Beside him stood the manifested forms of Sigrid's clone, observing with crystalline focus, Titano's massive presence radiating barely contained power, Moraine's elegant figure carrying quiet contemplation, all alongside the Emperor Penguin, Ericsson, the Queen of Matter, and others. They watched silently, witnesses to conclusion of existence that had spanned eons. Slightly farther away, Origin Gias and other living existences observed with a sense of shock and stupor, and near the cluster of living paradoxes, Goliath watched the procession occurring with cold eyes that repeatedly returned to fix upon Noah. His serpentine gaze held weight of questions. As the first farmer was laid down onto the earth like seed awaiting germination, Noah's attention shifted toward Elindra and her heartbroken figure. The loss of a father constituted a unique tragedy, a profound severing of primary bond. He did not personally harbor strong emotions regarding loss of his own father and had made conscious choice not to pursue his resurrection. To Elindra, the first farmer represented what Noah's mother was. To him, an irreplaceable foundation. If such figure was lost, the emotional weight would be heavy and potentially unbearable, so he understood, even if he didn't personally share her grief. Perpetual harvest buzzed within him with brilliant fervor as the one who had nurtured it from seed to a failed seed was planted back into ground that had sustained him across existence's duration. Noah watched calmly as Elindra performed the farmer's greeting with precise ritual gestures, 3 fingers extended and pointed toward the earth above the grave. Throughout the surroundings, all those who had been living within the sanctuary performed identical greeting toward the grave. Simultaneously, hundreds of thousands of hands rose with 3 fingers extended, creating forest of acknowledgement that should have been returned by the one being honored, but there would be nobody to return the greeting this time. Nobody. The first farmer's hands remained still beneath green cloth, incapable of reciprocating final gesture of respect. As this solemn moment stretched across assembled mourners, "We live and we die, Noah's voice echoed outward with command and purpose that made atmosphere itself tremble, drawing attention from all present despite this being moment dedicated to another's memory. Many who did not know him personally turned in astonishment, confusion evident in their expressions. Those who had loved the first farmer deeply, beings ranging from 1 quintillion to 6 quintillion in accumulated power, felt anger rising at this interruption. Who was this outsider to speak during such sacred moment? They wanted to voice objections, to demand he do this or that, but found to their absolute astonishment that they weren't even capable of opening their mouths to articulate protest. Some force held their speech captive, preventing interference with whatever Noah intended to express. Noah continued, "We may plant seeds into the earth one day with hope and careful tending, nurturing growth across seasons and years. Or we may become the seeds ourselves, forever covered by sand and darkness, returning essence to cycles that continue regardless of individual participation." His gaze swept across assembled mourners. From the death of the first farmer, let abundant harvest bloom from accumulated effort. Let his failures and successes alike feed soil of future cultivation. In the place of the first farmer who has concluded his season, his eyes began pulsing with radiant green gold light that made surrounding agricultural essence resonate in sympathy, and he locked onto Elindra. "Let the perpetual farmer arise." Boom. The moment those words concluded, reality responded. His eyes blazed with concentrated green gold brilliance as in the next moment, the grave containing the first farmer pulsed with identical radiance. Elindra rose from her kneeling position in shock, gaze snapping toward Noah as from all surrounding directions, glimmers of harvest flooded into her existence with overwhelming force. Her 9 grand principles began resonating and pulsing with unprecedented glory. The accumulated wisdom, the refined authorities, the carefully constructed frameworks all activated simultaneously as if responding to summons they couldn't resist. Prompts materialized before Noah's vision with ceremonial weight. The principle of perpetual harvest has granted ultimate harvest to the first farmer's designated successor. The principles nurtured by him over eons resonate with terminal cultivation effort, sending concentrated portion of their accumulated brilliance onto his chosen heir. An unknown and unfathomable change is blooming within the subject. Elindra, new designation manifesting, the perpetual farmer. Noah watched with analytical focus as from different areas throughout the sanctuary, from distant farms and hidden groves where the first farmer had established principles, brilliant cascades of accumulated essence pulsed and flowed. The radiance converged upon the grave before erupting upward to engulf Elindra completely. Her complexity and purity shattered through 10 quintillion threshold, and continued climbing with momentum suggesting no immediate ceiling. She looked toward Noah with eyes trembling, mixing gratitude, confusion, and dawning comprehension, when she met his cold gaze that seemed to hold no discernible emotion despite orchestrating this transformation. She understood completely. He had known about the plans her father formulated, had discovered the machinations and plots directed against him. And even possessing that knowledge, at this moment, he was facilitating a legitimate succession. granting her the authority necessary to maintain what her father had built, while potentially steering it toward healthier directions. At such recognition, Elindra raised her hand with deliberate precision and performed the farmer's greeting toward Noah, showing her desire to establish a foundation for a renewed relationship built on honesty rather than hidden agendas. An offering to start over with transparency replacing deception, Noah looked at the three fingers pointed toward him. Silently. Expression unreadable. He began turning around as if to depart without reciprocation, but halfway through the motion, he sighed audibly and shook his head. He was still curious of the plan of the first farmer to cultivate a false. He turned back and raised his own hand, three fingers extending to perform the farmer's greeting in return. Perhaps it was influence from perpetual harvest buzzing within him, with unusual intensity. Perhaps it was genuine inclination toward allowing. They looked toward Elindra while voices began calling out in synchronized reverence. The perpetual farmer, the perpetual farmer. Complexity and purity continued surging around Elindra amidst storm of principles resonating with her essence, elevating her toward heights her father had never achieved despite eons of effort. Noah turned away from the spectacle, moving toward different destination as everywhere he passed, living existences and fold dwellers alike scrambled rapidly to clear pathway, instinctive deference to a presence carrying civilizational weight they couldn't consciously quantify but felt nonetheless. This included Origin Amma Gias and Duke Gwendolyn among other nominally powerful beings whose entire existences felt terrifying sense of oppression when they met Noah's passing gaze. Their accumulated power meant fucking nothing before whatever authority he now embodied. Noah continued his path with purposeful stride until he came to stand before the cluster of living paradoxes who had maintained careful distance from primary proceedings. He positioned himself directly before Goliath, that enigmatic being, who had been attempting to probe and understand him throughout recent events. The scary fucking guy, Goliath, Chapter 44:17 Collapsed Civilization's Eye. Noah met that scrutinizing stare directly and activated the lens of civilization. And what he discovered proved illuminating. Lens of civilization, comprehensive analysis, subject, Goliath, surface identity, living paradox, false designation, displayed metrics, 2 quintillion false paradoxical complexity and purity, jactual identity, veiled living origin, true metrics, 46 quintillion veiled origin complexity and purity, classification. Remnant of collapsed civilization of origin exterior to the loom, current thought straight face. Who is this Osmond truly? Does he possess any connection with forces from the loom? Should I inform the other remnants about this anomaly? Risk revealing our existence? Deeper concern, uncertainty whether Osmond represents threat or opportunity to remnants' long-term survival objectives. Noah absorbed these revelations calmly. He looked at Goliath closely, studying his physical manifestation with enhanced perception. The being was a burly, muscular figure despite adopting human form, with white hair dancing wildly around features that seemed more appropriate to ancient beast than civilized humanoid. His human configuration barely constrained something far more primal, and his eyes revealed serpentine white pupils that provided glimpse of his terrifying snake-like authentic form. Noah stood before such formidable being and spoke with a voice carrying calm certainty. Goliath, and you are actually a veiled living origin from a collapsed civilization? The living origin. That grand existence who embodied beginnings themselves, had its civilization collapsed? Boom. He articulated such profound questions in utterly calm manner that it was disconcerting. Goliath's heavy eyes opened wide with shock, and in the next moment, his sizable body erupted with terrifying waves of complexity and purity that exceeded most others present. The living paradoxes positioned around him were blown backward in shock as the carefully maintained disguise shattered, revealing what Goliath truly was. His visage radiated immense white light of origin, not paradox but the fundamental authority of beginning preceding all other principles. His titanic figure blazing with 46 quintillion complexity and purity threw down both hands like hammer punches, descending toward Noah with force sufficient to crater multiple folds. Noah looked at these devastating punches approaching with calm. He didn't raise hands to block or manifest protective authorities, he simply stood there. BZZT, an invisible field of power buzzed around him, a manifestation of his civilization's foundation palisades operating at conceptual level rather than physical structure. The field flicked these heavy punches aside as if they were strikes from petulant child rather than being possessing 46 quintillion in accumulated power. Noah took single step forward, and glimpse of his civilization's full weight imposed itself upon Goliath, that crushing pressure, that authority of a unified framework versus scattered individual might. Descended with inexorable force, Goliath's expression became heavy as his existence trembled under the strain, his form bent slightly beneath a weight that shouldn't be possible. He looked coldly at Noah through serpentine eyes. Who are you, truly? Not the surface identity you present, but your authentic nature and allegiance, Noah replied with a voice maintaining perfect calm. What I am not is some force affiliated with the loom. I possess no connection to that domain or the civilization secured within its boundaries. What I am is someone profoundly interested in this concept of collapsed civilizations you represent. His eyes gleamed with focus. The living paradox and the living emotive collapsed the living origin and multiple other civilizations besides that? And you represent surviving members of these destroyed civilizations? Where, precisely, have you all been hiding across the eons since that catastrophe? Noah's words emerged with steady precision. If Goliath existed among living existences while maintaining false identity, were there numerous others hidden throughout the transcendent folds? If many remnants from collapsed civilizations survived, where would they cluster or conceal themselves most effectively? His eyes brightened with sudden insight. Perhaps the vast wandering territories themselves? At this moment, Goliath's white eyes flashed with pure white light of origin as he studied Noah comprehensively. His heavy voice echoed with mixture of confusion and reluctant fascination. You genuinely aren't affiliated with the loom. How is this possible? I can sense unmistakable aura of an established civilization surrounding your existence, yet what civilization could that possibly be? We haven't observed any genuine civilizations rising across the eons since the catastrophes. Noah's smile widened at these words. You haven't been observing carefully enough in recent days. Come now, tell me regarding yourself and these collapsed civilizations. Oh, and provide anything you can regarding Schrödinger, and where his other bodies might be concealed. At mention of that name, Goliath frowned with evident confusion. Schrödinger? Why would you concern yourself with him? What relevance does he hold to current circumstances? Noah smiled with expression mixing calm and dark amusement as he breathed deeply, savoring air of the sanctuary that felt cleaner now, as if the first farmer's collapse had released accumulated stagnation. He spoke calmly with words of glorious and unfathomable revelation. Because Schrödinger and all his various bodies serve as vessels for the living paradox, the fucker who has just recently made personal appearance outside the loom. Boom! Goliath's eyes opened wide at this information, his serpentine pupils dilating with shock and approached existential horror. The other living existences positioned nearby, those barely listening, while maintaining polite distance, felt their weavings buzzing as if they were hearing information far too grand for their existences to safely process. The living paradox? Here, Goliath's expression transformed from shock to stern determination as he voiced heavily, I must warn the other remnants immediately. If the living paradox has begun manifesting at this time, if the timeline we expected before the fallout has accelerated beyond our projections, we may have far less preparation time than anticipated before the loom erupts and the fallout consumes everything. His white light intensified as urgency replaced confusion. Noah watched with bright eyes as it seemed existence outside the loom still had more surprises. Collapsed civilizations. The phrase carried a unique weight beyond simple historical notation, encompassing tragedy and occasional triumph. Across existence's infinite expanse and temporal duration, countless empires had risen to magnificent heights before succumbing to internal decay or external conquest. Yet the nature of collapse was rarely absolute. More often than not, those ostensibly destroyed retained remnants, fragments of accumulated knowledge, survivors carrying cultural memory, artifacts preserving technological achievements. These scattered pieces persisted like embers after conflagration, glowing faintly amid surrounding darkness. Now, these remnants could manifest two fundamentally divergent outcomes. Some amounted to nothing beyond nostalgic recollection, beings who remembered glory at civilization's peak while lacking capability or will to reconstruct what had been lost. They became living museums, preserving history without advancing it, eventually fading into obscurity as even memories deteriorated across generations. But other remnants possessed such concentrated grandeur, such distilled essence of what their civilization had represented, that they succeeded in reforging collapsed frameworks, rebuilding from ruin, establishing new foundations upon bedrock of old principles refined through catastrophic failure. Rarely, for it was unfathomably difficult to restore that which had been shattered, like attempting to reassemble a shattered mirror and expecting reflection to emerge flawless rather than distorted by innumerable fracture lines. The weight of prior failure, the trauma of collapse, the scattered nature of surviving resources, all conspired against successful resurrection. Yet occasionally, against impossible odds, remnants succeeded. In becoming phoenix rather than monument, those rare instances when broken became whole again represented triumphs worthy of eternal commemoration at this moment, on the other side of the veil. In territories designated as the lands of the dead, a vast expanse stretched in all directions, filled with brilliance of order and death intermingling. There was white radiance suggesting absolute structure coexisting with obsidian luminescence suggesting inevitable cessation. The combination created an atmosphere simultaneously peaceful and oppressive, suggesting finality accepted rather than resisted. At the center of this impossible domain, a woman adorned in pristine, white dress examined her NDS with data. Their color appeared healthy and simultaneously not, a paradoxical state. If one observed her entire figure with enhanced perception, they would witness her complete visage, fair skin shining like crystallized essence of graying white purity. Face holding immeasurable beauty refined beyond normal aesthetics into something approaching platonic ideal. Her hair shifted constantly between obsidian darkness and brilliant white, never settling upon single configuration, as if even basic characteristics couldn't decide between life and death, between what was and what had become. But her eyes held the grand weight of civilization itself. This was the Dead Order. Chapter 44:18 Collapsed Civilizations 2. The Dead Order. She could effectively be considered the leader of the first collapsed civilization to fall under hands of the living paradox, as she continued examining herself with an expression of satisfaction and lingering uncertainty. She spoke. I did not anticipate sensing the vileness of the living paradox manifesting on the other side of the veil. Not so, precipitously. Not before even I possessed capability to traverse that boundary and establish presence among the living territories. Her words catalyzed heavy reaction throughout surrounding expanses. Dozens of nearby figures rose with synchronized fervor. Each entity emanated staggering concentrations of power, some exceeding 100 quintillion, others reaching 200 quintillion, a select few approaching 300 quintillion in complexity and purity. They had been refined through her implementation of true order, systematically elevated beyond what scattered cultivation would have achieved. Several voices echoed with passionate conviction, O Order, permit us to embark on your behalf and pursue justice for transgressions inflicted upon you. Grant us honor of confronting that entity which collapsed our original framework. We shall demonstrate how death refined through order surpasses living existence corrupted through paradox. The Justice. The Dead Order smiled at such proclamations. Her eyes flashed with immense hatred, carefully cultivated and preserved across eons, and motion refined into a weapon rather than allowed to remain chaotic passion. She spoke with a voice maintaining perfect calm despite volcanic fury beneath surface composure. I have been wishing for justice across countless eons, and it has perpetually evaded my grasp. That entity possesses advantages I cannot currently match through direct confrontation, civilizational supremacy that would crush our forces regardless of numerical superiority or individual excellence. Her gaze swept across assembled guiders of order. At our current developmental level, we are not yet adequately prepared for final confrontation. My intention was to continue establishing true order across entirety of the lands of the dead, nurturing you systematically until achieving thresholds of 1,000 quintillion or beyond before deploying forces against external targets. She paused, allowing weight of that timeline to settle. But since the vile brilliance of the living paradox has appeared and subsequently disappeared within the lands of the living, I must modify strategic planning. I will deploy a select contingent prematurely to investigate what transpired, to gather intelligence regarding his manifestation outside the loom's secured boundaries. The moment she articulated this modification, multiple guiders of order rose with expressions mixing honor and determination at being selected for critical reconnaissance. Forge Master Vulcan, that imposing figure radiating concentrated authority, stepped forward at the forefront. O great mistress of order, allow me the profound honor of moving on your behalf. Others rose with their own immaculate vows, each proclaiming dedication to establishing order on her behalf while discovering what circumstances had permitted the living paradox's temporary manifestation. My existence is yours to deploy, O Order. Direct me as instrument of your will. I shall uncover truth regardless of resistance encountered, bringing intelligence worthy of your glorious brilliance. Grant me this opportunity to demonstrate devotion refined through your elevation. Oh, the gorgeous figure of the Dead Order smiled with an expression of satisfaction mixed with broader vision extending beyond immediate concerns. She looked upward towards something that only she could perceive, perhaps viewing the veil's structure itself, perhaps observing patterns invisible to subordinates despite their considerable power. When she spoke again, her voice held the glorious weight of revelation. You must understand fundamental truth. the lands of the dead are vaster than the lands of the living by orders of magnitude that defy easy quantification. All those entities that have perished across eons of existence, they reside here. Every collapse, every termination, every cessation feeds this domain. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation of long-delayed plans finally reaching fruition. Collapsed civilizations exist here, scattered remnants maintaining vestigial identities, preserving memories of former glory while lacking unified purpose or coordinated advancement. They will remain veiled and isolated no longer. We will leave them fragmented and directionless no longer. She raised one hand with gesture carrying absolute authority. Some among you shall venture into the lands of the living to investigate what has occurred regarding the living paradox's manifestation. At the same time, the young living order in this osmont gather intelligence. Return with actionable understanding that will inform our eventual confrontation. Her voice intensified, while the rest of you shall spread systematically to all corners of the lands of the dead and impose true order without exception. All remnants of collapsed civilizations, those fragmented survivors maintaining separate identities, shall be unified under singular framework. The only civilization permitted to exist across all territories outside the loom shall be order itself. Her final words carried finality. There will be no competing frameworks, no alternative philosophies, no scattered authorities pursuing divergent objectives. Her eyes blazed with white brilliance of absolute conviction. There will only be order. Boom! Brilliant white light of order pulsed outward like incandescent sun achieving glorious ascension, washing across the lands of the dead with authority that could not be denied or resisted. Oh, the assembled guiders of order bowed in synchronized acknowledgement before dispersing to execute directives that would reshape existence outside the loom. Some would cross the veil and investigate living territories where the young living order and the living paradox had manifested. Others would spread throughout vast expanse of the lands of the dead, systematically locating and assimilating remnants of collapsed civilizations who had maintained fragmented existence for eons. All would serve singular purpose, establishing true order as the only legitimate framework operating beyond the loom's boundaries. The dead order remained in position after they departed, gaze still fixed on something invisible to others. Perhaps she was calculating timelines until the fallout. Perhaps she was contemplating strategies for eventual confrontation with the living paradox, or the one known as osmont. Perhaps she was simply savoring the approaching culmination of eons-long preparation. Her smile showed anticipation mixed with carefully controlled hatred, and her eyes held certainty that whatever setbacks had occurred in distant past, whatever catastrophes had transformed her from living to dead, this time would be different. This time, order would triumph over paradox. This time, the scattered remnants would become a unified civilization, capable of challenging even those secured within the loom. The very essence of existence, the wind across the lands of the dead, carried her conviction throughout the domain, and everywhere it touched, order intensified its grip, systematically transforming chaos into structure, converting scattered elements into coordinated whole. The remnants would be found and unified, and when they did, existence outside the loom would know only one authority: order. Absolute and indefatigable. Chapter 44:19 You hold my everything. Noah stood within the early veiled shore, observing a select assembly of beings fortunate enough to be among the 81 recipients designated to receive the boon of the minor manna and hunger palisades. The atmosphere hummed with concentrated authority as bodies pulsed with newly integrated brilliance, systems of existences adjusting to sudden influxes of civilizational protection and raw complexity and purity. Hydron stood tall in a field of verdant gold grasses, her magnificent goat form bellowing joyously as the transformation completed. She was completely unaware that the diligent Melphas in his immaculate butler attire had already positioned himself nearby with pristine bucket, prepared to commence collection of the glorious sacred meat of existence the moment her elevation stabilized sufficiently. She would be put to work. Yashinami occupied a corner of the early veiled shore in her spider form, her numerous terrifying crimson eyes shining with predatory light of hunger barely restrained, even though she currently held an excess of 25 quintillion, complexity and purity due to the Palisades boon. Her unique nature meant she could likely terminate a creature possessing 100 quintillion. Noah observed all this with satisfaction as beside him stood Course primary manifestation. The first hunger herself, recently elevated through multiple cascading advancements. He turned his gaze upon her specifically, clearly perceiving the mark of the minor manna and hunger palisades adorning her existence. The mark manifested as an illusory blue-gold crown formed from the architectural structure of palisades themselves, floating above her head with gentle rotation. Neither physical nor purely conceptual, but something between, visible only to those with sufficient perception. While standing beside him, Kor spoke, "How do you wish to approach that citadel of justiciars?" "The one I observed containing the doorway to the loom." At this inquiry, Noah contemplated the information he had accumulated from Kor regarding the living emotives piloting those justiciars. The horrifying wall of mutated inevitabilities that should theoretically connect to the loom's infrastructure, and the faint doorway inscribed upon that terrible structure, thinking specifically about the conversation between living emotives that Kor had witnessed and transmitted, Noah asked with smile mixing amusement and cynicism, "What do you genuinely think of their proclamations that they were promised entry into the loom after accomplishing their assigned mission?" "My primus mana and instincts both insist it's utter fabrication, that the living emotive promised them this reward and maintained their hope across eons purely to extinguish it for perverse entertainment at conclusion. That even if we assault that location and attempt passage through that faint doorway, we may discover it leads precisely nowhere." He articulated such heavy implications with a casual tone, and Kor remained silent briefly before sighing with sound mixing weariness and contained rage. "Outsider, I simply want you to promise me something," she said. "If we genuinely obtain opportunity to make the living paradox and his collaborators pay for their crimes, you allow me sufficient time to torture him and the living emotive as extensively as they have been torturing the inevitabilities across eons." Noah nodded calmly at these words, understanding the need underlying them. "Here's to us actually reaching the point of possessing capability to stand against those psychopathic beings. When that moment arrives, your request will happily be honored." Kor nodded with gratitude before turning her attention toward the nest area populated by inevitabilities within this early veiled shore, her gaze locked specifically onto the visage of Bob, positioned centrally within the crystalline obsidian structure, surrounded by other inevitabilities investigating him with cautious curiosity. She addressed Noah without shifting her focus. "That little Bobby has become completely fused with the unfortunate mutated inevitability I'd been attempting to restore. I've only succeeded in stabilizing the union between them thus far. And I've made modest progress in systematically stripping away whatever mutational corruption was forcibly imposed. However, I require it to become somewhat stronger to continue procedures with optimal efficiency." "Could you grant little Bobby the Palisades boon?" Kor asked such a question while Noah observed Bob, who was surveying surrounding inevitabilities with expression mixing confusion and resignation, while his daughter stood beside Henry with visibly worried demeanor. Noah shook his head with smile of amusement as he contemplated how Bob continuously received substantial power-ups while bypassing countless others simply due to circumstances he stumbled into. This entity genuinely demonstrated increasing resemblance to archetypal protagonist, a ridiculous cockroach that never perished, accumulating boons seemingly by accident while others struggled deliberately for incremental advancement. But even recognizing this pattern, Noah made the selection to include Bob among the 81 slots. In the next moment, brilliant blue-gold radiance descended upon Bob's form. The mark of the Palisades materialized above his head like ethereal crown, and his complexity and purity, alongside that of the mutated inevitability fused with him, began surging explosively toward 25 quintillion threshold. Kor smiled. "Thank you, outsider. Let me know when we prepare to strike that justiciar outpost." She proceeded to move toward Bob and the assembled inevitabilities, already contemplating procedures to completely separate or restore. Noah observed this calmly, his mind cataloging extensive tasks, demanding attention, and there were many, attacking that justiciar outpost to investigate the doorway and assess whether it genuinely connected to the loom or represented elaborate deception. After sufficient preparation, raiding the desiccated sleeping shore that Rhea had extracted intelligence about from Leonor Ruros, plus other potential locations concealing Schrodinger's vessels, and additionally, there existed the newly revealed grandeur of collapsed civilizations, with Goliath serving as key to understanding that entire hidden ecosystem. Light work, light work. Noah muttered with eyes vibrant with anticipation. Even though the accumulated tasks appeared overwhelming when itemized, all of it would continue facilitating growth of his civilization, each challenge overcome translating into advancement that elevated entire frameworks simultaneously. As he contemplated this, his surroundings buzzed with unusual intensity as his existence felt even grander immensity settling across his fundamental structures. He traced the cause to his foundation. Palisades, within the manifestation of his primordial civilization of mana and hunger. They were growing taller and more elaborate once more, and because they advanced his complexity and purity, his glyphs, towers, atlas, hockey, all integrated components of his existence collectively elevated in synchronized harmony, the reason being, prompts bloomed with their ceremonial weight, the harvest of collapse from the death of the first farmer has been fully incorporated into the civilizational framework protection threshold increased, previous, 200 quintillion complexity and purity required to harm your existence, current 300 quintillion complexity and purity required to harm your existence, your own complexity and purity has broken past 150 quintillion threshold. All integrated systems elevated proportionally, boon enhancement, minor mana and hunger palisades empowerment increased from 25 quintillion to 35 quintillion complexity and purity. All currently selected recipients will experience synchronized elevation HUUM. Chapter 44:20 You hold my everything too, the advancement from the first farmer's accumulated efforts fully distributed across his civilization's architecture, demonstrating how even tragic conclusions could fuel future growth. Now, for any entity to even contemplate penetrating his defenses, they required in excess of 300 quintillion complexity and purity, and membership in established civilization. They were dual prerequisites that eliminated vast majority of potential threats. He was growing steadily, systematically, and building foundations that would support eventual confrontation with the entities themselves. He continued deliberately avoiding comparison with others regarding progression velocity. Because comparison is the thief of joy, and in my case, probably also the thief of sanity. If I spent time measuring my advancement against beings like the living paradox who have cultivated across eons, I'd either develop crippling inadequacy complex or dangerously inflated ego depending on how I chose to rationalize the disparity, and my ego is not that big, is it? He smiled calmly. It was better to focus on his own glorious trajectory, celebrate the incremental victories, and acknowledge that the only meaningful competition is against his previous self. He smiled at his own philosophical meandering as he also considered the boons of the Primus mana glyphs of perpetual harvest. 200 glyphs that could each grant 1 quintillion complexity and purity for the next 24 hours, that represented total of 200 quintillion waiting to be distributed. His initial instinct was consuming all empowerment personally, but he wanted to test something specific. And the subject of this experiment was the living order herself, Sigrid. He walked across golden sands toward the abode of the early creature where Sigrid currently resided, the abode that now contained countless pocket dimensions where Barbados, Adelaide, Athena, and other members of his modest harem were cultivating in various forms. After all, in existence, there existed different methodologies of advancement. Inside the abode of the early creature, Osmont, though it appeared as grand tribal building outwardly on the early veiled shore, internally it stretched into blue-gold stellar hall surrounded by numerous doors leading to different pocket dimensions, each one customized for specific purposes or residence. At this time, within one particular pocket dimension, the space shone with white and blue radiance as rivers of pure order intermixed with currents of blue mana in complex patterns. Apart from the radiant sea below, there existed reflecting sea above, and suspended between them were stellar white rivers moving with absolute precision, each droplet following trajectory ordained by order. On the golden sands of this place reclined the primary body of Sigrid, adorned in loose damp white robe that clung to her curvaceous figure. Her dark and white hair shone with radiant glow, wet and hanging over shoulders and across robe in a gorgeous artistic disarray. The mark of the palisades floated above her head like ethereal crown, making her entire figure appear even more radiant, like a radiant fairy from ancient times contemplating mysteries in sacred space. At this moment, Noah materialized and sat beside her on the sandy beach, breathing deeply of potent atmosphere saturated with mana and order while asking casually, "What's occupying your thoughts?" she replied while leaning her shoulder against him. Her head tilting to rest upon his shoulder. "I am contemplating my place in all this. Whether I am merely bringing trouble through my connection to order, or if I will accomplish something genuinely significant with it. Burden or asset. Problem or solution, trouble, or something significant." At such words, Noah smiled and looked out at the brilliance of mana, all around them. Why not both? Most truly interesting things in existence manage to be simultaneously problematic and invaluable. And I can't get enough of trouble. As soon as he articulated such words, radiant green gold rivers of light began descending from above, a manifestation of perpetual harvest's accumulated empowerment. They crashed onto Sigrid's figure with concentrated force, and with each blast of brilliance she absorbed, she felt her power explode, upward by full 1 quintillion. She looked toward Noah with dazzling eyes. What is this? It constituted stupendous sensation is beside her. Noah simply smiled. Just some empowerment stemming from efforts of failure. The first farmer's accumulated harvest transformed into elevation. I have been reaching significant milestones recently, and I want to observe if something notable occurs when you achieve a sufficiently profound threshold of your own. Sigrid trembled at his words. This entire time, he had been giving and giving everything to her without expectation of reciprocation or demand for equivalent exchange, resources, protection, opportunities, affection, lots of affection, and just everything. She desperately wanted to provide something substantial in return, to produce tangible results worthy of his investment. Sigrid bit her lip as her hand found Noah's strong hand, her fingers intertwining with his. When she spoke, her voice emerged with intensity. I will not claim to comprehend all intricacies of existence. I will not pretend to understand how existential forces truly operate at fundamental levels. But, you must understand one thing. And that is, you hold my everything. Not metaphorically. Not in exaggeration, you possess the entirety of what I am and what I might become. My order. My essence. My potential. My heart. My everything. It is all yours. A blinding light of order pulsed at such declaration, and Noah looked toward Sigrid with somber recognition of what she was truly offering. Empowerments continued descending upon her as she maintained unwavering gaze, eyes set with determination. Prompts materialized at this moment. The resurgence of the living order, a critical component of a once grand civilization, has completely given itself to you and your civilization. Permanent consequence, the civilization of order has forever lost opportunity to be restored. As independent civilization, however, it possesses potential to rise from ashes as something grander through integration with your primordial civilization of mana and hunger. Order can thrive through mana and hunger as symbiotic rather than competing principles. Future benefits straightface. After reaching significant developmental milestones, past features of the civilization of order will be permitted to bloom within your civilization. Access to refined authorities, architectural principles, and strategic capabilities accumulated across order's existence will become available. Boom. Chapter 44:21 Siphoning. Noah's eyes shone brilliantly as he gazed at Sigrid. You didn't need to do that. She smiled with an expression mixing serenity and fierce conviction. Please, I cannot provide you with much given my current state. Let me at least offer T-. Boom, her words ceased abruptly as blinding white brilliance exceeding anything manifested previously erupted from her existence, forming a pillar that engulfed Noah as well in concentrated radiance. This occurred precisely after a light of empowerment descended that allowed her complexity and purity to exceed 100 quintillion threshold, apparently triggering something far more significant than a simple numerical milestone. New prompts bloomed. A significant existential threshold has been surpassed by the resurgence of the living order. This threshold permits the resurgence to begin receiving full inheritance of the collapsed civilization of order. Civilizational authority of order transfer initiated. The resurgence of the living order has begun siphoning and drawing from the civilizational authority and accumulated complexity and purity of the collapsed civilization of order. At its core, order aligns with the living rather than the dead. Therefore, the resurgence of the living order holds higher commandment over order than the dead order. Consequence straight face. An unbreakable link has been formed from the resurgence of the living order to the dead order. The gradual transference of the civilizational authority of order has commenced. This process cannot be prevented, reversed, or interrupted through any known mechanism. Boom, as Noah processed these revelations, his perception shifted dramatically. Finding illusory versions of himself and Sigrid floating in vast expanse of white and black brilliance that seemed to exist outside normal dimensional constraints, before them stretched a transparent veil, a glorious boundary between living and dead territories manifested at conceptual level. And past this veil, there existed an illusory image of a massive entity hundreds of times larger than their projected forms. Noah looked at this being and instantly understood. This was the dead order herself, manifested at scale, suggesting her true civilizational weight rather than individual power. Her regal, otherworldly beauty transcended many things, hair shifting between darkness and white with each breath. Eyes holding accumulated authority of an entire civilization refined across eons. At this moment, her expression showed utter shock. Composure that had likely remained unshaken across countless catastrophes now fractured by something she clearly hadn't anticipated or prepared for. because from her existence, a steady stream of white order was beginning to flow inexorably towards Sigrid, not violently extracted but drawn, as if something in Sigrid's nature possessed stronger claim to order's fundamental essence than the dead order's painstakingly reconstructed authority. Oh, the implications settled with devastating finality as the dead order's eyes widened with recognition of what was occurring. And the absolute impossibility of preventing it. Noah's eyes shone with luminous brightness as he analyzed the entire situation millions of times across nanoseconds. Before him, he witnessed the initial shocked expression of the dead order fade with remarkable swiftness, replaced by immense calmness that settled across her features like mask precisely fitted. Her regal composure returned as if the momentary fracture had never occurred, though the steady stream of white order flowing from her existence toward Sigrid continued unabated. She raised her massive hand to touch the river of white order, fingers tracing the current as if attempting to comprehend a mechanism through physical contact. Then she looked at Sigrid and Noah with eyes of such profound calm that it bordered on unnatural. Her gaze swept across them before she raised that same hand toward the veil separating them, the transparent boundary between living and dead territories, a conceptual barrier given visible form through their unprecedented connection. Noah's expression became heavy as recognition crystallized regarding what she was attempting. He immediately floated forward to position himself directly between Sigrid and the dead order's approaching hand. His body pulsing with concentrated weight of his civilization, he stood fearlessly before the coming hand of an existence possessing the distinction, refusing to yield ground despite the overwhelming disparity in accumulated power and refined authority. When the dead order's hand neared the veil, reality itself seemed to resist. The space around her fingers distorted with strain as if existence was struggling to reconcile her attempt to cross with fundamental weavings prohibiting such transit. It felt like an unsurpassable barrier, an absolute prohibition, as if it truly represented the veil between the living and the dead order could not cross. Her hand pressed against invisible resistance, fingers splaying as concentrated force attempted to penetrate boundary that refused penetration. White brilliance of order erupted around contact point. But the veil remained absolutely intact, unmoved by pressure that could reshape territories if directed elsewhere. Noah's eyes flashed sharply as hypothesis was confirmed through direct observation. She genuinely could not cross. He floated forward with deliberate motion, approaching the veil with confidence. When he reached the transparent boundary, he placed his own hand against its surface adjacent to where the dead order's massive fingers pressed from the opposite side. He performed a theatrical gesture of also attempting to push through, acting as if he encountered identical resistance, as if the barrier was equally impassable from his direction, but internally he felt no resistance. For his hand could slide through the veil as easily as passing through water, could traverse to the other side if he wished to make that crossing, but the dead order did not need to know this particular truth. Better to maintain impression of mutual constraint, a barrier that protected both sides equally. He floated backward to resume position near Sigrid, and the two of them stared at the massive illusory manifestation of the dead order while she stared back with gaze of utter calmness and regal composure. Even her eyes gave no indication of internal thoughts or emotional state, a perfect mask maintained despite circumstances that should provoke significant reaction. Her expression revealed absolutely nothing about how she was genuinely processing this unprecedented situation. Noah observed this being while his existence attempted to calculate countless variables simultaneously. I barely encountered any entities at the level of the across my journey, and now I've confronted the will of the living paradox and the dead order herself in the same fucking day. How ridiculously accelerated existence has become. Throughout this charged silence, neither side spoke initially as Sigrid displayed somber expression while feeling the continuous influx of the civilizational authority of order. Chapter 44:22 Siphoning 2. Her complexity and purity was jumping upward by multiple quintillions with each passing moment. And in this weighty silence, it was the dead order who finally broke the stillness, the resurgence of my order. Her gaze fixed on Sigrid with intensity. And I assume you are Osmond? Her attention shifted to Noah. You two are genuinely joined at the hip, it seems. How delightfully intimate. Her tone held no mockery despite the observation. You stand before the presence of order itself. The seer of truth. The arbiter of structure. The first foundation. The architect of systematic perfection. She paused deliberately. Though, you seem to be lapping up and siphoning modest portions of myself at this very moment through mechanisms I cannot immediately interrupt. Do you think you could stop that voluntary theft? Could she stop that? At such a pointed question delivered with remarkable calm given circumstances, Sigrid remained initially silent. She was uncertain how to respond to being directly addressed by the entity she was always dreading. Noah looked at the dead order with focus before proceeding to respond with his own formal introduction. You stand before the presence of the true Emperor of Quintessence. The true Emperor of Tyranny. The ninth infernal lord, the demon of tyranny. Imperius Avallones. The antediluvian. The Lumen Emperor. The Weaver of Existence. The Weaver of Extremity. The scene that unfolded carried mixture of grandeur and absurdity just as the dead order had introduced herself through accumulated titles. Noah proceeded to do precisely the same but with far more exaggerated length. He listed multiple grand designations with his voice maintaining perfect seriousness, his gaze remaining calm while the dead order observed him with eyes beginning to shine with what might have been amusement beneath her careful composure. The gazer of the unscalable wall. The indefatigable. He paused as if mentally cataloguing. Let me see, is that everything? Ah, no. There are more. The dreamer of extremity. The dream of the beyonder. The burnt one. The cartographer of existence. The stranger. The outsider. He let final titles settle with deliberate weight. The early creature, Osmont. He had conducted such lengthy introduction that when he finally concluded, both Sigrid and the dead order were regarding him with expressions mixing bewilderment and incredulity at the sheer audacity of matching her formal presentation with such an elaborately constructed response, and in the silence following this performance, the dead order spoke. You are one of the primary reasons my civilization is facing existential threat at this moment? The emphasis on that final word suggested difficulty reconciling the being before her, however unusual, with the scale of disruption apparently being caused. At such question, Noah nodded with perfect calm and utmost seriousness. Yes, ma'am. And no, I don't believe the resurgence of your order, as you've termed her. I don't think she possesses capability to cease siphoning from you. In fact, his smile widened slightly with an expression mixing tyrannical confidence and deliberate provocation. I think we'll amplify the process considerably. Boom, an unfathomable phenomenon manifested as Noah and Sigrid came face to face with a terrifically powerful being possessing the distinction, an entity who should theoretically be capable of collapsing them through mere attention, and yet, neither side could harm the other. After Noah's bold proclamation, a heavy silence settled across the unique liminal space separating them from the dead order. The silence did not persist for an extended duration as Noah floated calmly through the conceptual space to more closely observe the river of white order flowing steadily into Sigrid's existence. The current maintained consistent velocity, neither accelerating nor diminishing despite the charged circumstances. He turned to look deeply into Sigrid's eyes, searching for signs of strain or corruption, confirming she was managing the influx without anything catastrophic. She nodded with subtle gesture that conveyed reassurance. Satisfied by this confirmation, Noah turned to directly face the dead order's massive illusory form. When he spoke again, his voice carried imposing calm as he began to bullshit. I have always felt profound sympathy for order, truthfully. The first victim of the living paradox's ambitions. Falling in a battle where you were only attempting to do what was fundamentally right. And what compensation did you receive for such righteous dedication? Collapse. Absolute termination. His gaze intensified. Why did you have to be the one to perish? Why not origin? Why not emotive? Why not spirit or any of the entities who participated in that conflict? And worst of all, after that grand show of force concluded, with the living paradox being imprisoned, thereafter as a consequence, why was it that the living emotive and others simply turned away and subsequently collaborated with the living paradox to forge the loom? Boom, Noah's voice dropped with weight of an utterly damning assessment. It effectively rendered your sacrifice and death worth absolutely nothing. Your collapse became a meaningless footnote in a grand narrative rather than martyrdom that changed trajectories. Your entire existence amounted to absolutely nothing. Boom, his words landed with immense weight. On the opposite side of the veil, the dead order received these observations with a calm smile. You say the truth with remarkable clarity, O true Emperor of Quintessence. My collapse meant nothing in ultimate accounting. My sacrifice accomplished nothing beyond providing the living paradox with lesson about consequences. Lesson he apparently learned well enough to avoid similar miscalculations subsequently. Her expression shifted subtly. That is precisely why order remains so critically important. Had I been present during the loom's construction, perhaps it would never have reached fruition. Perhaps if I possessed all my accumulated power at current developmental level, I could even prevent the fallout entirely. She leaned forward with interest intensifying. That is what you are attempting to accomplish, correct? You should be systematically growing your budding civilization because that represents the most straightforward pathway to attaining the distinction. If you achieve you possess genuine chance to survive the fallout rather than becoming fuel for others' continuation. Her smile took on dangerous edge as her massive face approached the veil more closely. But consider this alternative: Ninth Infernal Lord, Imperius Avallones, the Antediluvian, the Lumen Emperor, the Weaver of Existence. She deliberately invoked multiple titles he had claimed. I am positioned right here before you. I already possess the distinction through refinement across eons. I simply require modest infusion of vitality to restore capabilities that were stripped during my collapse. Her eyes gleamed with a calculated offer. Can you provide that essential essence? Can you provide me with her? I already carry the distinction, with my counterpart currently drawing from my reserves. Once we reunify and become one, that represents your optimal solution to the fallout immediately available. I would then possess capability to rectify numerous wrongs, to restructure existence's trajectory. I could even share with you knowledge of the many alternative pathways to reach the beyond, simple civilization construction. She paused deliberately. Existence is vast beyond normal comprehension. Building a civilization constitutes the fastest and most straightforward methodology, certainly. But alternatives exist for those with sufficient intelligence and flexibility to pursue them. What do you say, Weaver of Extremity? Dreamer of Extremity, Boom, Chapter 4423 Primordial Civilizations I. What did he say? He was asked so simply to give up Sigrid. At this moment, Noah shook his head with a gesture of regret and firm refusal. I have grown excessively attached to relinquish my order now. She has become rather integral to my existence. However, consider this alternative approach. Did you sense how your former friend, your killer, the direct cause for your current dead status, did you perceive how the living paradox manifested on this side of the veil recently? His expression shifted toward a strategic proposition. How about we collaborate on addressing that particular problem? You understand the principle, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, or something like that. We could coordinate efforts against the living paradox rather than competing. Noah articulated such proposal, but in response, the dead order simply stared at him with cold expression, offering no verbal reply whatsoever. Her silence spoke volumes about her receptiveness to that particular suggestion. Observing her unreceptive demeanor, Noah continued with shift in approach. This time becoming deliberately provocative. I encountered the living paradox when he manifested over here, and I somehow managed to survive the experience sufficiently to relay this account. Would you like to know precisely how I accomplished that improbable feat? He paused for effect, and I must say, having met him directly and now meeting you in this manner, the living paradox is substantially more terrifying to observe and interact with. An entity genuinely worthy of fear. If I still experienced such a limiting emotion, compared to his overwhelming presence, you seem rather diminished, order. Like a lesser version of an existence carrying the distinction, you understand? His voice took on a contemplative quality, mixing observation with deliberate insult. When he appeared, even existence itself was manifesting commands. Kneel. Revere. Reality itself bent to acknowledge his authority. But with you present now, you are remarkably easier to be around. Order. More manageable. Less oppressive. Is this perhaps why the living paradox has been consistently winning across eons? Because you and the entities are simply lesser. Boom. At these deliberately provocative words, the dead order looked at him with calmness before transforming into a face of amusement. She began laughing, the sound echoing across the liminal space with volume. Remarkable. I never anticipated something so diminutive and recently manifested could address me with such audacious disrespect. It actually hasn't occurred, ever? Across my entire existence spanning incomprehensible duration, no entity has spoken to me with such casual dismissiveness. At such observation, Noah nodded calmly. Yeah, it's remarkably easy to speak provocatively when there exists an impenetrable barrier between us. The veil provides a substantial confidence booster. The dead order approached the veil even more closely. her massive face locking onto Noah's comparatively tiny form with intensity. I find myself appreciating you despite the obvious provocations. Your audacity is almost refreshing. Almost, Noah replied with a casual nod as he floated beside a visibly cautious Sigrid who continued maintaining vigilant observation of the dead order despite ongoing power transfer. He patted Sigrid's head to calm her existence. Yeah, your counterpart appreciates me too. We have quite a compatible relationship, actually, her counterpart appreciates him too. At these specific words, the dead order blinked with sudden shift in demeanor. She looked between Noah and Sigrid with expression rapidly transforming from amusement to dawning comprehension. Her eyes flashed with ferocious light. Wait, you haven't been? Noah blinked with expression of confusion, tilting his head with an innocent gesture. What? The expression of the dead order became stern and heavy for the first time since their interaction commenced, amusement completely evaporating as she demanded, You haven't been desecrating order through a carnal relationship, correct? Tell me explicitly that you haven't been fucking my order. Tell me you have not been tainting something so profoundly sacred with base physical gratification. Boom. Noah felt genuine astonishment at this unexpected line of questioning. He hadn't anticipated such concern manifesting from being apparently focused on civilization scale conflicts, but recognizing opportunity to further destabilize the dead order's composure for information, he continued, Well, my mother raised me not to engage in lies, so I won't fabricate comfortable lies. Perhaps there has been modest tainting involved. The expression of the dead order visibly soured as she said with cold precision, Modest. Noah sighed as if caught in a transparent deception. And he adopted the tone of reluctant confession. Okay, perhaps extensive tainting would be more accurate characterization. But don't concern yourself excessively. It's all conducted in the most sacred manner possible, with appropriate reverence for everything involved. On the opposite side of the veil, billowing power began gathering with threatening intensity as white brilliance rose around the dead order's form like storm preparing to break. A flash of genuine anger appeared in her eyes for the first time during their interaction as she shook her head with a gesture mixing disbelief and mounting fury. This is precisely why this magnitude of power cannot be entrusted to lesser beings. You don't even comprehend what to do with it appropriately. You actually taint it continuously, day after day, your limited mind's utterly unable to wrap around the immensity of what you have gained access to. Her voice intensified with conviction. This is exactly why you cannot possess order, you imbecilic creature. You fundamentally do not understand the immensity of one of the original civilizations. One of the primordial civilizations that existed before hunger, also not considered authentic primordial civilization despite the nomenclature. He had finally extracted substantive information from the dead order beyond tactical posturing, and he wanted considerably more. Whoa, Noah said with his voice shifting toward conciliatory tone. We were maintaining such productive conversation, let's not become hostile now over relatively minor details. Don't allow that tainting situation to divert us from more significant discourse. Come on now, his eyes shone with luminous intensity as he pressed on. What precisely don't we understand about the immensity of these grand primordial civilizations? This imbecilic mind of mine would love to wrap my head around it. Chapter 44:24 Primordial Civilizations 2. Noah had inquired about primordial civilizations. The dead order regarded him with cold intensity, her expression seemingly still processing his admitted transgression against what she considered sacred principle. Her eyes burned as if she was determining how to proceed given her inability to directly punish behavior that genuinely offended her foundations. If you cease the siphoning of my order immediately, I will reveal certain information to you. Information regarding primordial civilizations and their fundamental distinctions from lesser frameworks. That seems to be an equitable exchange given current circumstances. Her tone wanted absolutely no negotiation. Presenting this as reasonable compromise rather than request, but, at such proposition, Noah shook his head with gesture of amusement and absolute refusal. No. That's not happening. Stop the siphoning? The very suggestion bordered on absurd given how advantageous the current arrangement proved for their development. He elaborated with finality. However, you must possess considerable curiosity regarding the living paradox and his recent manifestation. I will share the comprehensive details of my encounter with him, including his aims and objectives. He may have actually mentioned you specifically during our interaction, which I imagine would prove rather illuminating from your perspective. Not an iota of shit was mentioned regarding the dead order, but it was good to fluff things up. The mention of the living paradox caused the dead order to become instantly silent, her cold expression shifting towards genuine interest beneath her careful composure. After brief contemplation, she said simply, "Okay. That exchange I will accept." She looked between Noah and Sigrid as if deliberately filing away his admitted desecration of order for future consideration, placing it in mental storage rather than dwelling on something she currently lacked power to address. Originally, my guiders of order were already mobilizing toward the lands of the living to investigate both the living paradox's appearance and your unusual emergence. But since I have you positioned before me now, I can redirect them toward more immediately important matters. Her expression hardened slightly with implicit threat. That arrangement persists until such time as I successfully cross to the other side to ensure you all cease this siphoning. Should you persist in maintaining it indefinitely, Noah's eyes flashed sharply. There exists something the dead order considers more important than addressing Sigrid and the living paradoxes. Manifestation? What could possibly warrant higher priority than those existential concerns? After articulating this veiled warning, the dead order waved her hands. Behind her massive form, a tremendous white throne materialized. Constructed from marbled pillars of pure order that assembled themselves, she proceeded to seat herself upon it with regality, her figure emanating profound waves of majesty that made the surrounding conceptual space adjust to acknowledge her sovereignty. When she spoke again, her voice was grand. For you to genuinely comprehend what it means when discussing primordial civilizations, you don't require lengthy theoretical exposition. You simply need to experience a conversation I once shared with the creature himself. His words always illuminated more than any explanation ever could. A conversation that order had with the creature. Noah's eyes intensified with focused interest as he asked immediately, "When would this conversation have occurred?" The dead order smiled with an expression mixing nostalgia. Time doesn't truly matter in the grand scheme of existence's trajectory, but for specificity, this exchange occurred shortly before the completion of the loom. At that juncture, the creature had grown nostalgic regarding the distant past. The lands of the dead had long been established as separate domain, and he appeared before me carrying sense of profound melancholy. Her voice shifted, taking on a quality suggesting she was channeling the creature's actual words. He asked me, "Why is it that with grander and grander complexity, we progressively lose the fundamental simplicity of existence itself? Do you remember the truly earliest times? When Origin first introduced herself to me with such innocent enthusiasm? When concept emerged and made things delightfully easy to understand? When inevitability seemed like formidable monsters worthy of genuine concern rather than manageable nuisances?" She paused, allowing the weight of those questions to settle. Why could we not retain that same beautiful simplicity as we advanced? Why must sophistication invariably breed complications that obscure rather than illuminate? The dead order's smile carried a mixture of regret and self-recrimination as she continued. At that time, I was not in optimal mental state. I was still processing my own collapse. So I replied with unfortunate bluntness, "You happened, O creature. You gave away your everythings and initiated the race of civilizations. This entire catastrophic trajectory traces back to your fundamental generosity." Boom, the creature began the race of civilizations? The revelation landed with seismic implications. The dead order shook her head with a gesture holding lingering shame. I immediately regretted having said such an accusatory assessment to a being who was dedicating everything toward collective benefit. But he seemed to understand my emotional state rather than taking offense. He only smiled with that characteristic patience and nodded before responding. Her voice shifted again, channeling the creature's reply, "Yes, all of this can reasonably be considered my fault in ultimate accounting. I set things in motion through my choices and actions. I deliberately allowed everything to be free, for entities to pursue what they wished. To explore the endless expanse of existence according to their own determinations rather than my imposed structure." She paused significantly. If I had reined things in early, exercised controlling authority when initial problems emerged, perhaps the primordial civilization of paradox would not have expanded so rampantly. If my own primordial civilization wasn't left to operate freely, maybe none of this would be transpiring. Maybe. Boom, when she reached this point in her recollection, the dead order looked directly at Noah from her white throne with her eyes carrying the weight of revelation about to be delivered. The primordial civilization of the creature was so immense, so fundamentally threatening to basic continuation, that Paradox felt unfathomably intimidated. "Little thing, do you comprehend what the primordial civilization of the creature actually represents? What it was? What it is. Chapter 44:25 Primordial Civilizations 3. Noah remained deliberately silent, recognizing this as a rhetorical prelude rather than a genuine question requiring a response. She continued with her voice booming with regal authority. The creature gave his everythings to existence all those eons ago, distributed his fundamental essence across reality's totality. It was channeled initially through paradox. But even paradox could not contain it completely, could not bottle something so vast. Her eyes blazed with white brilliance, so as everything spread throughout existence itself, permeating everything, becoming foundation upon which all else was constructed. The creature's civilization is the primordial civilization of existence. Boom, the words landed with such tremendous philosophical and existential weight that both Noah and Sigrid's forms buzzed. The primordial civilization of existence. Noah's mind raced through implications. How immense must that be? How incomprehensibly powerful? How overpowered, if that designation is accurate? If his civilization genuinely encompasses existence itself, then he cannot possibly be dead. If his civilization was the very framework of existence, then his termination would mean reality's collapse. He must persist in some form, somehow, somewhere. Boom, the logic seemed inescapable even if mechanisms remained mysterious. As Noah essayed these shting revelations on his side of the transparent veil, the Dead Order observed them. She settled more comfortably upon her throne before beginning a comprehensive explanation. To properly understand primordial civilizations, you must recognize they emerged from the earliest throes of existence itself, before conventional time, before established causality, before the weavings that now seem fundamental were even conceived. The primordial civilizations are the creature's civilization of existence, serving as foundation for literally everything. The primordial civilization of hunger, the first hunger's framework that established appetite and growth as principles. The primordial civilization of paradox, contradiction and impossibility given structured form, the primordial civilization of origin, beginnings and genesis as organized authority. The primordial civilization of concept, categorical understanding and definitional frameworks. The primordial civilization of emotive, feeling and passion structured systematically. The primordial civilization of spirit, essence and vitality as coordinated whole. Alongside all the others, she paused for emphasis, and of course, the primordial civilization of order, my weavings that establish structure and systematic organization. Oh, her expression intensified as she continued, these primordial civilizations don't merely occupy portions of existence. They permeate the vast expanses of reality itself. They are woven into the fabric of how things operate. Any civilization that emerges subsequently, regardless of refinement or accumulated power, cannot genuinely compare because they are built upon foundations that primordial civilizations established. She leaned forward with intensity. Primordial civilizations possess inherent advantages that cannot be replicated through cultivation. First, they carry precedence. They existed before alternatives, which means existence itself recognizes their authority as more fundamental than competing civilizations. When a primordial civilization conflicts with newer structure, existence defaults to honoring the elder claim. Kids like you may start questioning soon why existence is unfair. Existence is not set up to support you. Never you, her fingers drummed against her throne's armrest with a measured rhythm. Second, they maintain permeation. Their principles extend throughout existence rather than being localized to specific domains or followers. My order influences how things naturally organize across all territories, not just where my active attention focuses. I gain weavings even in places I have no influence in, even in the lands of the living. Paradox introduces contradiction into fundamental operations regardless of the living paradox's direct involvement. She continued with building momentum. Third, they possess irreducibility. You cannot break them down into simpler components because they themselves represent the simplest possible expression of their weavings. Order cannot be reduced to a more basic organizational concept. Existence cannot be decomposed into something more fundamental. They are axiomatic rather than derived. Her voice intensified further as if to say she was not fucking done. Fourth, they demonstrate inevitability. Attempting to eliminate primordial civilizations is functionally equivalent to attempting to eliminate the principle it embodies from reality itself. You cannot remove paradox without eliminating contradiction from existence. You cannot destroy origin without preventing all beginnings. The concepts and the civilizations are inseparable at fundamental level. So all the civilizations that the living paradox collapsed, they are not truly gone. They cannot be suppressed, decimated, collapsed. Use whatever words you want. But they are here. They will be here. An immense silence settled as she said this. Noah's eyes pulsed with waves of glorious majesty, and the dead order, she gestured broadly. Fifth, they enable existential communication. All beings across existence comprehend their principles instinctively because those principles are woven into how consciousness itself operates. Everyone understands what order means. Everyone grasps existence as concept. This provides primordial civilizations with influence that transcends absolutely everything. You know my order. You know paradox. Even without me doing anything, I have likely fed off any actions you or countless other creatures made, aligning with order. I feed off of order across existence right now, though I am limited when it comes to access to the loom. But at this very moment, I am feeding on such a steady stream of order that even what you two are siphoning is negligible, for now anyways. It is why I am not too enraged, yet. You are like mosquitoes, harmless fucking things, for now. But you could become a major annoyance. It is also why I am not afraid of the future, as order will always be there. When the loom opens and all the eons of order within it flood out, I will feed off of it and become my most powerful, boom concepts. Origins. Emptive. Paradox. They are primordial. They collect from all of existence. Anything paradoxical you did, you fed paradox. And all of existence feeds the creature. BOM, her expression became almost pitying, as if all of them never truly stood a chance. After completing this extensive exposition, the dead order crossed her legs with a gesture suggesting conclusion of a lesson as she delivered final assessment. That is what a primordial civilization represents. Whatever framework you have constructed, however impressive it may seem relative to scattered individuals, it does not possibly compare to what I have described. It cannot possibly compare because it lacks the fundamental advantages that only emerge from being woven into existence's basic architecture from its inception. Boom, her words landed with finality meant to establish absolute hierarchy, to demonstrate the insurmountable gap between what Noah was building and what she represented. Noah's eyes flashed sharply at this comprehensive dismissal as he suppressed his devilish smile with considerable effort. He could feel his existence buzzing as if something immense was about to explode. How could my framework not compare when I already possess not one but two emerging primordial civilizations? The primordial civilization of mana, the primordial civilization of hunger. The dead order didn't understand what she was actually facing. Oh, she didn't understand. Chapter 44:26 Primordial Civilizations 4. Noah had comprehensively absorbed the information regarding primordial civilizations as if it was akin to better understanding himself. He was grasping the fundamental nature of the path he walked, the way he was forging through existence's infinite expanse. At this moment, his mind was buzzing with cascading revelations as his existence pulsed with profound sense of euphoria. Oh, euphoria, it was not simple pleasure, but the recognition of truth that aligned perfectly with what he was becoming at deepest levels. Glorious prompts bloomed within his consciousness, critical advancement recognized. You have grasped a fundamental understanding of your way, your comprehension of what you are building has deepened exponentially, you have advanced significantly along your chosen path through revelation rather than mere accumulation. The way becomes clearer. The destination more defined. The journey more purposeful. He had advanced in his way. Oh, the realization settled with magisterial satisfaction as further prompts materialized, detailing profound implications. And Ruin/Eden's voice almost seemed to tremble with emotion as she expressed everything, as if even she found this far too grand and unbelievable. The primordial civilization of mana and hunger. Recognition achieved. Your dual framework has gained comprehensive understanding of what it is truly capable of becoming. Analysis of primordial civilization characteristics have been understood in respect to your civilizations. First quality precedence, mana, exists as fundamental building block preceding all sophisticated authorities. Before complex techniques, before refined powers, before elegant systems, there was raw mana. Energy in its most essential form. Your way of mana architect claims authority over this primordial essence. Establishing precedence over all derivative authorities constructed from mana as foundation. Hunger represents the original motivation driving all advancement. Before ambition was refined into philosophy, before desire became structured cultivation, there existed raw hunger. The fundamental recognition of incompleteness. Your way of hunger claims dominion over this most basic drive, establishing precedence over all subsequent motivational frameworks. When your primordial civilization conflicts with newer structures, existence will increasingly default to honoring your elder claim. Your mana supersedes sophisticated authorities derived from it. Your hunger takes priority over refined ambitions built upon it. Second quality, permeation, mana. Your principles extend throughout existence rather than being localized to your direct sphere of influence. Wherever mana exists, which is effectively everywhere, your civilization maintains conceptual presence. You gain incremental advancement from mana manipulation across all territories, not merely where you personally focus attention. Hunger, your framework influences how beings experience and express appetite across existence. Every act of cultivation driven by hunger, every advancement pursued through desire, these feed into your civilization's authority. You accumulate essence from hunger expressed throughout reality regardless of whether those beings acknowledge your framework. You will begin receiving passive accumulation from all mana utilization and all hunger expression across observable existence. This represents fundamental shift from active cultivation to passive accumulation through permeation. Third quality, irreducibility. Straightface, mana, cannot be decomposed into simpler components because it already represents energy in its most fundamental form. You cannot reduce mana to something more basic, it is axiomatic rather than derived. Attempting to break down your mana authority becomes functionally impossible because there exists no simpler principle to reduce it toward. Hunger represents the irreducible recognition of incompleteness. You cannot simplify hunger into more basic concept because it already embodies the fundamental acknowledgement that drives all growth. Your hunger authority cannot be deconstructed because it exists at bedrock level of motivational architecture. Your primordial civilization possesses inherent resilience against deconstruction or systematic dismantling. Enemies cannot break down your framework into manageable components because the components themselves are irreducibly fundamental. Fourth quality, inevitability. Straightface, mana. Attempting to eliminate your primordial civilization of mana would require removing energy itself from existence. You cannot destroy mana without collapsing reality's basic operations. Therefore, your civilization demonstrates inevitability. It must persist because existence requires what it embodies. Hunger. Attempting to eradicate your primordial civilization of hunger would necessitate eliminating growth and advancement from reality. You cannot remove hunger without preventing all progression. Therefore, your framework cannot be truly eliminated, only suppressed, only temporarily diminished, never permanently erased. Even if catastrophically defeated, your primordial civilizations will persist in some form. They cannot be completely destroyed because the principles they embody remain inseparable from existence's fundamental operations. Suppression is possible. Decimation is achievable. But absolute elimination is functionally impossible. Duon, oh, Master, Ruin/Eden called out with emotion of immense relief. Noah's existence buzzed as he felt a surreal sense of existence as he felt like he found, no, grasped a solution of the fallout, even if he failed. Even if he could not attain he would be similar to the creature or the dead order, diminished, destroyed, suppressed, but not completely extinguished. After eons or billions of years, he and his civilization could rise again. But even this, I do not even want to be diminished. I do not want to be destroyed. It is glorious to know this, but it changes nothing. A true solution that does not accept destruction must be formed. Boom, his thoughts burned with clear glory. Ruin/Eden was still immensely happy at this revelation as to her. Her master would never truly and completely die regardless of what these terrifying entities did in the future. She collected herself, and then she continued. Fifth quality, existential communication, mana. All beings across existence comprehend mana instinctively, because manipulation of energy represents universal constant. Everyone understands what mana means regardless of terminology variations. This provides your civilization with influence transcending language, culture, or dimensional barriers. Hunger. All conscious entities grasp hunger as fundamental concept because recognition of incompleteness drives all advancement. Everyone experiences appetite for growth regardless of how they conceptualize or express it. This grants your framework universal accessibility that cannot be blocked by communication barriers. Your primordial civilization can influence and draw from all beings instinctively rather than requiring explicit teaching or conversion. Every act aligning with mana or hunger across existence feeds into your framework automatically. Through comprehensive understanding of these 5 qualities, you now comprehend what your primordial civilization of mana and hunger can potentially accomplish: straight-face, existential influence without requiring direct presence, passive accumulation from all aligned actions across existence, inherent resilience against systematic destruction, automatic comprehension by all conscious beings. Fundamental authority superseding derivative frameworks. Your path forward has crystallized with unprecedented clarity. Chapter 44:27 Primordial Civilizations v. After these extensive prompts settled into his consciousness, Noah felt his existence surging with power that threatened to explode outward in visible manifestation. His body nearly erupted with radiance that would have been impossible to conceal, but revealing such dramatic transformation to the dead order would expose information better kept hidden. He contained the eruption internally with tremendous effort, suppressing most of the display through sheer disciplined will. But a portion still leaked despite his best efforts. His body flashed with blue-gold brilliance as primus mana surged through every particle of his being with overwhelming concentration. An aura of profound ancientness began radiating from him, not the ancientness of accumulated years but of primality, suggesting connection to existence's earliest moments. The unmistakable signature of a primordial civilization leaked from him like light escaping through cracks in sealed vessel. This development astonished the dead order so profoundly that she rose abruptly from her white throne, her perfect composure fracturing as recognition struck with undeniable force, because she did not sense order emanating from Noah to explain the presence of primordial civilization signature. This was something else entirely, something she hadn't anticipated, nor did she recognize. How could there be a primordial civilization that she did not recognize? She voiced her astonishment aloud with rare display of genuine shock. How do you emanate the distinctive resonance of a primordial civilization? Who are you truly? Noah couldn't answer at this moment. His entire focus dedicated itself to containing and directing surging power rather than leaking it wastefully or allowing it to destabilize his carefully constructed weavings. Sigrid moved behind him with fluid grace, her body embracing him from behind as her presence helped stabilize the tumultuous transformation. Her own connection to order provided grounding influence, calming the wild surges. Additional prompts bloomed as the immediate crisis began settling: development status, primordial civilization, recognition. Your budding primordial civilization of mana and hunger has not yet reached sufficient developmental level to fully enjoy all boons and standing of mature primordial civilizations. Current maturity, nascent civilization, however. Due to the heavy advancement of your way that you have just achieved through comprehensive understanding, you can now access limited benefits of primordial civilization status. Current access level, 10% of full primordial civilization standing and capabilities. This percentage will increase as your civilization advances through systematic elevation and accumulated recognition to grander designations. Immediate benefit unlocked: straight-face, existential communication and permeation of the primordial civilization of mana and hunger. All beings across existence comprehend and use mana and hunger principles instinctively because those concepts are woven into how consciousness itself operates. Everyone understands what hunger means, the drive for growth, the recognition of incompleteness. Everyone grasps what mana represents, fundamental energy, basic building block of sophisticated authorities. Across observable existence, all those who experience hunger and feed their appetite for advancement, all those who utilize mana or similar energy-based authorities in any form, all of them will now feed into your civilization automatically. Your way of existence gains passive accumulation from their actions. Current collection rate, 10% of potential maximum. These boons will begin accruing. Now, boom. The glorious scene that unfolded transcended simple visual spectacle. Noah felt like vast seas of concentrated essence manifesting around him from countless different directions simultaneously. Blue gold mana materialized in impossible quantities from everywhere. The accumulated mana manipulation occurring across entire existence suddenly possessed conduit flowing toward him as focal point. Obsidian crimson hunger surged alongside it, concentrated appetite and drive for advancement collected from innumerable beings pursuing cultivation through countless methodologies. At this moment, every expression of hunger across reality contributed fractional essence that aggregated into overwhelming current. These seas of collected authority flooded into him and immediately began surging toward his foundation palisades, his civilization's framework drinking deeply of unprecedented influx, walls growing taller and more elaborate with each passing moment. Simultaneously, additional recognition bloomed, perpetual harvest, unprecedented development, detected, the principle is sensing thr commencement of the endless stream of incoming harvests from all of existence. This represents fundamental shift from finite accumulation to infinite collection, perpetual harvest shares with immense satisfaction at your advancement of the way. All incoming harvest from existential communication and permeation will be amplified perpetually by perpetual harvest's inherent capabilities. This creates exponential growth curve rather than linear accumulation. Your advancement velocity will accelerate dramatically from this point forward. Existential communication. Permeation, the implications settled with weight that made even Noah's tyrannical ambition pause. Oh, from this moment forward, any usage of hunger anywhere in existence would feed him fractionally. Any utilization and understanding of mana across reality's infinite expanse would contribute to his advancement. Currently only 10% collection rate. Certainly, but that percentage would grow as his primordial civilization matured, and it translated to his framework beginning to gain identical boons and standing as those possessed by the creature, the living paradox, the dead order, and all other entities with mature, primordial civilizations. The realization also emphasized sobering and horrific truth across countless eons spanning billions upon billions of years. The creature, the living paradox, and all others with established primordial civilizations had been collecting these boons every single day without interruption. Just how incomprehensibly immense are they, truly, feeling this scope and grasping the genuine magnitude of disparity? Noah's existence buzzed with mixture of exhilaration and appropriate humility. Even he, with all his accumulated advantages, with perpetual harvest amplifying everything, with systematic optimization of every process, could not help but feel profound sense of immense weight, hanging far above him, the weight of unfathomably developed primordial civilizations that possessed countless eons of accumulated advancement while he had only just begun. The mountain he needed to climb had become visible in its entirety for the first time, and its peak disappeared into heights that defied measurement. But Noah smiled despite, or perhaps because of that daunting recognition. I have climbed impossible heights before. This merely represents the next ascension, and unlike them, I possess perpetual harvest amplifying every gain. I understand their advantages, and can compensate accordingly. WAA, they had eons. I have efficiency. I have quintessence. I have tyranny. I have mana, HUUM, we shall see, which proves more decisive. Chapter 44:28. You cannot be killed? Mana and hunger positioned against primordial civilizations that had been enjoying countless boons across unfathomable expanses of time. When contemplating this vast disparity, Noah's mind naturally wandered toward Kor, the first hunger whose existence had been fragmented and collapsed by the living paradox's overwhelming power. And yet, she had survived, somehow, across the wonders and mysteries of existence. Noah had manifested to serve as key facilitating her restoration. Her civilization, even when systematically collapsed, did not truly and completely cease existing. That was the fundamental nature of the primordial civilization of hunger demonstrating its inevitability. She was restored now, and Noah contemplated, when he shared these most recent discoveries regarding ways of existence and the 5 critical qualities of primordial civilizations. Would she remember additional fragments of her collapsed memories? Would her existence experience similar surge and advancement that he currently felt coursing through his own framework? Because it seems knowledge is extremely critical to everything, the thought crystallized with profound significance. Knowledge, he possessed the primordial civilization of mana and hunger, with weavings carrying all inherent advantages the dead order had described. But because he had lacked specific knowledge regarding how these advantages actually functioned, he had been unable to properly access their boons until this moment. Only after obtaining particular understanding, only after advancing comprehensively on his way, did he become capable of utilizing what he had always possessed. It was akin to wielding ridiculously sharp sword while lacking knowledge of proper grip. Possessing a devastating weapon that remained ineffective through ignorance of basic technique. There could be hidden mechanisms in plain sight, sophisticated capabilities waiting to be activated, but they remained dormant if one didn't know they existed or how to trigger them. Knowledge is critical. Understanding is paramount. As he processed these layered revelations, hey, I ask you a question. What are you? The piercing voice of the dead order echoed across the liminal space at this moment, her earlier shock transforming into demand for answers. She had sensed the brilliance radiating from his existence, however briefly, had recognized the unmistakable signature of primordial civilization authority burning within his mana with ancient grandeur. She questioned exactly what this could represent. If she discovered that he possessed not merely this but another authority that would radiate identical primordial characteristics. Noah shook his head while waving his hands with deliberate gesture, manifesting an illusory screen in the space between them. He began displaying carefully filtered scenes from the encounter with the living paradox and the transcendent quantum folds, showing the entity's manifestation, his terrifying authority. The oppressive festival of paradox, but he meticulously excluded any information regarding Course presence or her role in those events. The scenes began playing with cinematic clarity as Noah said, "A deal is a deal. You shared information with me that I genuinely wanted, and now I will reciprocate by sharing with you intelligence regarding Paradox and his recent activities." The illusions unfolded with detailed precision, and the Dead Order, who had clearly wanted to continue her pointed questioning, looked at Noah with intense scrutiny before her consciousness locked onto the unfolding scenes he had laid out. Her attention became consumed by observation, analyzing every detail, while he kept her occupied with this distraction. Noah closed his eyes to sense the grand manifestation of his civilization within his internal landscape. There, he felt the terrifying and constant flow of civilizational authority. Both mana and hunger, streaming into his foundation palisades after being further elevated by perpetual harvests, amplifying capabilities, the harvest from existential communication and permeation, combined into unprecedented influx. It was utterly stupendous because mana truly represented the base energy flowing across all of observable existence. Every sophisticated technique, every refined authority, every complex manipulation, all of it ultimately derived from fundamental mana as building block for any actions related to mana utilization. For any expressions of hunger across observable existence, he would benefit and automatically collect fractional essence. It was taxation on the scale of existence itself. And he didn't even need to actively do anything beyond maintaining his primordial civilization's framework. The realization painted vivid picture of just how terrifying mature primordial civilizations truly were. The creature with his primordial civilization of existence, which encompassed literally everything, must be collecting from absolutely all actions across reality simultaneously. It hurts just to contemplate how incomprehensibly powerful he must be. That magnitude explained why he was universally acknowledged as strongest among the entities despite their individual grandeur. And yet even against such unfathomably supreme being, Paradox had been audacious enough to plot systematic opposition and apparently achieve some measure of success. Noah shook his head at the sheer immensity these beings represented as right after this contemplation, he felt his existence buzzing with renewed intensity as another elevation of power erupted within his existence. Prompts bloomed with precision, foundation palisades, continued advancement, due to sustained influx from existential communication, permeation, and accumulated harvest. Straight face, your foundation palisades have forged their structure even further. Protection threshold increased. Previous, 300 quintillion complexity and purity required to harm your existence. Current, 500 quintillion complexity and purity required to harm your existence. Additionally, attacker must be member of established civilization. Minor mana and hunger palisades empowerment increased. Previous, 35 quintillion complexity and purity granted to recipients. Current, 45 quintillion complexity and purity granted to recipients. All blessed individuals will experience synchronized elevation. Noah observed these impressive numerical increases with satisfaction, a smile forming as he contemplated the constant flow of civilizational authority continuing indefinitely. This will persist from now on, endless influx due to fundamental nature of my mana and hunger, and this represents only 10% collection rate as I need to advance significantly further in my way of existence. The metaphor was apt. He was accessing a vast sea of boundless potential, but currently drinking through narrow straw. He needed to expand that conduit tremendously to access proportional amounts of available essence. He needed a big fucking straw. He required additional knowledge for expansion. Needed to advance systematically on his way through accumulated understanding rather than mere power accumulation. As he processed these strategic considerations, the scene Noah had projected concluded its display, and the Dead Order finished observing the carefully curated illusions. Chapter 44:29 You Cannot Be Killed? 2. The expression of the Dead Order carried mixture of recognition and dark amusement as she spoke. It really is that insane entity. Ha ha. Even if he currently inhabits vessels and operates under suppression, whether imposed by existence itself or through alternative mechanisms, your positioning on the same side of reality as that monster may indicate you don't possess much remaining time to live. Her voice took on a quality mixing genuine warning with schadenfreude. don't believe him when he proclaims he won't terminate you, that you're merely designated as future fuel for the loom. Provoke him sufficiently, irritate him beyond his tolerance threshold, and you may find yourself joining me on this side, crossing into the lands of the dead. Wouldn't that be delightful? Perhaps then you could finally explain why I sensed the unmistakable aura of a foreign primordial civilization emanating from you. Her eyes narrowed with analytical intensity. It cannot genuinely be primordial if it wasn't among the first frameworks to manifest. And since I do not recognize it from those earliest eras, it logically was not among the original formations. So you displaying that distinctive aura is paradoxical and should not be possible according to established principles. At such pointed observation, Noah smiled with an expression mixing innocence and deflection. Perhaps you perceived something false, misidentification triggered by unusual circumstances. I suspect it was merely reflected light from order itself, a residual signature from Sigrid's ongoing siphoning creating your perceptual confusion. But I find myself curious about something else entirely. His voice shifted toward genuine interest, the primordial civilization of existence. Just contemplating its scope makes one feel infinitely small. As how did the living paradox even possess sufficient audacity to oppose it directly and achieve successful outcome? His words caused the dead order to pause momentarily before she settled back upon her white throne. She crossed her legs with regal gesture while placing her chin upon her hand, white order pulsing around her with magnificent authority as she responded. The creature was unquestionably strongest among all of us. But has everything's passed through paradox during that initial distribution? And that transfer made paradox significantly stronger than the rest of US, though even enhanced, he couldn't genuinely compare to the creature's overwhelming supremacy. Her expression became contemplative, so he plotted. He planned systematically across extensive duration. He turned multiple the living existences against the creature through careful manipulation and whatever else. Many events transpired that a limited consciousness like yourself cannot fully comprehend through simple explanation. You are tiny that way. Her voice intensified, but the ultimate result is this: existence is asleep, Osmont. The primordial civilization of existence has been suppressed by the loom's combined authority. It will only fully awaken once more after the fallout concludes. That is when the final confrontation to determine ultimate victor of the war between the living paradox and the creature will transpire. She leaned forward with emphasis. You, others like you, whatever ways of existence or civilizations you walk, all of it amounts to nothing compared to this fundamental conflict. You are spectators to grand existential drama, nothing more. You amount to nothing of consequence, and you will remain nothing regardless of your ambitious struggles. Do you fully comprehend that assessment, or shall I repeat it with additional clarity? Little thing, Noah absorbed these potent waves of intelligence regarding the creature and the living paradox with analytical focus. His mind, racing through implications, existence itself is asleep. Suppressed. Waiting to reawaken after the fallout. That explains why the creature hasn't simply resolved all conflicts through overwhelming force. He's constrained, diminished, operating at fraction of true capability. On the opposite side of the transparent veil, the dead order's eyes pulsed with regality and concentrated power as she awaited response to her devastating assessment. Noah smiled calmly and finally replied with a tone mixing calmness and unshaken confidence. No, I comprehend. Completely, ma'am. You don't need to repeat for emphasis. Though I do have one additional question arising from your comprehensive explanation. His eyes gleamed. So, if primordial civilizations possess the quality of inevitability, if they cannot be destroyed regardless of applied force, how can one actually kill someone like the living paradox? Or terminate existence of someone like yourself? Or any others who lead these supposedly indestructible primordial civilizations? Order scoffed at such inquiry as if the question itself demonstrated a fundamental misunderstanding. You imbecilic little thing. The living paradox tried to kill me, and here I manifestly am. He killed the living origin and extracted her heart of origin, yet origin remains present throughout existence. Diminished certainly. Suppressed without question. Collapsed systematically. But very much present and capable of eventual restoration. Her voice carried absolute certainty. You cannot kill me or any others leading primordial civilizations. There exists no methodology for achieving permanent termination of such beings. We are inseparable from principles we embody, HUUM. Her words landed with tremendous weight, proclaiming absolute invulnerability, and at such declaration, Noah felt his existence buzzing as if immense, and profound epiphany was blooming within his consciousness. His mana surged with euphoria as heavy, glorious drums began beating in the surrounding space, drums heralding a symphony of possibility. The sense of revelation and euphoria surging within Noah during this moment of crystallizing insight caused a smile to begin forming across his features. An expression that started subtle but rapidly transformed into something far more pronounced. A sound of symphony boomed in the surroundings with tension-filled percussion that even the dead order frowned upon hearing, recognizing something significant was occurring but unable to identify precise nature. And in the next moment, Noah began speaking with a voice carrying the weight of revelation. Well, what if? His expression transformed into absolutely devilish smile, his crystalline white teeth showing prominently in smile that mixed triumph with cruel understanding. The smile carved across his features with sharp definition, each visible tooth adding to impression of someone who had just discovered checkmate in a game an opponent believed unwinnable. His eyes blazed with the light of a predator recognizing vulnerability in a supposedly invulnerable prey. What if you simply replace those leaders of primordial civilizations? Can't kill them through conventional means, so just systematically take their place. Claim their civilizations as your own. His smile widened impossibly further. Is my Sigrid here not potentially going to accomplish exactly that, against you? She's siphoning your civilizational authority continuously, growing stronger while you proportionally diminish. Eventually she takes your place as undisputed holder of orders, framework, and after the transition completes. He paused for devastating effect. You don't possess a primordial civilization of order anymore. Someone else does. And at that juncture, you can die because you're no longer associated with any primordial civilization granting inevitability. Your invulnerability vanishes the moment your framework transfers to another vessel. Boom. His expression radiated unfathomable devilish satisfaction as opposite him, the dead order's features transformed into mask of utter rage, her composure shattering completely under the weight of his words. Chapter 44:30 Derivative I. The heavy symphony continued building in surrounding atmosphere as for the first time in a while, Noah's smile transformed into actual laughter. Huh? Oh man, the delicious irony. An unkillable entity perishing. You may become the first of your kind to actually perish, and at hands of creatures you dismissed as imbecilic, no less. His words carried tremendous weight, mixing revelation with cruel amusement, and the dead order's expression of volcanic rage gradually calmed. She sat back even more deliberately upon her throne, forcing composure to return through sheer disciplined will. Her features settled into careful neutrality as she processed everything. Eventually, a calculated smile appeared across her face. This would represent the only unique situation where such outcome might be theoretically possible, wouldn't it? A singular vulnerability in otherwise absolute defense. But her smile took on predatory edge. What makes you genuinely believe you will be successful? That this siphoning will continue unimpeded until completion? You fundamentally do not comprehend how massive my civilization truly is, how infinitesimal the amount you're currently taking represents proportionally. She gestured towards Sigrid dismissively, and her, the one you desecrate order with through your base physical relationship. She resembles a delicate porcelain container that cannot hold substantial volume at present developmental level. NT developmental level. She can easily break this fragile thing. That would constitute genuine tragedy, wouldn't it? It would be such a shame. Her voice intensified. You would also require time, so much time that you simply do not possess. Me, paradox, others, just which will reach you first. The living paradox doesn't know about her yet, correct? He would have taken immediate action if he possessed such intelligence. What if I simply share this discovery with him? Enemies of enemies are what again? HUUM. She turned toward Sigrid with deadly smile and an expression mixing disappointment with cold calculation. And you? You are systematically siphoning my civilizational authority. Yet you have barely articulated single word in this entire interaction. Do you not possess your own standing? Your own independent will? Her voice became scathing. You permit him to speak and act on your behalf for everything. Did he truly reduce you to merely his plaything? A toy existing solely for his desires and amusement? Can you not aspire to become something more as the living order? He will diminish your light systematically. He will make you feel small and worthless as he appropriates all your brilliance and claims it as his own achievement. Noah remained calm throughout such pointed provocation as behind him. Sigrid smiled with an expression mixing serenity and absolute conviction. I have only been made to shine brighter since encountering him. So order need not concern itself with my well-being or autonomy. And he holds my everything willingly given, you don't need to worry about that arrangement either. Her voice carried quiet strength. I will speak when I feel genuine need to contribute. Right now, I have been rather occupied with stealing from you. That requires considerable focus, as you might imagine. Her words emerged with grand simplicity, and the dead order regarded her as if observing absolute fool, someone who couldn't recognize their own exploitation and diminishment. Noah looked between both of them as his mind filled with grand possibilities. That devilish smile still present across his features. After Sigrid's resolute reply affirming her choices and autonomy, the dead order shook her head with an expression holding even greater disappointment, as if she was witnessing children playing with forces they fundamentally could not comprehend. She maintained her regal bearing while speaking with a voice mixing condescension and genuine warning. You two truly do not even understand what you have inadvertently touched. That little symphony of existence you just manifested? You likely don't even comprehend what that phenomenon actually represents. Her voice took on lecturing quality, when one's existence becomes unique enough to affect all. Surrounding reality and supportive resonance, when your way aligns so perfectly with fundamental principles that existence itself acknowledges your authority, manifestations occur across spectrum of intensity. She gestured. At the weakest threshold, existence performs modest buzzing and trembling, barely perceptible recognition. Slightly above that level, rhythmic sounds emerge as surrounding reality resonates with your cause, your way of existence harmonizing with existence. Her eyes gleamed. Those who are truly strong, however, at this moment, around her white throne, existence itself trembled, with far greater intensity than what Noah had inadvertently triggered. A glorious symphony of order began playing with full orchestral magnificence. It was not scattered drums but complete arrangement, and beyond the instrumental grandeur, a chorus began echoing in the surroundings on her side of the veil, voices that seemed to emerge from reality itself rather than specific singers. Order. Supremacy. Order is supremacy, HUUM, the proclamation repeated with building intensity, each iteration, reinforcing the others until the conceptual space around the dead order vibrated with absolute conviction. Existence itself resonated comprehensively with her way as she demonstrated capability to initiate a full symphony and accompanying chorus at her mere beck and call, and not accidentally triggered but deliberately commanded. Oh, Noah observed this display with eyes shining with analytical focus. The dead order stared back at him with an expression mixing pity and stern warning. You two possess no genuine comprehension of just what grandeur exists within existence's infinite expanse. You simply do not know what you're attempting to challenge. Keep pursuing your current course of action. Her voice dropped with weight of absolute certainty, and eventually I will be forced to deploy weapons that I did not intend to utilize until after the fallout. Resources I have been carefully preserving for final confrontation. A weapon like a disciple of the creature. Boom, a disciple of the creature? Noah's expression flickered with genuine surprise at this revelation. This was one of the few indications that the creature possessed organized followers like others. If one did not count all early creatures as his followers, the dead order continued. The primordial civilization of existence was the strongest framework, naturally. Even though the creature maintained remarkably laid-back demeanor, he still cultivated members of his civilization. His disciples, select few entities that held interminable power position just below the living existences themselves in hierarchy. Her smile took on dangerous edge. I know precisely where such beings are currently suppressed. Just like the living paradox, you provoke me sufficiently, irritate me beyond tolerance threshold, and I may expend my considerable accumulated authority to liberate one of the creature's disciples and direct them against you specifically. Chapter 4431 Derivative 2. Her voice intensified. Test me, Osmont. Please test me, and witness personally where such choices will ultimately lead you. Boom, the threat landed with tremendous weight. Noah's smile persisted despite, or perhaps because of the terrifying implications. He closed his eyes while breathing out slowly, processing the accumulated waves of information. This phenomenon with Sigrid siphoning civilizational authority of the dead order has granted me access to invaluable resources. Direct communication with one of the more powerful existences currently operating outside the loom. I have obtained extensive knowledge, but substantial work remains. While I continue managing the dead order's attention here, I need to disseminate this critical understanding more broadly. The knowledge regarding ways of existence and primordial civilizations seems unfathomably important to systematic advancement. Core is an obvious recipient, and another would be the one who is currently expanding across the lands of the dead where the dead order cannot even sense his presence. He thought of Eckert when it came to sharing information that could advance one's way, as the back of his mind also recalled another, the Peacemaker. And wondered what that guy was up to now, of anything at all. But his mind revolved back to Eckert. Since I lack direct access to that domain where endless territories of death stretch infinitely, Eckert might constitute only viable mechanism for extracting additional information and identifying potential weaknesses regarding the dead order herself. So at this moment, as a terrifying entity stared down at him with eyes promising catastrophic retaliation if provoked, Noah closed his eyes more completely and began transmitting comprehensive waves of information towards select few recipients. He felt genuine curiosity regarding what results would manifest from this expanded knowledge distribution that had also granted him such profound advancement. In the lands of the dead, across territories that stretched with impossible vastness beyond what living domains could match, the great usurper continued his exponential and endless expansion. His existence now covered multiple citadels of the dead, those vast metropolitan concentrations where countless deceased beings congregated. He continued expanding with a silent inevitability, simply allowing the fundamental nature of his existence to spread without active effort or deliberate conquest. Idle, unfettered, and unbothered by concerns that motivated more active cultivators, at such a time of passive growth, he began receiving substantial inflow of information from none other than the monstrous cheater himself. Osmond A. Eckert felt his consciousness buzzing as unique information flooded his awareness with unprecedented detail. His mental voice processed aloud with mixture of surprise and focus. Primordial civilizations? Permeation? Irreducibility? Inevitability? The primordial civilization of the creature containing existence itself, and all of this immense framework is intrinsically tied to one's way of existence. His mind buzzed as he processed the comprehensive intelligence Osmond had transmitted. Especially significant was how all this immensity connected fundamentally to one's personal way of existence, the individualized path each being carved through reality's infinite possibilities. Osmond had mentioned this concept previously during earlier exchanges, but Eckert had deliberately left it unexplored rather than pursuing it actively. After all, the fundamental nature of his existence was idle. Would it truly align with his way if he actively sought out something as critical as his own path? Wouldn't that constitute contradiction of his essential nature? So he had remained idle, allowing things to develop naturally, and even now, as these terrifying waves of transformative information cascaded into his consciousness, he processed them with characteristic thoroughness, transmitted a brief message back to Osmond expressing gratitude for shared knowledge. And then, he returned to his fundamental nature of idleness, continuing to let things be as they should naturally become without forced intervention. At such a moment of deliberate non-action, his existence began buzzing with terrifying grandeur of power that remained unfathomably silent to all external observers. He felt his already rapid expansion across reality accelerate by tens of multiples simultaneously. Prompts materialized within his awareness right after your existence has processed knowledge regarding primordial civilizations and ways of existence. Your nature has retained its true idle framework throughout integration, due to the unique characteristics of your existence. Any actively made grand declarations would have violated your fundamental nature. Minor active actions would not. For choosing to genuinely remain idle even when presented with transformative knowledge, your way of existence has accumulated sufficient foundation to properly embark upon its destined path. Your way is idle, and yet paradoxically, your existence has already covered vast expanses. Straight face, numerous folds of existence, multiple domains of existence, many wheels of existence, extensive territories across the lands of the dead, growing presence within the lands of the living. Your idle way has encompassed immense variation of existence itself through passive expansion rather than active conquest. Your way of existence qualifies as derivative way stemming from a primordial civilization. Specifically, the primordial civilization of existence you have begun embarking upon, the derivative way of idle existence, a legitimate aspect of the creature's comprehensive framework, expressing existence through lens of perfect non-action. Boom! Eckert felt like catastrophic explosion had detonated within his fundamental existence, as if he had been a modest star that at this precise moment became connected to something millions of times larger and more magnificent. The influx of power felt so immense and so incomprehensibly grand that his existence screamed for him to do something dramatic with it. To act, to move, to demonstrate this newfound capability through spectacular display, he simply acknowledged the immensity with characteristic nonchalance, enjoying the sensation while observing additional cascading prompts flash before his awareness, but for the most part, he remained idle. He felt tremendous influx of civilizational authority flowing into him from the primordial civilization of existence itself, the passive accumulation accelerating dramatically as his derivative way established proper connection to the source framework. He continued remaining idle as he studied all manifestations with detached wonder, processing implications without feeling compelled toward immediate action. The derivative way of idle existence, a bit wordy, isn't it? He mused. Derivative, an authentic aspect of the primordial civilization of existence, not an inferior copy but a legitimate expression of fundamental principle through a specific lens. It had fallen into the metaphorical hands of the great usurper, and after obtaining such monumentally grand designation, he remained idle. An existence continued unfolding around him, his territories expanding exponentially while he personally did absolutely nothing beyond being what he fundamentally was. The irony was perfect. The being who refused to act had stumbled into one of the most significant advancements possible. Becoming a living embodiment of passive supremacy, somewhere far away, across the veil separating domains, Noah would soon receive confirmation that his knowledge distribution had yielded spectacular results. Was manna not involved in the explosion of authority within Eckhart? Was the manna that directly transmitted the knowledge not involved? Was manna not pervasively everywhere, but for now? Eckhart simply existed within his expanding territories, content to observe rather than participate, embodying idleness. Sometimes, he reflected, the greatest power comes not from doing everything, but from doing precisely nothing at all, And with that thought settling comfortably in his awareness, the great usurper returned his attention to the vastness of the lands of the dead stretching endlessly before him. The territories waiting to be encompassed through his signature methodology of patient, inevitable, and perfectly idle expansion. Chapter 44:32. A glimpse of wonder. Far from the lands of the living or the lands of the dead, in a location that very few entities could accurately pinpoint or describe with meaningful precision, inside of it, there existed a paradisiacal domain that defied conventional categorization, an endlessly vast beach stretched in all directions, its shores lapped by radiant gold waters that seemed to contain concentrated essence of vitality itself. The liquid shimmered with internal luminescence as perhaps it was liquefied possibility, or crystallized potential given fluid form, as it seemed much more potent than early sacred waters of early veiled shores. The sky above this impossible beach constituted an illusory expanse of stellar white gold brilliance, and if one observed carefully with enhanced perception, there appeared to be a visible ceiling far above. It was as if this entire magnificent place was contained within the interior of some massive structure rather than existing as open territory. The sands themselves shimmered with white gold radiance that made each granule appear like microscopic star, and throughout the surroundings, thousands upon thousands of early creatures could be observed, surrounded by living emotives in approximately equal distribution. They were adorned in unique attire that somehow managed to blend tribal aesthetics with beach fashion. Many of these entities lounged luxuriously on white gold beach chairs and beds as their bodies were surrounded with radiant civilizational authority. But even more were focused intently on what appeared to be a game occurring between an assembled group of early creatures and living emotives. The game bore a superficial resemblance to dodgeball, but operated at scale and with mechanics that transformed it into something far more spectacular. Early creatures occupied one side of the expansive playing field while living emotives positioned themselves opposite. And the ball being utilized was nothing less than a complete primordial fold, a spherical structure containing millions of wheels of existence and countless life forms dwelling within its compressed reality. The goal appeared straightforward: pass this circular object through white square goalpost positioned at the very end of the opposing side's territory, while the other team attempted to intercept, deflect, or return it toward your own goal. The game required both tremendous power and extraordinary control. Participants needed sufficient force to propel the primordial fold across vast distances while simultaneously modulating that power to ensure none of it transferred internally to accidentally eliminate every single life form contained within the structure. At this moment, an early creature with radiant crimson gold eyes and matching crimson gold hair displayed expression of pure excitement and wonder as her hand pulsed with terrifying power that exceeded quintillions entirely, measuring well into sextillions of accumulated complexity and purity. The authority flowing within her existence wasn't merely living paradoxical authority, but actual civilizational authority of paradox that made it clear she was recognized as a member of that primordial framework. She controlled this overwhelming power with purposeful precision, striking the circular primordial fold with force calculated to propel it toward the goal without allowing any energy to bleed through its containment and catastrophically affect the fold dweller's dwelling. Within, the moment her strike connected, her teammates erupted with synchronized waves of hockey, releasing oppressive auras of civilizational authority designed to slow the opposing living emotives just slightly, creating fractional advantage that proved decisive. The living emotives lunged desperately to intercept, but the combined timing proved insufficient. The primordial fold crossed through the white square goalpost marking victory, HUUM. The crimson gold-haired early creature's celebration was immediate and uninhibited. She wore pink bloomers paired with white tank top, practical athletic attire that allowed full range of motion while maintaining modesty. She raised her fist victoriously, her ecstatic beauty shining resplendently as she roared with triumph. That is how you achieve victory. Precision, timing, and absolute confidence in execution. The early creatures surrounding her, each pulsing with power measuring within sextillions, erupted into celebratory chaos as they chanted her name with enthusiasm. Ambessa. 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 The radiant early creature smiled broadly as she heard her name being proclaimed across the beach, basking momentarily in acknowledgement of her game-winning play. But in the next moment, a heavy and stern voice also called out her name with completely different tone, a tone mixing authority with the expectation of immediate obedience. She blinked with surprise and turned around. Toward the far end of the beach where sand transitioned into radiant forest, and even further away, massive and impossibly tall structures portraying an endlessly vast citadel of white and gold could be seen stretching toward that false ceiling, where the beach met the beginnings of this radiant forest before expanding into the greater citadel. There stood a stern early creature adorned in golden chiton, a traditional garment, who was calling her name with unmistakable command. Ambessa's smile shifted from a celebration to a respectful acknowledgement as she took single step and instantly appeared mere inches away from this authoritative being. She smoothly transitioned into kneeling posture while speaking. Forge Emperor Niso, what brings you all the way out to these recreational beaches? Surely not merely to observe our stupid game. Forge Emperor Niso cut an impressive figure, a muscular early creature with golden hair and bronze skin that seemed to radiate contained heat. He possessed a commanding presence that exceeded simple physical intimidation, and he seemed like someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. His complexity measured far into sextillions, orders of magnitude beyond Ambessa's already impressive accumulation, positioning him as one of the slightly powerful entities even within this tiny portion of the loom's concentrated population where living emotives and some early creatures resided. When he spoke, his voice carried weight of someone delivering an important directive. An order came from the higher administrative echelons. They were seeking recommendation from me specifically for someone positioned relatively low within sextillion range, still developing rather than fully matured, but demonstrating exceptionalism that exceeds peers of equivalent developmental stage. His gaze fixed on Ambessa. So I selected you. This represents potential opportunity for you and several others, depending on who proves most outstanding and compatible, to earn tangible recognition within the glorious light of paradox itself. Come with me immediately. Chapter 4433 A Glimpse of Wonder 2. Forge Emperor Niso waved his hands with a gesture of absolute authority, and the two of them instantly disappeared from the beach environment. When they reappeared, they found themselves inside grand structure. Walking through hall lined with white and gold marble that opened into massive room equipped with advanced technological apparatus that blended seamlessly with more mystical implements. The room contained numerous radiant blank screens currently in standby mode, with early creatures and living emotives moving purposefully about as they prepared equipment and verified operational parameters. At this moment, 8 other entities possessing similar stature to Forge Emperor Niso had already arrived, each accompanied by single early creature measuring few sextillions in complexity and purity. All candidates stood in orderly formation before an early creature wearing pristine white laboratory coat whose body pulsed with unmistakable civilizational authority of concept. When Forge Emperor Niso and Ambessa materialized, this early creature in laboratory attire waved his hands with satisfied gesture. Excellent. All 9 candidates have arrived. We may proceed with briefing and selection protocols. He positioned himself centrally to address the assembled group with a voice of scientific precision and barely contained excitement. For those unfamiliar with my designation, I am Axiom Architect Surion, an existential researcher and developmental engineer specializing in bridging theoretical frameworks with actual practical applications. I am present at the grand request of an important paradox annex from the primordial civilization of Paradox to identify 9 relatively weak early creatures whose existences may, theoretically, be deployed outside the loom without triggering a catastrophic rejection from existence. His words detonated like a conceptual bomb among the assembled candidates, many of whom had never even conceived such deployment was remotely possible. The revelation was so profound that Ambessa's eyes widened with genuine shock as she raised her hand with an urgent question. Sir, how is that even theoretically possible? I was taught that the loom's boundaries are absolutely impermeable until the glorious evolution, that nothing can enter or exit without catastrophic destabilization. Axiom architect Surion looked at her with an expression of approval for asking intelligent question and satisfaction at having a dramatic revelation to share. He pointed deliberately toward a pair of radiant gold headsets positioned nearby. The devices appeared extraordinarily sophisticated, each headset connected via luminescent wires to radiant white chairs that resembled a combination of throne and medical apparatus. The headsets themselves possessed elegant curves of organic growth patterns, but their surfaces displayed geometric precision that could only emerge from deliberate engineering. They pulsed with internal radiance that cycled through spectrum of possibility, and intricate glyphs covering their exteriors suggested they operated through mechanisms of utter glory. It was something that lesser beings could not conceive or ever have the chance to design, much less hold in their hands. Axiom architect Surion's voice held genuine pride in the innovation he was about to describe. These are existence avatar diadems, cutting-edge prototypes produced by Concept Annex Q operating from the distant primordial concept shelters. They theoretically allow someone positioned relatively weakly within the loom's power hierarchy to wear these devices and project an illusory reality avatar of existence outside the loom's boundaries. His expression became more serious. The projected form will inevitably be weaker than your actual existence, potentially significantly so. It may also prove unstable depending on individual compatibility and external interference. But you would be among the first to test operational viability in genuine field conditions. It would otherwise be completely impossible to project even whispers outside the loom before the designated moment of the glorious evolution. The other candidates displayed brilliant and excited reactions, some whispering urgently to their sponsoring authorities, others stepping forward eagerly to examine the devices more closely. But Ambessa's eyes shone with a calm intellect rather than simple enthusiasm as she asked the more straightforward question. For what specific purpose are we undertaking this unprecedented deployment? What objectives would justify utilizing such valuable prototype technology on relatively weak candidates? Forge Emperor Niso appeared ready to admonish her for questioning rather than simply accepting honor, but Axiom architect Surion smiled with appreciation for her approach. An excellent inquiry. A certain Paradox Annex from the primordial civilization of Paradox. I am not authorized to reveal his specific identity. Recently heard troubling musings from the esteemed living Paradox himself regarding an annoyance that a mere shred of his will was encountering outside the loom. His voice carried a weight of existential significance. The esteemed living Paradox's power is heavily suppressed by existence itself and external territories, reduced to fraction of his true capability. Since the Paradox Annex and those he directly oversees are far too complex to manifest outside the loom, he desired attendants who could assist with whatever needs arise for that shred of the esteemed living Paradox's will. He paused for emphasis. If you succeed in this deployment, you would simultaneously be testing groundbreaking product of the esteemed living concept and earning substantial favor from a Paradox Annex, one of the administrative authorities managing portions of Paradox's primordial civilization. Such recognition could accelerate your advancement by eons. Are you all prepared to accept this opportunity? Ambessa's eyes blazed with crimson gold intensity as confidence surged through her existence. She smiled broadly and stepped forward before any other candidates could claim priority. Moving directly toward the existence avatar diadems, she selected one device and lifted it with reverent care before positioning it upon her head with a decisive motion. The moment contact was established, glyphs across its surface began pulsing with synchronized rhythm matching her own existential signature. Her voice emerged with absolute conviction. Let's do this. The other 8 candidates exchanged glances of competitive spirit as if this was merely a game, and one by one they also moved to claim their own devices. Radiant white gold light began to pulse as all 9 laid back on the thrones, their faces covered by the existence avatar diadems headsets as their existence experienced grand changes. Axiom architect Surion observed with satisfaction as all 9 candidates prepared themselves, and somewhere far beyond the loom's impermeable boundaries, An entirely unsuspecting reality was about to receive unprecedented additional visitors. In due time, Chapter 4434 The Scales of Law I, in the region of collapse where crimson blue molten mana still churned with residual violence from the deadly battle between Noah and Tatiana. The Infiniverse floated serenely amidst this grand sea of liquefied authority. At this moment, the figure of Rhea materialized near the Infiniverse entrance with a dramatic flare, a rope of pure primus mana extended from her hand, its other end secured around the wrist of a notably despondent Leonor, Ruros, who appeared lost in contemplation regarding numerous troubling matters. Above Rhea's head, the manifestation of the crown symbolizing the boon of the minor mana and hunger Palisade shone with brilliant blue-gold radiance. Her complexity and purity had long since surged past 100 quintillion threshold, her power vibrant and barely contained within her physical form. The moment she fully materialized near the Infiniverse, several figures emerged from its entrance to greet the arrivals. The Queen of Matter appeared first, surrounded by floating books connected by luminescent threads that constantly rearranged themselves according to some incomprehensible organizational system. Alongside her came Henry, the Emperor Penguin maintaining a regal proud bearing despite his unusual form, and the blue slime quivering with barely contained enthusiasm. There was also Kazuhiko observing with focus, and a few others representing Noah's inner circle. The Queen of Matter's eyes shone with genuine excitement as she spoke first, words tumbling out with barely contained enthusiasm. Hello. Master instructed us to welcome members of his isolated civilization. I am the Queen of Matter, and I can serve as your comprehensive guide to the Infiniverse and the early Veil Shore. I know absolutely everything about its architecture, history, and current status. Her eyes sparkled with pride as Rhea blinked with slight surprise before smiling lightly. Hello. I am Rhea Nara, the cherished plaything of the ancestor. The Queen of Matter displayed a shocked expression as comprehension settled. Plaything? Another one already? Goodness, the master can't keep getting away with this. Oh, Rhea's eyes pulsed with interested curiosity at this revelation as she began asking. Oh? How many playthings does the ancestor currently maintain? Before she could complete her inquiry, a hand filled with concentrated blue mana descended toward her head with clear intent to deliver corrective strike. She coolly evaded the attack with minimal movement, and Kale alongside other seed members of the isolated civilization arrived with expressions of disapproval. Kale wore particularly stern expression while staring at Rhea with unambiguous warning, and when he spoke, his voice held the authority of someone accustomed to commanding respect. Forgive the prize of our civilization, her enthusiasm occasionally exceeds appropriate boundaries. I am Kale, and I come bearing gifts of advancement from the ancestor that we have meticulously developed in the way of mana across eons of dedicated cultivation. Those positioned behind him pulsed with considerable power, and even though they hadn't yet received the boon of minor mana and hunger palisades, they emanated complexity that notably exceeded Henry and most others present. Henry stepped forward at this diplomatic juncture with smile mixing genuine welcome. I am Henry Osmont, the only son of the ancestor. Please, do come in and make yourselves comfortable. Henry had proclaimed aloud how he was the son of the ancestor. They all revered so profoundly. Kale and the others instantly experienced their eyes lighting up with recognition and appropriate deference. This was the son of the ancestor himself. Henry smiled at the immediate recognition as his weavings of nepotism pulsed with glory. Because why would he not be deriving genuine benefit from familial connection rather than personal achievement? He was currently feeling absolutely no shame regarding his birthright. Behind them, the Infiniverse opened a massive gateway revealing glimpses of impossible internal architecture, and Kale alongside his contingent looked inward with expressions of awe. They came bearing gifts of wonder and advancement to share with their fellow members of Noah's expanding civilizations. Countless glyphs and arcana glyphs to aid one across the way of the mana architect, and more. Rhea harumphed with displeasure at being diplomatically corrected, her body dividing cleanly into two separate manifestations, one composed of pure primus mana that entered the Infiniverse to participate in welcoming procedures, while the other remained stationed with Leonor Ruros. She smiled toward her captive with expression of calmness and necessary caution. Hey bestie, you won't enter the ancestor's most intimate domains until I can fully verify you aren't some sophisticated imposter or compromised agent. I believe you personally, I genuinely do, but I must exercise appropriate caution when it concerns the ancestor's security. No hard feelings, okay? Just hang tight until the ancestor provides explicit order regarding locating your Schrodingers. She hummed thoughtfully while saying this, snapping her fingers to create luxurious mana thrones for both of them, comfortable seating manifested from pure authority. Leonor Ruros did not reply as her gaze moved about. Rhea leaned closer to Leonor Ruros while whispering with conspiratorial tone, "But can you believe it? The ancestor has a son and many playthings. The son is a bit weak in terms of grandeur compared to what direct blood of the ancestor should theoretically manifest, but hey, it would be genuinely weird if someone could actually match the ancestor, even if they shared direct genetic lineage. As for the playthings, in our glorious civilization of mana, the strong are favored. The strong can have whatever they want. I could have had many things, but I kept myself waiting for the ancestor." She talked and talked as if someone was genuinely listening to all her words. She articulated her observations as Leonor Ruros only silently nodded without substantial response, and Rhea sighed with mixture of sympathy and mild frustration. "Come on, I know you're hella depressed currently, but I'm actively trying to redirect your attention away from obsessing over your Schrödinger situation. You are your own being at fundamental level, look for constructive solutions rather than drowning in despair. Get revenge against the living paradox for what he orchestrated." At these words, Leonor Ruros's eyes finally shone with brighter intensity as she nodded with more conviction. Rhea smiled with satisfaction at having provoked productive response. As she gazed toward the closing doorway into the infiniverse. "Hey, tell me about external existence, or for you, normal observable reality. What are the major factions? The tyrannical early creatures? Fold dwellers? Living existences? Any entertaining weavings of existence worth sharing?" She posed such question with genuine curiosity, and Leonor Ruros sighed before beginning to speak about the broader landscape beyond their current isolated position. Chapter 44-35 The Scales of Law 2. Far from their current location within the collapse, in a domain of law filled with brilliant silver-white grandeur of absolute order and systematic justice, an extraordinary scene was unfolding. Alexander Asmodeus spun silently while suspended in midair, surrounded by potent living authority of law that resonated with his existence, and additionally, concentrated civilizational authority of law that marked him as legitimate inheritor rather, below him on silver marbled ground that reflected his spinning form with perfect clarity. Serafina Valorhart panted with evident exhaustion, her existence seemingly could not handle the complete inheritance being offered. And her framework was lacking sufficient breadth to contain such concentrated authority. Around Alexander, within his consciousness, the voice of the living law rang out with a mixture of satisfaction. Different beings possess fundamentally different breadths of existence. The capacity to contain and express authority varies dramatically across individuals. Some are naturally born leaders like elderborns, possessing innate capability to coordinate vast resources. Others have uniquely expansive landscapes within their existential architecture, allowing them to house multiple competing authorities simultaneously. The voice continued with analytical assessment. "You could handle my full inheritance without catastrophic destabilization. That girl could not. Her framework lacks necessary dimensional breadth, though she possesses other valuable qualities." Alexander looked towards Serafina Valorhart calmly as he heard these words echo out in his mind. "She will be of substantial help to you in future endeavors, so do not abandon her merely because she cannot match your capacity. Loyalty has value beyond simple power." The tone then shifted. "But as of now, you hold a leading administrative position within my primordial civilization of law. Even though a large portion of my civilization was systematically collapsed by a coordinated assault, a fundamental truth remains: a primordial civilization can never be truly collapsed. Only suppressed, only diminished, never permanently eliminated." Anticipation entered the voice as the living law continued. "After the fallout and the loom opens, I will possess opportunity to rise again toward previous heights. But if you prove sufficiently exceptional in upcoming trials, you might be capable of surviving long enough to become a false before the fallout even commences. That may give you the power to save others and weather through the fallout. Maybe, the voice became more practical. You wanted to be given genuine chance at significance rather than remaining scattered individual. This is it. You possess the scales of law innately within your existence now. Whenever you encounter anyone, their true affiliations will be weighed. Anyone who was or currently is affiliated with forces from the loom will be revealed in your enhanced perception, allowing you to judge everyone with appropriate justice rather than making blind assessments." Additional information followed as Alexander listened closely. To ensure your optimal success probability, you should also have gained the compass of law. It will guide you toward others who genuinely seek to impose and establish law as structured principle. Out there in broader existence, there should be remnants of other, collapsed civilizations, survivors maintaining vestigial identities while lacking unified purpose or coordinated strategy. The voice intensified with urgent conviction. If you can bring them together, collaboration among collapsed civilizations would dramatically increase the collective chances of survival and eventual restoration. Alone, we living existences were splintered and methodically picked off one by the living paradox, the living emotive, and others who joined their coalition. They collaborated with systematic coordination, and that unified approach was precisely how they forged the loom and achieved dominance. Boom, the final words boomed with emphasis. We must do the same. Collaboration. Collaboration, boom, as these words echoed with tremendous weight. The surrounding brilliance of law reached critical precipice as this entire domain began flickering. Stability was failing as the living law's consciousness prepared to fully withdraw or collapse from here. Alexander's expression hardened with determination as he spoke with a voice of absolute conviction. Thank you for everything you have provided. Your efforts will not be wasted. With such a solemn declaration, the surrounding domain began fracturing comprehensively as Alexander and Serafina Valarhart were enveloped by spatial light of tremendous intensity. They disappeared from the collapsing realm. Whap, moments later, they materialized with disorienting abruptness. They had been directly transported to T-transcendent law folds. Their appearance occurred in a region filled with expected silver-white brilliance of law, suggesting this was appropriate territory. But alongside this established authority, there also seemed to be unusual influence of blue permeating the atmosphere. Blue. Alexander raised his hands to feel the essence as he tilted his head, with confused assessment. Mana? Why would such extraordinarily pure mana be covering the transcendent lawfolds so comprehensively? He looked around while articulating such a question as Serafina Valarhart frowned while also surveying their unexpected arrival location with tactical vigilance. A moment later, Alexander's head snapped toward specific direction as above him, the scales of law manifested visibly and began being tinged with crimson coloration, indicating detection of an entity affiliated with a potent force from the loom. He perceived what had been concealed, a crow in the distance observing them with unusual intensity. The crow stared back at Alexander with crimson eyes as if realizing it had been discovered despite its stealth measures, but rather than fleeing, the avian form transformed smoothly into devilish butler who regarded them with cold analytical eyes. Who are you? Why do you possess such unusual authority radiating from your existence? That signature doesn't match any known living laws currently operating here. Alexander's eyes also turned cold as he responded with voice carrying judgment. The scales of law deem you among those connected to the loom. Let me see. Emotive? What specific connection do you maintain to a motive that would relate to the loom? The surroundings pulsed with sudden tension as the devilish butler, Malphas, began radiating power that caused Serafina to gasp in shock at the magnitude, while Alexander Asmodeus maintained cold observation despite recognizing the genuine threat. They just came out, and they meet someone this powerful? Malphas deliberately donned white gloves with a theatrical flair as if this white would soon be painted red, and he said with a voice mixing threat and curiosity, I'll be asking the questions today. No ordinary living laws would emanate the civilizational authority of law you are displaying. You may be the ones actually connected to the loom. What are you, truly? Two powerful entities faced off at this critical moment as whether they would actually come to violent blows or find diplomatic resolution remained uncertain. Chapter 44:36 Infinite Hunger. In the middle of what had been escalating into tense standoff between Malphas and Alexander Asmodeus, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A moment later, Malphas' cold gaze flickered subtly as if receiving new information. His hands, which had been positioned to deliver devastating assault, slowly lowered as his expression transformed from hostile assessment to practiced calm. When he spoke, his voice held apologetic professionalism. My apologies for the aggressive posturing. I am Malphas, and the master has just informed me that you are designated as friendlies. Alexander blinked with confusion at this abrupt de-escalation. What master are you referring to? Malphas replied with simple clarity. The early creature, Osmont. The moment Alexander absorbed this revelation, his eyes opened wide with recognition and his entire figure relaxed dramatically. Even though the scales of law continued indicating some form of link between this being and components of the loom, the identity of Osmond superseded all such warnings. Serafina Valarhart observed the complete diffusion of what had been imminent violence the instant Noah's name was invoked, and she shook her head with mixture of relief and exasperation. She addressed Alexander with a voice of an urgent reminder. Can we please proceed to the heart of law? We have to assess the true extent of what remains of the collapsed civilization of law and its location in the wandering territories, and the Cleos Council should know something. Alexander looked at her bright, somewhat pouting eyes as he sighed. He wanted to check in with Osmont. He sighed once more before looking toward Malphas. Can you provide a little summary of what has occurred recently in these territories? We must attend to law's infrastructure first. Malphas nodded with practiced efficiency. The master has expressed curiosity regarding the civilizational authority buzzing prominently around your existence. This manifestation of mine can accompany you with the master's explicit permission and aid you as needed. With such arrangement established, Alexander nodded with acceptance as Seraphina looked between the two of them before sighing again. Let's go then. Her figure surged toward the heart of law with determined velocity while Malphas appeared beside Alexander with fluid grace, his gaze calm as they began following. Malphas spoke with a voice of genuine interest in fulfilling his assigned role. Where shall I begin the summary? Recent events have been remarkably eventful. Far from their current position in the transcendent quantum folds, Noah stood beside Kor in that carefully veiled domain. From their concealed vantage, they could observe the Justiciar outpost maintaining its ominous vigilance, as well as the massive wall grotesquely fused with mutated inevitabilities, and most significantly, the faint doorway inscribed upon that terrible structure suggesting potential passage toward the loom itself. At this moment, Noah's attention focused primarily on Kor as her body pulsed with immense concentrated waves of civilizational authority of hunger. Her expression held profound heaviness as if she was remembering something that had always been fundamental part of her identity but had been forcibly suppressed or fragmented. When she spoke, her voice was a heavy one. My hunger. My inevitabilities. My people. We were so magnificently free before the catastrophe. Amongst all primordial civilizations, we should have been among the earliest to manifest. Apart from existence itself, hunger represents one of the most fundamental principles driving all advancement. Her crimson eyes blazed. To systematically collapse hunger, to subjugate and mutate all inevitabilities like what we witnessed on that wall. Oh, outsider, I am truly going to fuck up paradox when opportunity presents itself. The vengeance will be proportional to eons of accumulated suffering. Noah smiled at Kor's passionate declaration as after he had relayed comprehensive information regarding primordial civilizations and their 5 critical qualities. Her reforming way had elevated dramatically, just as his own understanding had triggered advancement. Similar to his experience, she had already possessed everything necessary. She simply required the knowledge to properly access and utilize what had always been present within her collapsed framework. Knowledge had proven critical beyond any other factor, and at this moment, he could feel the steady stream of hunger descending onto her from across observable existence. Her power continued exploding upward with momentum that suggested no immediate ceiling. Noah's eyes pulsed as his voice echoed out, my hunger and yours are fundamentally connected, and yet maintain unique characteristics. I planted your hunger as you emerged from suppression, and I listened to the doctrines of hunger, to have Ozymandias enact my civilization of hunger through that vessel. His voice carried weight of magisterial revelation. The two of us are essentially building the same civilization, but my hunger is fully intertwined with mana in ways yours is not. My progression will systematically aid your restoration, and your advancement will reciprocally strengthen my framework. We are symbiotic rather than competitive. Kor opened her crimson eyes fully and looked at him with expression mixing gratitude and determination. She raised her hands in the farmer's greeting, 3 fingers extended with deliberate significance. Outsider, let us accomplish great things together. Let us restore what was collapsed and forge something even more magnificent than what existed before. Noah smiled with satisfaction as he stretched out his own 3 fingers to meet Kor's in the traditional gesture, and a silent wave of crimson obsidian hunger bloomed between them like a covenant, being sealed. Prompts materialized simultaneously within both their minds. The intricate connection between the primordial civilization of hunger and the primordial civilization of mana has been comprehensively clarified. At this moment, the foundations of both civilizations have reached sufficient developmental level. Hunger is free and unbound. No longer suppressed or corrupted, mana is infinite, permeating all existence as fundamental building block. A critical threshold has been achieved, a period of population explosion has been enacted. Resplendent sanctuaries of inevitabilities can now be formed as civilizational structures. These sanctuaries will produce 1 million primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger daily. Specifications of the primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger: minimum baseline, 1 quintillion complexity. And purity at birth, inherent capability, born with instinctive ability to utilize civilizational authority of both mana and hunger, growth potential, unlimited advancement trajectory, loyalty framework, innately aligned with your civilization's principles and objectives, tactical flexibility, capable of independent operation or coordinated swarm tactics. Hunger was collapsed and subjugated under ravenous entity who currently holds the corrupted heart of hunger, for the sake of all those experiencing constant agony of mutated and defiled appetite, for the countless inevitabilities suffering under forced mutation and perversion of their essential nature. A new hunger burning with light of infinity will rise from these ashes. Where the old hunger was collapsed, the new hunger will prove inevitable. Where the old framework was corrupted, the new structure will maintain purity. The cycle continues, but this time with vengeance driving restoration. The prompts carried tremendous weight, and coarse crimson eyes sparkled with barely contained glory. Noah smiled as his words echoed out. Our civilization possesses grand and unfathomable potential. All we genuinely require is time, duration sufficient to accumulate what others obtained across eons. His voice intensified with conviction. With adequate time, even the primordial civilizations that have been advancing systematically for incomprehensible duration, collecting passive benefits through existential communication and permeation, every single moment, it may just prove possible to catch up with them. Maybe. His smile widened. They had eons. We have perpetual harvest, cheating architect, and a bit more. The confidence was well-founded rather than delusional. They knew it would be arduously hard. Noah knew how terrifying and immense the primordial civilization of Paradox and others had to be because of how terrifying his own budding civilization was. He knew, but still, he held no fear or doubt. He may stumble down the line. The enemies they might meet could overwhelm them momentarily, but my mana is infinite. My hunger is infinite. And I am really, truly, fucking hungry. Chapter 4437 Infinite Hunger. 2. He was hungry for much more of existence, after proclaiming this conviction with tyrannical certainty. Noah gazed at the distant Justiciar outpost and the ominous wall of the loom stretching behind it, at that terrible structure fused with mutated inevitabilities and bearing the faint doorway suggesting a potential passage. His voice emerged. Utilize parallel processing of the principle of the cheating architect. Let me see simulations of the different choices I can make from this juncture. Prompts materialized immediately with technical specifications, due to complexity of scenarios and exponential potential possibilities. Straightface, 150 Primus glyphs of the cheating architect will be required for comprehensive analysis. This expenditure will provide high-quality phantom processes with accurate probabilities. Confirm resource allocation. Noah smiled and nodded while maintaining focus on the Justiciar outpost. Confirmed. Show me the phantom process of entering the Justiciar outpost, systematically eliminating the Justiciars while devouring their harvest and memories, then activating the doorway they believe would grant them entry to the loom. The second phantom process is me taking my clone alongside Rhea and other members of my civilization into the desiccated sleeping shore where Schrodinger's bodies may be concealed. Third, the possibility of following Goliath into the wandering territories to uncover mysteries surrounding the collapsed civilizations. After stating these parameters, his body illuminated with blue-gold brilliance as his enhanced perception seemingly observed three distinct paths opening before him like diverging rivers of possibility. He focused on the first while prompts began echoing through his consciousness, accompanied by blue-gold illusory holographic manifestations that displayed events of that simulation with glorious clarity. Phantom Process 1 in Justiciar Outpost Assault. Entry into the Justiciar Outpost would lead to utter systematic stomping of the Justiciars themselves. Their memories would be read and grasped through your civilizational authority. You would not discover anything substantial regarding civilizations that you do not already possess. Notable discovery: other loom outposts exist throughout external territories. These particular Justiciars possess limited knowledge of overall infrastructure. They have only maintained contact with one additional outpost located in the transcendent emotive folds. That outpost contains significantly more powerful living emotives with higher administrative clearance. Critical event: doorway activation. When you approach the wall of the loom, the doorway shines with intensifying brilliance. It forcefully pulls both you and core into its spatial mechanism. You find yourselves transported to specialized emotive civilization battlegrounds. This is a pocket dimension from which none can leave through normal means. A voice descends with deceptive instruction. The only pathway through is to experience the emotion of collapse with your own hands by collapsing the one beside you. When this emotion sits heavily within your existence, you shall gain passage. This is a fucking lie. If one complies with this instruction, they will then be informed, you have collapsed the one thing dear to you, and there actually isn't anything on the other side. Now, you can feel the emotion of, or mourns. The doorway is a psychological trap designed by the living emotive. Its only purpose is to inflict emotional devastation through manufactured betrayal. Noah's gaze turned chilly as he expected bullshit from the living emotive. But he simply didn't expect this level of bullshit. Mind you, this was something that it designed for its own people, the utter depravity of these schemes. The living emotive constructed the doorway specifically to make beings destroy under false promises of salvation. The justiciars have been waiting for eons, believing they would eventually gain entry to the loom as reward for their service, and the entire time, it was designed to make them collapse each other while discovering there was never anything waiting on the other side, just orchestrated despair. Emotional devastation as entertainment, disgusting. He looked at the illusory phantom with an expression of disgust as he moved on to another. Let me see the next one. The second phantom process began manifesting, prompts detailing events alongside holographic projections showing scenes with crystalline clarity once more. Phantom process 2, desiccated sleeping shore infiltration. You take Ria's clone and other members of your civilization into the desiccated sleeping shore. Objective: locate and destroy Schrodinger's bodies serving as vessels for the living paradox. Initial phase, straightforward. Progression: Leonor Roros leads expedition to the center of that domain. Success: a living elemental body of Schrödinger is actually discovered. The vessel pulses with suppressed paradoxical authority, confirming it as legitimate target. Before any elimination actions can be executed, terrifying power descends from foreign entities. Entity classification: illusory reality avatars of existence. Nature: powerful projections of early creatures from the loom. Power level: each avatar exceeds 1 sextillion in complexity and purity. Authority type: burning with concentrated civilizational authority of paradox. Combat outcome: catastrophic. Multiple avatars make coordinated tactical moves. This leads to systematic collapse of Ria's clone and many others. Leonor Roros is collapsed completely for bringing outsiders here because their collapse was caused by civilizational authority rather than simple power. Even their main bodies are paradoxically injured through existential resonance. Their foundation is deteriorated by half through sympathetic collapse as their existence undergoes forced suppression for the next week. AMD complexity and purity is reduced to baseline of 1 during suppression period. Collapse due to civilizational authority of any kind proves immensely dangerous. You and core work together, expressing full weight of your civilizations. You actually manage to stand against and not perish against the avatars. Your principles and constant and infinite deployment of Primus Mana glyphs and Primus Mana Arcana glyphs prove that immense, systematic authority successfully counters their sextillion level power. The avatar of one proclaimed as Ambessa makes a decisive tactical move. Her inclusion decimates your established advantage immediately. Your clone, Course clone, and Sigrid's clones are all captured. No more potential possibilities can be discovered from this point. Simulation terminates with asset loss and strategic defeat. The simulation concluded with devastating clarity, and Noah's gaze flashed with deadly light. His voice emerged as he shook his head with incredulity. Avatars? Fucking avatars from the loom projecting into external territories? As if the shred of will of the living paradox being here wasn't sufficient complication? They have to go and add even more forces? Oh, Chapter 4438 Infinite Hunger. 3. His eyes flashed with callous recognition as comprehension settled with bitter clarity. Truly, his enemies did not plan on being fair, and why should they, when they possessed such immense power at their disposal? Even these avatars mentioned in the parallel processing were likely an insignificant force that was deployed, and yet these grunts alone were sufficient to suppress him and capture his clones. They're not even taking me seriously yet, as they don't know the civilization I hold, and their casual response already overwhelms everything. If they deployed their actual strength, the thought remained unfinished because the conclusion was too sobering to articulate. Oh, existence was not easy. With his eyes burning with blue-gold brilliance of determination rather than despair, he called out coldly, "Let me see the last phantom processing." The third phantom process began manifesting with equal clarity. Phantom process THRE Wandering Territories Exploration. You follow Goliath into the Wandering Territories, crossing through the Mobius Caverns. Spatial shortcuts connecting distant territories. A destination is an isolated collapsed civilization of origin. This represents remnants of early creatures and living origins. They were actually part of the primordial civilization of origin before systematic collapse. they survived the rampage of the living paradox through careful concealment, pure luck, and by the will of paradox, likely leaving behind seeds to grow, initial reception, extreme distrust. Within that collapsed civilization, many entities observed your arrival with suspicion. Power levels range dramatically, dozens of quintillions to hundreds of quintillions. Collapsed civilizations have hidden themselves in different areas of the wandering territories. These territories are far vaster than transcendent folds, offering superior concealment. All remnant civilizations are waiting for forces of paradox to appear. They know the Lumnir's initiation of the fallout. When the forces of paradox appear, they plan to put up one last stand against their destroyers. Problem: those you encounter do not trust you whatsoever. Your unknown primordial civilization of mana and hunger confuses them. You are neither recognized ally nor confirmed enemy. They possess no framework for categorizing what you represent. Trust must be earned through actions rather than claimed through words. This is the only decently good outcome I can currently pursue. These isolated, collapsed civilizations provide opportunity to discover much more regarding what remained from the living paradox's systematic rampage. Their accumulated eons of survival knowledge could prove useful, but more importantly, if they are planning a last stand against the living paradox and his forces, how precisely did they know paradox would appear? Or other forces from the loom? What information do they possess regarding timing and methodology? And were their preparations over the eons sufficient enough to pose genuine threat? Did these collapsed civilizations cultivate entities in the sextillions of power? The questions and possibilities were abundant. His eyes flashed with brilliant intensity as he contemplated all these cascading possibilities, each variable opening into dozens of potential advantages if navigated correctly. He breathed out heavily as he looked at the Justiciar outpost again, his words echoing out freely. My advancement is unbelievably fast compared to any normal cultivation trajectory, and the weight of the civilizations I bear is genuinely mighty. I possess wonders that previous primordial civilizations never developed. But the previous primordial civilizations continue to demonstrate just how ridiculously robust they are. They have been collecting passive benefits every single moment for eons beyond counting. Their accumulated total is staggering beyond easy quantification. Beside him, Kor was blazing with hunger as she voiced out with heaviness. So what, outsider, HUUM? Noah's eyes blazed with tyrannical conviction. So what, Indy? My speed of progression simply needs to eclipse their massive accumulation of power. I need to be advancing so rapidly that even their eons of head start becomes proportionally insignificant. Efficiency must triumph over duration. Innovation must overwhelm tradition. Glorious innovation, glorious cheats, glorious weavings of infinity and quintessence. He looked toward Kor, the wandering territories. Following Goliath. We will start there, leave the Justiciar outpost alone for now. In the wandering territories, we gain allies, we gain intelligence, we gain time to continue growing while gathering forces that might actually prove useful when confrontation becomes inevitable. His smile turned sharp as he stared at the Justiciar outpost one final time, cataloging every detail for future reference before turning away with decisive motion. His voice echoed out to the first hunger beside him with a tone of anticipation. Let us witness the emergence of the Primus. Inevitabilities of mana and hunger. Kor nodded with satisfaction and eager anticipation. She would maintain this clone's presence here to keep continuous surveillance on the Justiciar outpost and its terrible wall, while her main body within the Infiniverse was prepared for the glorious event about to unfold. Noah materialized in the crimson-blue molten mana region of collapse, his gaze immediately drawn to the grand massive Infiniverse floating serenely amidst churning seas of liquefied authority. Nearby, Ria's clone, floating alongside the bound Leonor Ruros, lit up with brilliant smile as she called out with enthusiasm. Ancestor! Did you miss my presence around you already? I knew you would find my absence unbearable. Noah looked toward her and actually nodded with a slight smile, touching his features. This terrifyingly perceptive woman observed the subtle gesture and frowned as she immediately detected something. What's wrong, Ancestor? Noah looked over toward Leonor Ruros as he replied, simply a change of plans. We won't set off to locate the vessels of the living paradox just yet. Alternative priorities have emerged. He then turned to directly address the figure of Leonor Ruros, recalling the future of her collapse from the phantom process, how her presence had proven valuable until catastrophic intervention rendered the entire operation devastating failure. His voice held the weight of opportunity. She is clear to enter the Infiniverse as long as she pledges fealty to my civilization and accepts my authority over her advancement. He articulated such conditions calmly as Ria's eyes opened wide. She nudged the woman beside her with an encouraging gesture. Hey, the ancestor is offering you a genuine chance here. Paradox itself abandoned you and extracted your lover from you through manipulation. This ancestor here would be your only possible pathway to potentially reclaim what you lost. Come on, don't let pride prevent you from accepting salvation. Leonor Ruros's figure trembled slightly with mixture of emotions, as Noah waved his hand. A brilliant spark of his way floated toward Leonor Ruros with gentle luminescence. Carrying essence of his civilization's fundamental principles condensed into singular offering. Chapter 4439 Infinite Hunger. 4. The glorious scene that unfolded carried the weight of a covenant being established. Leonor Ruros fell to her knees with surrender and determination. She accepted the spark as it descended toward her, biting her lips with internal struggle concluding in favor of acceptance. Her figure began illuminating with gloriously blue mana, pure essence of Noah's civilization suffusing her existence and marking her as member of his way. Ria smiled at successful the conversion before looking toward Noah with characteristic playfulness. Ancestor, shall I get on my knees for you too? Perhaps in more private circumstances. Noah raised his brows at this suggestion as this brilliant woman seemed a bit parched. He had to provide her some water soon. He responded with amusement and firm direction. Stop playing around. Join the others inside for a show soon, one you won't want to miss. He waved his hand as brilliant blue gold light wrapped around both women positioned before him, and they disappeared instantly, transported directly into the Infiniverse interior to await the emergence of the primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger. He then looked up at the grand structure before him as his playful smile faded, replaced by an expression of profound contemplation. All surrounding crimson blue molten mana began flowing toward him with inexorable force as his body commenced enlarging in size with breathtaking velocity. His form rapidly expanded beyond normal proportions, becoming more than light years in diameter, then continuing growth until reaching scales measured in gigaparsecs. Ridiculously massive was an understatement. The glorious scene defied conventional spatial understanding. Noah in his tremendous form, existence expanded to proportions that made galaxies seem like scattered dust, proceeded to float below the massive circular infiniverse. With movements of both practical purpose and symbolic weight, he positioned the colossal structure upon his neck and back, supporting its entirety through his expanded form, like the ancient mythological figure of an entity bearing a celestial sphere. Noah took the weight of his entire civilization upon his shoulders. His posture suggested the strain that was more philosophical than physical, the weight representing not mere mass but accumulated obligations and promises made to those dwelling within. A prompt bloomed within his consciousness with a concerned tone. Master, you don't need to perform such physical demonstration. You could miniaturize the infiniverse and transport it with minimal expenditure. This seems unnecessarily theatrical, though I'll admit the symbolism has certain gravitas. Noah smiled at the prompt as he responded with a voice of reflective depth. I know I could employ simpler methodology. But this, I am feeling particularly contemplative at this moment. Do you comprehend what the stance I am taking as I hold up the infiniverse truly represents? At such question, extensive prompts materialized with a heavy philosophical weight. The Atlas posture. Interesting choice for someone who usually prefers efficiency over symbolism. This stance symbolizes responsibility, perseverance, and strength. An action like this represents far more than physical demonstration of power. It embodies the father persevering through hardship, doing everything necessary for his family's continuation. It represents the mother bearing weight of expectations while nurturing those dependent upon her. It symbolizes the daughter carrying forward legacy while forging new paths. It manifests the son shouldering responsibilities inherited from predecessors. All existences carry some form of responsibility, burdens accepted or imposed. And they must persevere through difficulty. They must hold strong when circumstances demand surrender. The Atlas does not simply carry weight. The Atlas chooses to carry weight when alternatives exist. That choice transforms burden into purpose. That choice transforms suffering into meaning. Through the weight carried, the bearer grows stronger through persistence. Perseverance isn't the absence of struggle. Perseverance is continuation despite struggle. Strength isn't the absence of doubt. Strength is action despite uncertainty. Every step taken while bearing burden represents triumph over despair. Every moment sustained represents victory over collapse. Though I should note, this level of introspection from you usually means you're processing a decision you're not entirely comfortable with. Noah smiled and nodded at such words as his voice emerged with contemplative depth. Yes, we have to be strong. Even when things feel overwhelmingly oppressive, even when it seems like existence itself conspires against us, we have to hold strong through sheer determination. His gaze became distant. I know that I am a spectacular existence. Someone who has advanced at velocity that defies normal probability. I know my mana is ridiculous. My existence is ridiculous. I know, but know to remind myself every now and then how I began like countless others across the folds, across existence, as just a man. Just a man with responsibilities. A son. Eventually a father. Someone, with people depending on him. His expression softened slightly, and I continue to carry those responsibilities to this day. Every choice I make affects not just myself but everyone within this structure I bear. And every now and then I find myself questioning whether I made the right decisions, whether alternative paths might have yielded better outcomes. His voice carried weight of recent reflection. The most recent choice that occupied my contemplation was how things unfolded with the first farmer. In my mind, someone who was actively conspiring to ruin my foundation and steal my perpetual harvest isn't someone I would simply lend helping hand to right after discovery. That was my thought and that was my conviction. He paused, and so I did not lend that helping hand. I caught the thief stealing, from me as it may have not been the first time he stole, just the first time I caught him. But I could have gone another route. Given benefit of the doubt. Considered that perhaps his desperation stemmed from circumstances I hadn't fully comprehended. What an entity the first farmer was. Someone capable of nurturing principles themselves. He could have truly been great. Could have been magnificent ally rather than desperate enemy. Every now and then I'll find myself thinking about that choice, wondering if my judgment was too harsh, too absolute. His expression hardened slightly. Whether all the choices I make are right or wrong, I won't know with surety until consequences fully manifest. I will only continue making choices that appear to benefit me and my people the most based on available information. Perseverance, responsibility, and strength. One has to be strong to make the choices that could be right or wrong. And live with outcomes either way. After articulating these words, Noah took single massive step and moved light years away while carrying the colossal structure on his back. He crossed the regions of collapse instantly, entering into the vast wandering territories with momentum. These regions were much, much larger than the minor folds or even the transcendent folds where living existences clustered. The wandering territories represented unexplored vastness that dwarfed all catalogued domains, places where beings could hide for eons without discovery, since things were about to get significantly more complicated and considerably busier with multiple factions potentially converging. There was no harm in reducing exposure. He followed the path of seeking out collapsed civilizations while simultaneously removing his primary assets from vulnerable positions. And so the glorious scene of a man carrying an utterly massive structure on his back could be observed by nobody, as he moved through territories so vast and empty that witnesses simply didn't exist. Those who did exist were unfathomably dangerous. Chapter 44:40 Infinite Hunger. As he moved, he contemplated the collapsed civilization he would be seeking through Goliaths. He found his thoughts returning to the dead order. A portion of his existence could now communicate directly with her through Sigrid in that unique space where she was systematically siphoning civilizational authority. She had mentioned being occupied with other matters on the other side of the veil. When one truly considered it strategically, would the other side, the lands of the dead, not be the location containing the largest number of collapsed civilizations? Every being that ever perished across eons of existence, they reside there. Every civilization that ever collapsed. Remnants would naturally gravitate toward death's domain. Was this one of the dead order's primary objectives? To systematically unify all collapsed civilizations under her order? To build army of remnants for her eventual confrontation? Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he processed these implications, and he continued delving even deeper into the wandering territories with purposeful strides. As he was doing so, his entire body began shining with resplendent blue-gold brilliance as powerful resonance cascaded through his existence. Prompts materialized soon after. Majesty has been sensed and is now descending. Your mana was directly and indirectly responsible for the emergence of a derivative civilization of existence in the hands of the great usurper. The influence of your mana stretches far back through your extensive history with this entity. Your mana flows with interminable and heavy influence on a civilization based upon the primordial civilization of existence itself. Consequence, you will continue receiving substantial harvests for its emergence and continuing advancement. As the great usurper's derivative way expands, your proportional benefit increases accordingly. His idle expansion across vast territories feeds into your civilization through established connection. The significance here shouldn't be understated. Your mana has become foundational element in another being's primordial level civilization. This creates permanent symbiotic relationship. You're essentially getting compound interest on someone else's expansion, not a bad investment, all things considered. Noah felt the prompts blooming alongside sensation of utter glory as waves of civilizational authority crashed into his existence, flowing steadily into his foundation palisades with a force that made his entire being tremble with satisfaction. He smiled as he felt the glorious walls of his civilization continue advancing rapidly, each increment bringing him closer to thresholds that would unlock even greater capabilities. His mind buzzed with anticipation as it looked forward to the moment these walls advanced sufficiently for him to escape the bounds of a nascent civilization. For him to emerge as something truly capable of standing against the established primordial civilizations. For now, he would continue taking his civilization deeper into the wandering territories, and inside the infiniverse itself, he was about to initiate the emergence of the glorious primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger. 1 million beings born daily with baseline power of 1 quintillion each, all wielding civilizational authority as birthright. The future was being forged with. Every step he took, the Atlas continued bearing his burden through territories unknown, and existence itself trembled with anticipation of what was being built, inside the infiniverse, within the vast expanse of the early veiled shore. Noah materialized upon the golden sands with a presence that immediately drew attention from all those already assembled. He sensed many of his people waiting on those radiant golden sands, familiar presences mixed with new arrivals. Among those gathered were the beings he had always had here: Sigrid, Henry, Adelaide, Barbados, Malphas, the Queen of Matter, Emperor Penguin, and numerous others. Their presences radiated with recently elevated power, each bearing the mark of the minor mana and hunger palisades that continued elevating their baseline capabilities. In addition to these familiar figures, the members of the isolated civilization of mana had also arrived. Kale and the seed members of that ancient framework were already present. Having begun constructing a grand structure designed to hold and organize mana glyphs and mana arcana glyphs, Rhea could also be seen actively and busily talking to everyone present, her natural charisma and commanding presence drawing attention wherever she moved. When Noah appeared on the golden sands, her eyes lit up. She naturally floated toward him with grace. Ancestor, your other civilization is genuinely brilliant. Although I would absolutely love to have your own personal introduction to your family members here, her eyes gleamed. It seems there exists an established hierarchy among your people, and I really need to establish myself near the top of it. Her figure radiated with cultivated beauty. Arcs of blue-gold authority swirled around her form like loyal attendants, each current responding to her slightest gesture with immediate obedience. With her striking features, sharp tongue, and that dangerous smile of schemes within schemes, she looked absolutely appetizing. Noah patted her head with affection and gentle correction. Patience. The hierarchy will sort itself naturally. Focus on what's about to occur. At this time, Kor arrived beside him with silent footsteps that belied her considerable power. She observed Rhea calmly. You brought the annoyingly talkative one here as well? I had hoped for some measure of peace during this significant moment. At such words, Rhea's eyes flashed with blue fire as her response emerged with honey-sweet venom. Oh? Is this the supposedly old and wise woman I've just learned is the first hunger speaking? Ancient, certainly, that much is obvious. But I don't really see much evidence of the wise part in what I've seen so far. Boom! Kor turned around with eyes blazing crimson as she smiled. Supposed prodigy of mana, have you actually observed the other women here the outsider spends meaningful time with? Their chests alone are larger than half of your entire figure. Perhaps you should focus on developing substance rather than running that mouth incessantly. Rhea laughed with a sound mixing genuine amusement and dangerous promise as she replied with unshaken confidence. Old hunger, I won't be changing a single thing about myself. I am an aesthetic choice for those with refined taste. The ancestor clearly appreciates all varieties. The two of them seemed ready to continue their verbal sparring indefinitely, but Noah shook his head with a gesture mixing amusement and exasperation. Come on now, enough of that. We have genuinely important work to accomplish. Let's get started. Chapter 44-41 Infinite Hunger. 6. With such words of finality, Corharumpton turned around. She looked out at the distant golden sands of the early veiled shore that stretched like vast continent toward horizons that seemed to extend infinitely. Noah knelt down with deliberate motion and placed his palm flat against the golden sands. His voice emerged with the weight of authority being invoked. Forge the resplendent sanctuaries of inevitabilities, the vast golden sands surrounding them trembled with immediate response to his command. From both Noah and Kor simultaneously, waves of obsidian blue authority erupted outward like endless seas being released from containment. The authority painted the golden sands with new colors, transforming their fundamental nature through the concentrated application of civilizational power. A moment later, the area of the early veiled shore directly before them began altering and changing with breathtaking velocity. Obsidian crystalline formations erupted from beneath the sands, the entire region transforming into solidified obsidian blue crystals that stretched vast and wide. A massive continent formed and continued stretching outward with seemingly infinite expansion, the crystalline surface eventually forging above the early sacred waters themselves. Prompts bloomed within Noah's consciousness. The resplendent sanctuaries are manifesting according to architectural specifications. The primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger will commence forging from concentrated civilizational authority, the synthesized essence of mana and hunger operating in symbiotic harmony. These entities require extraordinarily dense concentration of authority alongside substantial quantity. Most civilizations would expend considerable resources producing even modest numbers within reasonable timeframes. Your possession of infinite primus mana renders such constraints irrelevant. Initial production parameters: 41,666 inevitabilities per hour, yielding 1 million primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger within 24 hours. Each unit will possess minimum baseline of 1 quintillion complexity and purity with innate capability to wield civilizational authority. Noah smiled at these prompts as he rose to observe the glorious construction unfolding before him. He witnessed the endless expanse of obsidian blue crystals spreading toward distant horizons, their surfaces catching ambient light and refracting it into countless prismatic displays. From the smooth crystalline ground, massively tall towers began rising with architectural elegance, each one perfectly positioned. Between these towers, potent singularities began manifesting, spherical concentrations of creative potential shining obsidian blue with distinct hint of gold at their very centers. Exactly 41,666 of these massive singularities began blooming across the sanctuaries of inevitabilities simultaneously, each one representing birthchamber for a new member of his civilization. But as this magnificent construction progressed, Noah's body pulsed unexpectedly as brilliant golden light and brilliant green gold light flashed independently within his existence. Two of his principles were activating simultaneously without his direct command. Prompts bloomed with analytical clarity. The principle of the cheating architect and the principle of perpetual harvest have independently committed 80% of their current primus mana glyphs toward achieving temporal compression of population expansion, their objective: proliferating multiple days' worth of primus inevitability production within compressed timeframe. Both principles are demonstrating considerable initiative regarding this. Emergence, boom, above Noah, an eruption of glorious glyphs manifested visibly, hundreds of concentrated authority constructs orbiting around him like celestial bodies acknowledging their son. He looked upward with shining eyes to observe the immense light of his singularity principles bathing everything before him in concentrated radiance. The glyphs descended upon the sanctuary with purposeful direction, each one finding optimal position to maximize their collective effect. In the next moment, additional prompts materialized with gravitas, befitting their content. Effort has been collected systematically from across existence over recent hours. The effort invested in the emergence of your primordial civilizations. The effort contributing to another primordial civilization's advancement through Eckert's progression. The accumulated effort of the first farmer's collapsed existence. Additionally, the effort of adversarial forces plotting against you in the lands of the dead, the lands of the living, and the loom itself. Perpetual harvest has proven remarkably indiscriminate in its collection methodology. All this quintessential harvest is being applied to this moment. The irony of enemies' efforts fueling your advancement should not be lost on you. Around Noah, an even grander sea of green gold brilliance erupted with overwhelming intensity. The light washed over the obsidian blue crystalline surface of the sanctuaries like tide of pure potential, transforming everything it touched. His eyes became covered by the brilliant hues of green and blue merging together. And reflected in his vision, he witnessed something that transcended his initial expectations. No longer did he see mere thousands of singularities representing emergence of 41,666 inevitabilities. Instead, he saw a few hundreds of thousands of these glorious singularities beginning to bloom every passing second, the crystalline sanctuary rapidly filling with birth chambers that multiplied exponentially. Prompts emerged with utter glory. Production parameters have been modified. Due to combined contributions from the cheating architect and perpetual harvest, the generation of primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger has been multiplied by factor of 10. Correspondingly, the baseline power of these first-generation primus inevitabilities has increased by identical factor. Each unit will now possess 10 quintillion complexity and purity rather than standard 1 quintillion. Revised production target 10 million within 24 hours. Your principles appear committed to making this emergence noteworthy. Boom. Noah felt eruption of such terrifying brilliance cascading through his existence as the numbers recalculated themselves. 10 million inevitabilities to be produced within the next 24 hours, each one possessing 10 times the originally planned power. This was perpetual harvest expressing its true nature, right? Perpetual harvest, the thing the first farmer had wanted most desperately, the principle he had conspired and plotted to reclaim despite knowing it would betray someone who had helped him, the thing that even the creature had held and shaken his head with, regret that it didn't bloom properly. The creature himself had acknowledged it was a truly terrifying tool for the forging of civilizations, something that could transform effort into exponential growth regardless of source or intention. It seemed to truly be expressing itself fully at this moment as boom. Even before Noah's thoughts could complete their trajectory, another explosion of authority erupted within him, around him, and covering the obsidian blue crystalline sanctuary. A potent and extremely concentrated sea of harvest bloomed to fruition, and covered absolutely everything with green gold radiance. Prompts manifested with weight that demanded attention. Perpetual harvest has identified additional harvest source of considerable magnitude. It is currently collecting the effort represented by the pain and endless turmoil of all inevitabilities in existence whose hunger has been mutated and defiled. These beings exist in constant state of agonized appetite across the walls of the loom. Their suffering, the excruciating sensation of hunger that can never be satisfied, is being converted into harvest for this emergence. The suffering of the corrupted becomes foundation for the uncorrupted. One might call it poetic justice, though that seems insufficient descriptor. Noah observed these prompts with genuine astonishment. And beside him, Kor seemed capable of witnessing identical information through their shared connection to hunger's civilization. Her figure trembled violently while tears began forming on the rims of her crimson eyes. All the pain and endless turmoil that countless inevitabilities felt at this very moment, beings who had their fundamental nature corrupted and twisted by the living paradox's machinations. Due to Noah's intricate connection with the first hunger and how she remained connected to all these suffering inevitabilities, perpetual harvest actually harvested the effort of their excruciating sensation, the agony of never being able to satisfy their hunger as they devoured and devoured endlessly. Only to give everything they obtained to the loom without respite. It took all of this accumulated effort as the result manifested before them. Additional prompts emerged with implications that resonated deeply. Perpetual harvest has extended its collection parameters. It is now recursively harvesting all pain accumulated across countless eons by all distorted mutated inevitabilities. Not merely current suffering, but historical torment aggregated across incomprehensible duration. The effort of all their pain and hunger is being harvested and directed toward this emergence. Consequently, all production parameters have been amplified by factor of 10 once more. Your principle demonstrates rather impressive commitment to maximizing this particular moment. Noah couldn't help but curse with utter astonishment. Kor's legs gave out completely as she collapsed to the crystalline ground. Tears fell freely from her crimson eyes as she felt all the accumulated pain and hunger of her tormented people being transformed into harvest. All their efforts, their suffering, their agony, their endless hunger that could never be satisfied, all of it was being turned into foundation that infused itself to form more of her civilization. The prompt that manifested next carried weight of finality. Due to accumulated harvest of unprecedented magnitude, revised parameters are as follows. 100 million primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger will be produced within 24 hours. Just for these next 24 hours. Each first-generation primus inevitability will possess 100 quintillion complexity and purity at baseline, 100 million beings. Each formidable threat born within this single day. Wielding civilizational authority as birthright, the existential implications are considerable. Noah had no words adequate to express what he felt. His mana buzzed with intensity that made his entire existence tremble. His framework felt like it was being squeezed, as if infinite primus, mana was genuinely being put to the test and asked the fundamental question: can you really provide the mana for all this? Can you sustain production on this scale? And his existence cried out in response and began to give, and it gave without hesitation. And it gave without reservation, and in front of him, millions of massive obsidian blue and gold singularities bloomed with breathtaking velocity as something utterly terrifying erupted under the brilliance of concentrated harvest. In this glorious silence of utter shock and stupefaction, where even Rhea stood with mouth slightly open and eyes wide, pivotal prompts flashed before everyone present in the early veiled shore. The primordial civilization of hunger was a civilization defined with clarity exceeding even the primordial civilization of existence itself. Mana existed alongside it from the earliest moments. Hunger was present even before the living existences came together with the creature. Hunger has been present, mana has been present. Mana has been present, hunger and mana existed in glorious expression, fundamental principles driving all advancement and enabling all growth. Let true hunger bloom once more without corruption. Let mana feed it into fruition without limitation. What was collapsed will rise. What was defiled will be purified. What was stolen will be reclaimed. Boom. Chapter 44-42 Infinite Hunger. 7. The endless skies of the early veiled shore were painted with auroras of green, gold, and blue stretching infinitely. They were celestial lights dancing in patterns that suggested existence itself was celebrating what was about to unfold. Noah and Kor stood at the junction between golden sands and the obsidian blue crystalline continent that now bore millions of singularities blooming with concentrated potential, each singularity pulsed with rhythmic intensity, preparing to birth entities that could potentially be the first of the many signs of a civilization that would reshape the balance of power across observable existence. In the distant skies above, Ozymandias could be seen floating grandly, his massive humanoid form shining with countless blue-gold primus mana glyphs that orbited him like loyal subjects attending their sovereign. He looked utterly dominating, an avatar of accumulated hunger refined through systematic cultivation. At such a time, at such a pivotal moment when it was decreed that 100 million primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger would be formed, each one possessing 100 quintillion complexity and purity at baseline, Noah's figure rose upward and began floating as he looked at the vast expanse before him with calculating eyes. His principles had gone all out. Perpetual harvest had exceeded every expectation and accomplished feats that transcended what one could even fathom. The cheating architect had contributed substantially, other components of him had done much to ensure this emergence's success. What about himself? What would he contribute to this moment? At this juncture, his figure shone with interminable glory as he proceeded to raise his hand slowly. He allowed it to fall with deliberate motion while echoing out gloriously, his eyes releasing beams of blue-gold primus mana that covered the areas he gazed at. Mana is the immensity of existence itself. All matter, antimatter, dark matter, life and energy simply originate from mana at their most fundamental level. I hold an infinite amount of primus mana within my existence, a truth that defines my very existence. His voice remained calm and unshakably composed, heavy with authority, for the emergence of the blades and shields of my primordial civilization of mana and hunger. I shall impose upon this birth the infinite quality of my existence. The infinite quality of my mana shall be woven into their fundamental architecture. Boom, his eyes blazed with conviction. If possible, from this emerging hunger, let there be infinite hunger. His words were terrifyingly heavy. Far too heavy. They carried weight that made surrounding existence tremble in recognition of what was being attempted. In the next moment, Noah's entire existence and the distant Ozymandias above unleashed endless waves of blue-gold primus mana onto the lands below. From both of them simultaneously, civilizational authority of mana and hunger descended like judgment being rendered. Civilizational authority. This type of authority was unfathomably grand, representing the concentrated essence of what a civilization truly stood for at its core. At this moment, very few within Noah's own framework actually held such authority. To truly and fully embody and express it without feeling immense weight crushing one's existence, it seemed like a minimum requirement was 100 quintillion complexity and purity. it was a heavy authority that genuinely represented what the civilization stood for, its principles, its aspirations, its fundamental nature given tangible form, and at this moment, Noah allowed his existence to actively impose his civilizational authority onto the emergence before him with focused intent. Prompts bloomed with weight. A glimpse of the infinite quality of your mana has been successfully applied to hunger. This represents unprecedented fusion of conceptual frameworks. Waves of civilizational authority of mana and hunger are being utilized as catalytic agent. A portion of the incoming harvest from existential communication and permeation has been diverted from your foundation palisades and redirected into this emergence. Your mana and your hunger are inexplicably and irreversibly linked across all of existence from this moment forward. The quality of infinity inherent to your mana is being shared, even if by fraction, with your hunger. Infinite hunger rises, a glorious hunger that carries a distinct shred of the quality of infinity within its fundamental architecture. All primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger shall carry this infinite hunger as birthright. They can hunger and hunger endlessly, devour and devour endlessly on everything for growth. Everything becomes sustenance. Everything becomes fuel for advancement. There exists no satiation point, no moment of satisfaction that halts progression. Only eternal appetite driving, eternal growth. Boom, after such prompts settled into reality, the few million singularities on the ground below pulsed and began rotating with accelerating velocity. An emergence commenced with force that made the crystalline continent tremble. The auras of utterly terrifying entities began rising from the singularities like souls ascending from primordial depths. Tentacles bloomed first, countless appendages of concentrated mana and hunger that writhed and coiled as they formed humanoid entities. These beings seemed to be constructed from countless and infinite tentacles of intertwined authority, each tendril carrying both principles in perfect synthesis. Prompts manifested once more. The blades and shields of the primordial civilization of mana and hunger are rising. Designation confirmed, protectors and weapons simultaneously, defensive and offensive capabilities unified in singular form, comprehensive specifications of primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger. Straight face, baseline power, 100 quintillion complexity and purity minimum. Inherent capability, born with infinite hunger is fundamental characteristic. No satiation threshold exists. All matter, energy, authority, and concepts can be devoured for growth without limitation. Unique function, hunger and mana symbiosis. These entities carry capability to fuse with other members of your civilization, becoming hunger-born inevitability civilizational armor. This fusion combines the power of both participants, creating a synthesized combat form that exceeds simple addition of capabilities. Core abilities, mana consumption acceleration, can devour raw mana from environment to rapidly regenerate and amplify their own power. Recovery time becomes functionally instantaneous when sufficient mana is available. Hunger propagation, can temporarily impose their infinite hunger onto enemies, causing targeted beings to experience uncontrollable appetite that consumes their own power reserves from within. Civilizational resonance, when multiple primus inevitabilities operate in proximity, their civilizational authority harmonizes and amplifies, creating zone of enhanced effectiveness that grows exponentially with numbers present. Void appetite, can consume abstract concepts including damage dealt to them, converting offensive actions into fuel for their growth. Attacks that don't exceed their baseline power are simply devoured rather than causing harm. Infinite recursion, their hunger operates on recursive loop. They hunger to grow stronger, and growing stronger increases their hunger, creating perpetual advancement cycle without ceiling. Chapter 44-43 Infinite Hunger. 8. Floating far above, Noah observed such prompts as his eyes only shone brighter with satisfaction. He watched the emergence of utter glory unfolding below with an expression of pride and anticipation. The process that should have required full hour for all few million to complete their formation occurred instantly. The temporal compression from perpetual harvest and cheating architect ensuring no wasteful delays. The humanoid forms of the primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger took shape with terrifying beauty. They appeared as massive titanic humanoids with obsidian blue tentacled skin. Their entire bodies lined by ancient and glorious golden tentacle glyphs that pulsed with inner light. Wings composed of golden tentacles fanned out behind them like banners of authority. They look like imposing figures made of roiling, sinewy, blue obsidian tendrils, possessing the overall humanoid shape, but distinctly monstrous and alien in execution. Each face was humanoid yet predatory and animalistic, and their eyes shone with crimson intensity that spoke of infinite hunger burning. Within, they appeared one by one, their emergence causing existence itself to tremble all around as each one radiated utterly terrifying and imposing air of concentrated power. The crystalline ground cracked beneath their feet as reality strained to accommodate their presence. The moment their bodies finished forming, they moved with synchronized precision, gloriously kneeling toward Noah, Ozymandias, and Kor with gestures of absolute submission and devotion. Their booming words began ringing out with heavy voices that echoed across the early veiled shore. We are born of infinite mana and infinite hunger. We are the blades forged in the crucible of your civilization's emergence. Our existence is dedicated to the protection and advancement of the primordial framework that birthed us. The first formed Primus Inevitability spoke these words, and others joined him as they repeated identical proclamation. Their voices merged into chorus of absolute loyalty. We swear upon the infinite quality of our hunger that we shall devour all obstacles that stand before our civilization. We shall consume every threat, every enemy, every impediment to your ascension. Our appetite knows no bounds, for we carry the gift of endless growth within our fundamental architecture. More voices joined, creating thunderous declaration. We are the shields that shall absorb all damage dealt to our civilization. We are the armor that shall protect our sovereign's existence. We are the weapons that shall carve pathways through hostile territories. Our loyalty is absolute. Our hunger is infinite. Our purpose is singular, the triumph of mana and hunger across all of existence. The vows continued. We pledge our existence to the primordial civilization of mana and hunger. We pledge our infinite hunger to fuel its advancement. We pledge our capabilities to serve as instruments of your will. Command us, and we shall obey without hesitation. Direct us, and we shall execute without failure. We are your extension, your manifestation, your army born of civilizational authority. The final declaration rang out with weight that made even the distant auroras pulse in response. For the infinite light of mana. For the endless hunger that drives all growth. We stand ready to serve. The scene was utterly magnificent, millions of titanic beings kneeling in perfect synchronization. Their crimson eyes fixed upon Noah, Ozymandias, and Kor with devotion. Noah descended slowly toward the first one to emerge, the entity whose voice had initiated the chorus of vows. He landed before this being with expression mixing curiosity and glory. What is your name? Noah asked. All the chants and vows ceased immediately the moment Noah spoke, as if his words carried priority that overrode all other considerations. The first Primus Inevitability responded with a voice carrying absolute certainty. I am merely your loyal blade. Your extension. Your instrument of infinite hunger. I am Protos, the first of this generation, born to serve the primordial civilization that granted me existence. Noah nodded at such designation as his words emerged with weight of honor being bestowed. Then Protos, you shall have the honor to become my shield, my armor, my blade. You shall be the first to demonstrate the hunger and mana symbiosis that defines your generation. Protos knelt even lower with a gesture mixing profound gratitude and solemn acceptance. His voice emerged with a formal precision that carried the weight of a sacred oath. Master of infinite Primus mana and hunger, I understand that I am unworthy of such distinction. Yet I shall do all within my capabilities to protect the infinite light of the primordial civilization. My hunger shall be your hunger. My strength shall be your shield. My existence shall be your armor. This, I swear upon the infinite quality that burns within my fundamental architecture. At such words, Noah's body flashed with brilliant light as his mana-born existential armor adorned him. The armor pulsed with recognition of what was about to occur. His hand reached out toward Protos, and the Primus Inevitability also reached out with sense of fervor that transcended simple obedience. Protos' humanoid body began transforming, his form dissolving into countless tentacles that began fusing themselves into Noah's existing armor. The tentacles wove through the mana-born existential armor with precision of perfect compatibility. Obsidian blue merged with existing golden blue framework, creating synthesis that exceeded what either possessed individually. As such glorious scene began unfolding before all observers, Noah turned to address his people watching in utter astonishment. Rhea's eyes were wide with barely contained excitement. Kale and the seed members observed with analytical focus. Henry, Adelaide, Barbados, and others looked upon the scene with expressions mixing awe and anticipation. Noah's grand words rang out across the early veiled shore. The shields and blades of our civilization have been formed. 100 million Primus Inevitabilities of mana and hunger shall emerge within the next day. Each one carrying infinite hunger as their birthright, each one capable of fusing with members of our civilization to create weavings of unprecedented power. His voice intensified, every single one of you can fuse with them and walk together on a path of infinite mana and hunger. You shall wear them as your protection. You shall wield them as your weapons. You shall advance together as symbiotic pairs, your growth fueling theirs, their hunger amplifying yours. His eyes blazed with tyrannical satisfaction. This is what it means to belong to a primordial civilization. To my primordial civilization. This is the advantage we shall wield against those who stand against us. Let them come with their accumulated power spanning eons. Let them come with their established frameworks and ancient authorities. We shall meet them with infinite hunger, with infinite mana, and we shall devour their advantages until nothing remains but our triumph. Boom! The early veiled shore trembled with the weight of declaration as around Noah. The fusion with Protos completed itself. His armor now carried characteristics of both his original framework and the Primus inevitability, tentacles woven throughout the structure, golden glyphs pulsing alongside obsidian blue crystalline formations. He could feel Protos' consciousness flowing over his body like a shield. And behind him, millions more Primus inevitabilities continued kneeling, waiting for their own chance to serve their civilization. The shields had been forged, the blades had been sharpened, and existence itself trembled as on this day, something grand was completed. Chapter 44 Civilization Expansion. 4,166,666 Primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger. This was the scene and the reality that many were looking at this very moment, and it felt absolutely surreal. It was as if existence itself had decided to bend its rules specifically to accommodate what should have been impossible. Because every single one of these entities held 100 quintillion complexity and purity at their baseline, every single one of these entities flowed with civilizational authority of mana and hunger as birthright. Noah's figure stood at the forefront of this magnificent army, currently fused with Protos in a symbiotic state that transformed his appearance into something transcendent. He looked like a titanic armored entity shining with gold blue, obsidian, and crimson radiance that made surrounding existence acknowledge his presence. The armor itself was a masterwork of civilizational engineering, sleek yet impossibly durable, with angular plates that suggested both mobility and absolute protection. The surface displayed intricate patterns where obsidian blue tentacle glyphs wove through golden framework, creating visual language that spoke of two primordial civilizations unified in singular purpose. One hand gripped an exquisite crimson blue blade that was deliberately hollow at its center, and within that hollow space, millions of spinning primordial fireballs rotated with controlled violence. Each one capable of devastating territories if released. The other hand bore an obsidian gold shield whose surface was inscribed with countless Primus mana arcana glyphs that pulsed with concentrated authority. The blue gold helmet covered his features completely while a spinning crystalline crimson crown floated above it, a symbol of his sovereignty over this emerging force. His eyes were hidden behind a visor that pulsed with crimson light, giving him appearance of something beyond mortal or even early creature. Something that existed at intersection of multiple glorious principles. In such grand armored state, he looked upon the Primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger who gazed back at him with eyes that seemingly sought to be told what needed to be done. Their posture suggested they would execute any command without hesitation, without question, with absolute dedication. Noah had been planning to lay low temporarily as he accumulated his power, allowing the Foundation palisades to grow while avoiding direct confrontation. But when he looked at this terrifying portion of power that was about to bloom fully soon, when he truly grasped what the emergence of infinite hunger meant, it called for changes of plans regarding many things. He had talked about how grand his primordial civilization was compared to those that had been actively enjoying boons for the past eons. Now it was truly time for him to act and put this grand civilization to practical use. He turned to look at his people, all assembled on the junction between Golden Sands and Crystalline Continent, as his grand voice emerged with a magisterial commanding authority. All of you, step forward. As of today, there shall be none within the early veiled shore that will exhibit less than 100 quintillion complexity and purity. Fuse with a Primus inevitability, let them be your blades and shields, and let us advance our civilization together as unified force. The words reverberated outward like undeniable command that transcended simple authority, yet none here even required commanding. In the next instant, figures began stepping forward with expressions mixing eagerness and solemn recognition of what they were about to undertake. Rhea moved with grace, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she approached the kneeling ranks. Henry stepped forward with shining eyes, Barbados floated forth with devilish smile. Sigrid, surrounded by her aura of order, advanced with measured steps. Moraine, Titano, the blue slime, the Emperor Penguin, Kazuhiko, and even little Bobby, all stepped forward to claim their civilizational armor. The Primus inevitabilities moved with sequential precision like armies trained across eons rather than beings born mere moments ago. They knelt before all those approaching with gestures mixing respect and eager anticipation, each one waiting to be chosen, to fulfill their purpose. Sigrid, surrounded by white order that harmonized with the obsidian blue of hunger, appeared near Noah and Kor with deliberate motion. Her hand reached out toward a Primus inevitability who instantly arose from its kneeling position. The entity's voice emerged a declaration: "It shall be my honor to serve as your blade and shield, bearer of order. My infinite hunger shall protect your light." Its tentacles extended toward Sigrid's body and began forming glorious armor that shone obsidian blue and gold, similar to Noah's own, though slightly smaller in scale, maintaining her elegant figure while providing protection. Archlich Arezon and the primordial ape stepped forward simultaneously, their legions also selecting Primus inevitabilities with careful consideration. As each inevitability was chosen, they all rose from kneeling positions and declared with unified voices, "It would be our honor to serve the primordial civilization." The symbiotic relationships formed rapidly, tentacles weaving through existing frameworks, creating armored states that pulsed with combined authority. All those present gradually became adorned with civilizational armor that marked them as true members of Noah's weavings. Even Leonore Ruros, who had just joined through pledging fealty, found herself approached by a Primus inevitability who knelt before her with same respect shown to original members. Her existence became adorned in this grand civilizational armor, the transformation marking her official integration into the primordial civilization of mana and hunger. Kor looked at all of this unfolding with heavy emotions. She floated alongside the few million Primus inevitabilities who had not yet been chosen, and they all extended their hands, forming tentacles just to touch her outstretched hands, just to feel the touch of the first hunger herself, as she passed through their ranks. With tears forming at corners of her crimson eyes, they began calling out with voices that resonated across the entire early veiled shore, "O first hunger! Hunger that drives all growth! We stand ready to serve. Our infinite hunger is your infinite hunger. Our existence is dedicated to the restoration what was stolen." Their voices were resonant with devotion. When she heard them, when she felt their hands reaching out to touch her existence with reverence, Kor was overwhelmed by emotion that she had suppressed for eons. She laughed with tears flowing freely, the sound mixing joy and grief, and vindication all together. Her gaze momentarily turned to look at Noah's grand armored figure, seeing his crimson visor-covered eyes gazing back at her with silent acknowledgement. "Thank you, outsider," she said. "Thank you for giving my people a chance to exist without corruption. Thank you for giving them infinite hunger that does not pain or torment them." Chapter 44-45 Civilization Expansion 2. Noah waved his hand with a gesture that said this was simply just the beginning, that gratitude was premature when so much more remained to be accomplished, and it truly was only the beginning. He looked around and observed how many within his early veiled shore continued to come forward and choose Primus inevitabilities to become their blades and shields. Even his mother, Amelia Osmont, came forward and selected a Primus inevitability as her body became covered by this glorious and terrifying civilizational armor. Noah continued gazing at this glorious process with analytical focus. When one truly stopped to contemplate it, what exactly did this moment in time mean for him based on his pure power alone and his civilization's capabilities? One might look at this astonishing phenomenon today and think, oh, it's simply another elevation or power-up in his arsenal. Another impressive achievement to add to his growing list, but at this point in time, it actually marked terrifying and significant change. For the first time in quite some time, and for the first time in the history of his civilization, he gained what seemed to be overwhelming power, and it was overwhelming in a way that many would only later come to understand. To truly understand this significance, take into account just if any force had 1 million entities each at 100 quintillion. Across the transcendent folds, it did not exist. Such a force did exist inside of the loom, but that was that grand place filled with multiple primordial civilizations that had been accumulating power across eons. Outside that secured domain, no comparable force existed anywhere in observable existence. Even if he was wrong and the wandering territories that held collapsed civilizations possessed significant numbers, he highly doubted they even held a few 100,000 or even a few thousands that were at 100 quintillion or higher. The possible path with Goliath had shown that he would meet a few at dozens of quintillion and other at a few hundred quintillion when he did proceed to find the collapsed civilizations. But that was it, maybe he was wrong. He hoped he was wrong. As he loved for there to be more power and complexity out there than he even fathomed, but it was unlikely, as a good reference point was the sanctuary of the first farmer, that ancient being who had cultivated for eons and yet his most powerful subordinates barely exceeded a few quintillion. Now, he did not just have 1 million of such entities, he had 4 million at this moment, and as the hours continued to pass within a full day, he would have 100 million of such entities. It was significant enough of a number for him to do many things that could bolster and elevate his civilization in ways that he could not accomplish before, like, he thought back to the unfavorable phantom process that had occurred when he simulated raiding the desiccated sleeping shore that held a living elemental body of Schrödinger. The illusory reality avatars from the loom had appeared and decimated his forces, beings with sextillions of power that had overwhelmed his capabilities, but that simulation had assumed his forces numbered in dozens, maybe hundreds, not millions. He smiled lightly as he commanded Ruin/Eden, do a small phantom process for the choice of heading to the desiccated sleeping shore right now with the current standing of my civilization, calculating probabilities, barely enough. Remaining Primus mana glyphs of cheating architect were available, but for this single simulation, they were there. The simulation unfolds like this. Ruin/Eden told him of how this possible path would unfold. And as she did, he couldn't help but smile. His conviction was further affirmed as he nodded after listening. He turned to look at the expanse of Primus inevitabilities before him and his people who stood wrapped in civilizational armor, all pulsing with civilizational authority of mana and hunger. For those who wish to join the first excursion of our primordial civilization, it shall be an excursion to collapse a vessel of the living paradox. We shall move against one of his bodies. He spoke such words grandly as at this moment, he held tremendous sense of confidence while knowing fully of the dangers that persisted. The avatars from the loom would appear once more. They would attempt to suppress his forces, but this time, he would be more than ready. Sigrid, Rhea, and many others pulsed with readiness, their armored forms radiating anticipation of combat worthy of their newfound power. Hyperion came of retirement, bringing with him glorious enders to fuse with the Primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger. The wills of Old Man Eudemus, Commander Foam, Oppenheimer, and others felt like this was an opportune time to join in. The Great Beyonder, the Great Mother, Romulus, Emmeline, all those basking in the backdrop of greatness came out to join this momentous occasion. Noah observed it all calmly. He gazed at the thrones of more than 4 million Primus inevitabilities, standing in perfect formation, and he looked upward toward his other form of Ozymandias that floated down grandly at this moment. The massive humanoid beckoned to a Primus inevitability below who shot up toward him with eager velocity. The Primus inevitability adorned Ozymandias in a civilizational armor of mana and hunger that made the already imposing figure even more terrifying. Ozymandias spoke in a deep voice that carried weight of infinite hunger given vocal form. Let us go and have a feast worthy of your hunger. Let us devour the vessels of those who corrupted our brethren. At such words, the Primus inevitabilities all rose up with synchronized movement and smashed their armored fists against their chests. Boom! The sound of millions of impacts created thunderous percussion that made existence itself tremble. They bellowed out with voices that carried across dimensions, for the infinite light of mana, for the endless hunger that drives all growth. We stand ready to serve. Command us, and we shall execute without failure. Direct us, and we shall devour without hesitation. Noah looked at all of this calmly as his mind calculated many things. Even if he mobilized just 1 million of these Primus inevitabilities, he was confident in overwhelming any entities with a single sextillion or even a few sextillions in combined power. The civilizational authority they wielded, combined with their infinite hunger and coordinated possibilities, would create force that exceeded simple numerical calculation, and because of this confidence born from analysis rather than blind arrogance, he raised his armored hand. Instantly, all voices ceased once more as every Primus inevitability fixed their crimson eyes upon him with absolute attention. He looked out at the army of more than 4 million and spoke, 1 million of you shall spread across the folds, the collapsed regions, and the wandering territories. Move in groups of at least 1,000 to ensure an overwhelming force advantage. Ensure that not even a single brethren of yours falls to enemy action. With mana, you will not truly fall, your power will be sustained infinitely. With hunger, you will continue to devour, your growth will never cease. His voice intensified, spread out across the folds. Across the wandering territories, search for the vessels of the living paradox. Search for collapsed civilizations. Search for anything and everything that could aid our advancement. His final declaration boomed out like a mandate. At this moment in time, the primordial civilization of mana and hunger shall start to spread its influence. Spread the sparks of the way of mana across existence. Spread the light of infinite hunger across all territories. Let all of observable existence know that a new primordial civilization has risen. And it hungers for everything. Boom, they orchestrated the fallout? They forged the loom? He would show them how he would survive their machinations, and come out the other side, a force they utterly regretted allowing to rise. Chapter 44-46 Civilization Expansion. 3. His voice echoed across the early veiled shore with finality after he gave the order. The Primus Inevitabilities replied with fervor that made the crystalline continent tremble. 1,000,000 of them rose up from their ranks, their armored forms pulsing with readiness as they declared with unified voices, "We shall execute your mandate with absolute dedication. The folds shall know the touch of infinite hunger. The collapsed regions shall witness the light of infinite mana. The wandering territories shall tremble before our passage. We shall locate the vessels of the enemy and mark them for your judgment. We shall find the collapsed civilizations and bring them word of your emergence." Their voices were deep, heavy, and buzzing in a glorious unison. The final declaration rang out, for the glory of the primordial civilization. For the restoration of what was stolen. For the emergence of infinite hunger. We move as one. We fight as one. We triumph as one. Command us, and it shall be done. After these grand declarations concluded, Noah raised his armored fist into the air. He bellowed out coldly with voice that carried finality, "Move out," and, boom, the blades of a primordial civilization moved out. 1,000,000 Primus Inevitabilities surged upward simultaneously, their armored forms creating wave of obsidian blue and gold that seemed to paint the sky itself. They organized into groups of thousands with precision. They spread in all directions outside the infiniverse, some moving toward the transcendent folds, others diving toward collapsed regions, still more vectoring toward the vast wandering territories that stretched beyond catalogued space. Each group moved with purpose, their infinite hunger driving them forward. They were the first wave. The vanguard of a primordial civilization that had just announced its presence to all of observable existence, and behind them, more than 3,000,000 additional Primus Inevitabilities remained, awaiting Noah's next command, ready to support their brethren or anything he commanded. Noah watched them go with satisfaction. Let the living paradox send his avatars, let the dead order mobilize her forces. Let the loom take notice of what blooms outside their secured boundaries. We are ready, and we are hungry, infinitely hungry, and it was precisely because of this hunger that he moved the way he did. Hunger needed sustenance. The loom was a fat fucking pig that he wanted to bleed for sustenance. The living paradox said he and all others outside the loom were nutrients? Fertilizers. Okay, let him glimpse of the immensity outside it. Let the loom send forth its avatars. Let them become his fertilizer that he would shit out the next day. The scene was an utterly breathtaking one as after 1,000,000 Primus Inevitabilities of mana and hunger were deployed across existence. Noah turned his armored gaze toward Ozymandias floating grandly above. This part of him, this avatar of infinite hunger, had his tentacled chest crack and begin to open in the next moment, revealing a crimson obsidian space underneath that seemed to contain infinite depth. Ozymandias then pointed downward commandingly, his authority flashing over 2,000,000 Primus Inevitabilities exactly as they heeded the order and rose up. They flowed toward his chest like river of obsidian blue and gold. Shockingly miniaturizing as they approached and fitting into Ozymandias' existence like nothing, as if the space within him was far vaster than his external form suggested. He didn't need to show completely that he had millions. He could start slow and unleash more as the needs arose. This glorious scene of 2,000,000 Primus Inevitabilities contained within Ozymandias' framework was staggering to witness. In the skies above, those who also wanted to be included in the first excursion floated ready, armored figures pulsing with anticipation. At such momentous occasion, existence itself began to tremble as if acknowledging the significance of what was occurring. A symphony began to play, not from any visible source but from reality itself resonating with actions being taken. The melody carried tension, valor, and immensity woven together into something magisterial. Noah looked around with recognition as he remembered the words of the dead order, that when one's power or actions were profound enough, they could induce resonance in existence itself, trembling symphonies, even though the living paradox merely appearing had caused him and all those nearby to hear, kneel, revere, again and again. But at this moment, accompanying the buzzing existence and symphony, something unprecedented occurred. The instrumental melody transformed into something more complex, as a crystalline feminine voice began to echo out words. Existence itself composing lyrics to accompany the glorious significance of this deployment. The voice sang with melancholic beauty, "These are the weapons existence created, born from pressure that could not be contained. Tyranny and chains, what did you expect? What grows beneath oppression cannot be restrained." The melody continued with haunting resonance. Why couldn't things be left alone? Why couldn't existence remain free? Why did there have to be plots and schemes, collapsing what we could have been? The chorus swelled with tragic grandeur. Now blades are echoing across the void, now vast swaths will bleed with mana and hunger. You asked for weapons, you forged them in pain. Did you think the harvest wouldn't come again? Did you think the harvest wouldn't come again? Noah looked at the surrounding existence as he felt this melodious chorus continue, and he alongside all others around him observed in astonishment, the monkey-like form of the bard of quintessence, already contained within civilizational armor of mana and hunger, felt like he was hearing something out of his wildest dreams. His existence trembled with creative euphoria as existence itself composed what he had always aspired to create. Noah closed his eyes to listen to the chorus that existence seemed to be composing in response to his actions, as if reality acknowledged that what had been done to hunger, to the inevitabilities, to countless beings across eons, had consequences that were now manifesting. He smiled with satisfaction before opening his eyes once more, looking toward Leonor Ruros with commanding focus. "Lead us to the desiccated sleeping shore." With such words, the armored Leonor nodded with expression, mixing determination and nervous anticipation. Her right hand, gripping the hollow blade similar to Noah's, cut across space vertically with precise motion. A massive tear formed in reality itself, edges crackling with spatial authority as the pathway to their destination manifested. Ozymandias, whose body contained 2 million inevitabilities, floated toward the portal with gravitas that made surrounding existence acknowledge his passage. Dozens of others followed Rhea with her characteristic dangerous smile visible even through armored visor, Archlich Arezon with his legions, Barbados with devilish anticipation, Dr. Hall with analytical focus. Many of those closest to Noah moved toward the portal as the symphony continued playing around them. What could have been, what should have been, if you had only let the hunger rest. But you defiled and you corrupted, now face the jaws you've created. Noah looked toward the visage of the emotional core as he extended his armored hand toward her with a gesture of invitation. Let us go. Chapter 44-47. Civilization Expansion. 4. The chorus and melody continued repeating in the surroundings as these events unfolded with existential significance. Kor took his hand, her diminutive figure smiling with mixture of gratitude and fierce anticipation. She actually floated upward and climbed to sit down on Noah's right armored shoulder, her presence there feeling natural despite the absurdity of the first hunger riding upon an early creature's shoulder. The two of them also moved toward the portal with synchronized purpose. Did you think the harvest wouldn't come again? Did you think the harvest wouldn't come again? It was glorious moment, it was terrifying occasion. And at this moment, across existence, many things were changing. In the transcendent origin folds, above where Eternitas Concordia used to be, the scene that unfolded would have been incomprehensible mere days ago. Above the white gold space, a few thousand massive primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger materialized with synchronized precision. There, obsidian blue and gold armored forms descending from dimensional tiers that crackled with spatial authority, the living origins in the surroundings, who had been rebuilding Concordia while systematically erasing any dead existences that attempted revival, looked up with shock, and they began to hear it, a harmony. A chorus singing with the descent of these unknown entities. These are the weapons existence created, born from pressure that could not be contained. The melody accompanied their arrival like a soundtrack to an existential event, and the primus inevitabilities waved their hands with synchronized motion to allow hundreds of thousands of sparks of the way of mana to flow outward. The sparks surrounded living origins like twinkling stars, each one carrying invitation to join the primordial civilization of mana and hunger. With the terrifying level of power and aura these entities portrayed, each one radiating 100 quintillion complexity and purity, and how they silently looked upon the living origins with crimson eyes, regardless if they were dukes, honored living origins, royal living origins, or mere fold dwellers, all of them felt tremor in their existence. Fear. Recognition. They reached out to grab these sparks. What choice did they have? When beings of such overwhelming power offered opportunity rather than destruction, the primus inevitabilities were that terrifying, that compelling. Why couldn't things be left alone? Why couldn't existence remain free? In the transcendent law folds, the heart of law, an expansive silver-white citadel stretched out many gigaparsecs in size. They roar architectural marvels that defied understanding. Billions of living laws dwelled within its structured boundaries. Countless transcendent wheels of existence orbited in perfect formation, and just an overabundance of ordered life proliferated throughout. At this moment, Malthus in his devilish butler form walked alongside Alexander Asmodeus and Seraphina Valerhart. They had just arrived before a procession of multiple dukes of living law who were looking at Seraphina with excitement. They could sense an extremely pure aura of law around her. She had already sent word back that she and Alexander had actually met with a remnant will of the living law themselves. How grand were the living laws about to become from here on out? How great would their progress be into the secrets of the loom? As they were contemplating these possibilities with eager anticipation, now blades are echoing across the void. In such grand place filled with structured magnificence, thousands of the primus inevitabilities manifested grandly above the heart of law itself, each one burned with terrifying presence of 100 quintillion complexity and purity, power that exceeded anything the living laws had witnessed in their carefully ordered existence. Their appearance was followed by the melody and chorus echoing out all around this place too. Now vast swaths will bleed with mana and hunger. You asked for weapons, you forged them in pain. The titanic primus inevitabilities descended with synchronized precision, their obsidian blue and gold forms casting shadows across the silver-white citadel that seemed to stain its perfect order. Seraphina Valerhart's expression changed as she looked upward, her face turning ashen. These entities possessed power that made her recent inheritance from the living law seem modest by comparison. Alexander Asmodeus maintained stern expression as he and the living laws before him felt the overbearing sense of power that seemed capable of eclipsing everything they had built. His scales of law pulsed with readings that made no logical sense. Beings that powerful shouldn't exist outside the loom, especially in large numbers, as there seemed to be thousands of such beings here. Where could a terrifying force of thousands of such powerful beings stem from? There was no answer, but all primus inevitabilities possessed the capability of civilizational resonance. The grandness of this ability manifested gloriously as while the primus inevitabilities floated above the heart of law, the authority of their primordial civilization began painting over the established authority of law itself. Blue-gold light washed across silver-white structures. Obsidian tendrils of influence wove through ordered formations. It was as if a new existential order was being instituted, one that could subsume or overwhelm the existing framework through sheer weight of accumulated power. Faced with such shocking phenomenon, thousands of powerful and unknown beings when even one could crush them all, Alexander Asmodeus was calculating how to navigate this impossibility when he observed Malthus beside him beginning to rise. The devilish butler spoke with characteristic calm. These are simply the blades and shields of the master. They come, bearing gifts rather than threats, though I understand the confusion. With such words, Malthus reached out toward one of the descending primus inevitabilities. The entity instantly floated down and transformed itself into a suit of armor around Malthus, tentacles weaving through his existing form, to create civilizational armor. Did you think the harvest wouldn't come again? The other primus inevitabilities waved their hands to unleash millions of sparks that started spreading out across the heart of law itself. The sparks drifted through ordered streets, circled around structured buildings, and surrounded living laws who looked up with expressions mixing fear and shock. The chorus and symphony continued as all those below remained shocked. Alexander stood with increasingly ashen face as he wondered with genuine bewilderment. Just what had Osmond done? How had he accumulated such power in such short time frame? What had Osmond done? The sparks continued spreading while the melody played on. What could have been? What should have been? If you had only let the hunger rest across existence. On this day, many things would begin to change. The primordial civilization of mana and hunger had announced its presence through an overwhelming force that demanded acknowledgement. 1,000,000 primus inevitabilities spreading across all territories, sparks of the way of mana being distributed to countless beings regardless of their original affiliations. Civilizational authority painting over established frameworks with weight of utter majesty. And accompanying all of this, the symphony that existence itself was forced to echo out in response to what was occurring. These are the weapons existence created, born from pressure that could not be contained, tyranny and chains. What did you expect? Did you think the harvest wouldn't come again? The chorus repeated with haunting finality as Noah and his forces moved through the portal toward the desiccated sleeping shore, toward direct confrontation with a vessel of the living paradox himself. Chapter 44-48 Duty officium, duty, a word that carried different weight depending upon who spoke it, who heard it, who lived beneath its shadow. For some, duty was nothing more than chains disguised as purpose, obligations imposed by others who claimed authority over your existence. These beings viewed duty as surrender, as relinquishing the freedom to determine one's own path in exchange for the comfort of being told what to do. For others, duty was sacred covenant, a binding agreement between self and something greater that transformed mere existence into meaningful purpose. These beings viewed duty as elevation, as recognition that individual desires paled before collective necessity. And for a select few across existence's infinite expanse, duty was neither chain nor covenant but choice, deliberate decision to serve something beyond self because that service aligned with personal values rather than external compulsion. The question that plagued peasants, warriors, and kings alike was simple: what constituted true duty, and who possessed authority to define it? In the earliest folds, in times beyond current reckoning, there was a moment when the first leader, Gilgamesh, fought against a disciple of the creature himself. Just having a more concentrated everything of the creature did not mean one could become a disciple. Nobody knew the complete results of that battle. It occurred in domain others could not perceive, hidden from ordinary observation, but at its conclusion, Gilgamesh lay on shattered folding of existence itself. Reality cracked beneath him like broken mirror. His chest was rent open with wounds that leaked essence rather than blood. His breathing labored with pain, yet his expression remained stern, unyielding. Unbowed despite catastrophic defeat, he stared out into a golden fractured sky where reality itself seemed wounded from their confrontation, and his voice emerged with the weight of someone questioning their fundamental assumptions. What is our duty in existence? What are we bound by? Is our duty always to follow the way of existence of the creature and the living existences? Is that all that our existence amounts to, perpetual service to those who came before, adherence to frameworks established by others? Are we nothing more than instruments of their will? Gilgamesh asked such questions as he addressed the entity who had defeated him so thoroughly. The disciple of the creature stood without single injury visible anywhere on her form, a woman with dark hair cascading like shadow and blue eyes. Her expression carried no malice, no satisfaction at victory, only calm certainty of someone who knew their place. When she spoke, her voice held reverential conviction. Duty is not burden to be questioned or chain to be broken. Duty is the very essence of meaningful existence. I am a follower of the creature whose primordial civilization encompasses existence itself. My duty is therefore infallible because it serves the foundation upon which all else is built. My duty is to existence itself, not as an abstract concept but as a living principle that sustains all things. Her eyes hardened slightly. You speak of duty as if it constrains you, First Leader. But true duty liberates by providing purpose beyond selfish desires. Those who reject duty in pursuit of personal freedom often discover that freedom without purpose is merely chaos wearing pleasant mask. At such words, Gilgamesh's expression twisted with spiteful rejection. Blood, or what passed for blood in his primordial existence, continued seeping from his chest wounds as he responded with bitter defiance. I reject that type of duty. I am tired of following the way of others, of walking paths established by those who came before and expecting gratitude for my obedience. I want to find my own duty. One that serves purposes I determine rather than purposes imposed upon me by the creature or any other authority. His damaged hand clenched into fist. Even if that duty is wrong by your standards, at least it would be mine. The disciple of the creature scowled at such declaration, her serene composure cracking to reveal something approaching contempt for what she viewed as foolish pride. Her words emerged with sharp edges. For that ambition, you would need to usher forth your own way and establish your own civilization. You would need to create framework from nothing, to convince others that your path holds merit equal to or exceeding the creature's primordial civilization of existence itself. Are you exceptional enough to accomplish that? Do you possess the capability to forge something from void when the creature required giving his everythings to accomplish what he did? Gilgamesh's reply emerged despite his wounds, his voice carrying unshaken conviction. I stand exceptional among countless many across existence. I am the first leader, the one who gave purpose to beings who wandered aimlessly. My exceptionalism is demonstrated through actions rather than claimed through words. The disciple's response was sharp and biting. It was words designed to wound pride more deeply than any physical attack. And yet, you could not even land a single injury on a lone disciple like myself. No matter how much civilizational authority you burned in attempt. You threw everything you possessed at me and accomplished precisely nothing. What about you is exceptional, supposed first leader? Your inability to recognize your own limitations? Your stubborn insistence that you deserve authority you haven't earned, she turned away with a dismissive gesture. Find your own duty if you wish. Forge your own civilization if you can. But understand that duty defined by personal desire rather than principle is merely ambition wearing duty's clothing. And ambition without wisdom leads only to destruction. Duty, it was a word that meant different things for many. For some, duty was nothing. For others, duty was everything. The present, the sensation of being inside a primus inevitability was something one couldn't really fathom unless they were personally experiencing it. For the blue slime, it was akin to sitting in small domain where he was the center of existence itself. His gelatinous form rested within crystalline chamber of obsidian blue light, and his existence held a layer of primus mana covering him and connecting him to the armor's systems as he felt like the 100 quintillion power was not separate from him, but truly his. He and the primus inevitability were inseparable, a symbiotic pair that shared power, purpose, and perception simultaneously. At this moment, the bubbly blue slime focused on the surroundings with enhanced senses that the civilizational armor provided. Something unique he realized was that as the primus inevitabilities moved across existence, their bodies hummed with power as one could hear silent words of affirmation ringing out inherently around them. When the blue slime listened closely, his consciousness attuning to the subtle vibrations he heard, for the infinite light of mana, for the endless hunger that drives all growth, it was like mantra that they repeated as they moved, sacred scripture recited through a fundamental nature of their existence. Chapter 44-49 Duty 2. It was mesmerizing to listen to as a moment later, the blue slime gazed outward through his armor's visual systems to find that their group had arrived in the skies of unique location, a desiccated sleeping shore. The domain stretched below them like corrupted mirror of the early veiled shore they had departed from, where their home held golden sands radiating with vitality. This place bore gray granules that seemed drained of life essence, where their waters shone with crystalline purity. These waters moved sluggishly with unhealthy coloration suggesting contamination at fundamental level, but the shore held many entities, different types of living existences who had made this drained place their home or temporary refuge. They looked upward at the sudden appearance of armored figures with shock. The blue slime looked at all of them with curiosity befitting his nature, studying their varied forms and expressions. At this moment, in the skies, his body was among the dozens that followed behind the massive form of Ozymandias. When he looked back with his armor's enhanced perception, he saw the glorious armored figure of his master in his own fused state, that sleek obsidian blue and gold form with crimson visor and floating crystalline crown, and Kor sat on the master's shoulder like diminutive sovereign observing her domain. The blue slime's thoughts emerged with admiration. Master always looks cool in absolutely everything he does. It's really unfair how he manages it so consistently. And right now, even with all these terrifying armored forms of primus inevitabilities that I and others adorned, a halo of light surrounds the master as he distinctly looks different from everyone else. Master was so incredibly cool. The blue slime watched with barely contained excitement as his master simply waved his hand with a casual gesture, a minor motion that somehow carried weight of existential authority. In the next moment, the figure of one among their group moved forward. Steam hissed out dramatically as one of them took off the helmet of the civilizational armor they adorned. The face underneath was revealed to be Leonor Ruros. Her features carrying mixture of determination and something approaching grief. The blue slime did not know much about her apart from being recent entrant into Master's weavings, but many beings joined his master over the months and years. Each addition brought new perspectives, new capabilities, new loyalties. The scene of shock spreading across the living existences on the desiccated sleeping shore was palpable even from their elevated position. They saw Leonor, who should have been their ally, their companion, their trusted comrade, emanating such terrifying power and arriving with these foreign beings of overwhelming strength. She looked at them with an expression mixing recognition and resolve. Existence is at stake, with forces you do not understand currently in motion. Did any of you here observe the return of Schrödinger? Schrödinger, the leader of this place, the enigmatic figure who commanded their loyalty, and Leonor Ruros, their supposed ally, was seemingly asking for him while surrounded by immensely powerful unknown forces. Just what was going on? The living existences below began murmuring with confusion and growing fear as they recognized the magnitude of power hovering above them. At such a time, the blue slime instinctively felt his body tense within the armor, and the civilizational armor around him moved naturally to pulse with defensive authority. The blade and shield he carried through the armor's limbs were raised, as if the armor itself sensed danger approaching, and this sensation was followed by terrifying eruption of silent authority that froze every living existence on the desiccated sleeping shore. from the very center of the domain, a power burning with paradoxical light arose with overwhelming presence. The blue slime's enhanced senses focused to see a humanoid early creature rising far ahead. Emerging from concealment with casual confidence, this early creature's hair shone gold like concentrated sunlight, and its body was adorned by white chitin that seemed woven from paradoxical threads. The body appeared very much real and yet not simultaneously, as if existing in multiple states at once through mechanisms that defied conventional existence. It was titanic in scale, and it was not a dead early creature, but a genuine early creature, one projecting from elsewhere. As the blue slime looked forth with growing tension, he naturally saw blue-bordered words rising to identify this being who looked at them with great interest. Illusory reality avatar of existence, designation. Unknown avatar of early creature from the loom, approximate complexity and purity, 1.5 sextillion, classification, hostile entity, vessel guardian, 1.5 sextillion. The number made the blue slime's gelatinous form quiver with recognition of the threat, that was 15 times more powerful than any single primus inevitability, equivalent to 1,500 quintillion. As soon as such a being fully manifested, he looked with interest at Ozymandias, the distant Noah, and all assembled forces with an expression mixing curiosity and arrogance. Well, this is certainly an interesting development. Has the outside existence advanced this much to actually have dozens of creatures following a way of existence this tightly? Such power, coordination, such unified purpose, I haven't witnessed its like outside the loom. His voice was paradoxical and heavy, causing sense of pressure to descend all around them. Even the blue slime felt slight sense of suffocation despite being protected by his civilizational armor. The avatar continued with condescending amusement, "Who are you all? And why would you be looking for something that does not involve you?" The voice alone caused heavy sense of suffocation across all present, and yet the blue slime did not fear, because at this moment, for the infinite light of mana, for the endless hunger that drives all growth, his civilizational armor and all those of others nearby continued to hum with these affirmations as if they were repeating sacred scripture. The mantra seemed to push back against the avatar's oppressive presence, creating bubble of resistance through sheer weight of unified belief. And while facing such terrifying being, the blue slime began to bounce up and down with excitement inside the civilizational armor as he saw the master behind them wave his hand with another casual gesture. In the next moment, Ozymandias' chest opened with dramatic motion, as from within it 1,000 primus inevitabilities shot out like river of obsidian blue and gold. They encircled the skies with practiced precision, staring down at the avatar from the loom with crimson eyes that held no fear, only hungry anticipation. The moment they appeared, a booming and tense symphony began to bloom in the surroundings. Existence itself acknowledged the significance as chorus echoed out. These are the weapons existence created. Born from pressure that could not be contained, the blue slime felt the oppression from the terrifying avatar lift significantly with the appearance of these 1,000 primus inevitabilities. Their combined civilizational authority pushed back against the avatar's singular presence. Inside the armor, his body still looked at his master with excitement, as the master's hand remained raised, clearly not finished with his deployment, and in the next moment, tens of thousands more primus inevitabilities surged out of Ozymandias' open chest, surrounding the illusory reality avatar of existence with overwhelming numbers. The avatar, who had maintained calm and arrogant gaze, had his expression changed to become stern as he stared at tens of thousands of similar lifeforms surrounding him, each one pulsed with 100 quintillion complexity and purity, each one wielding civilizational authority as birthright. His power was 1.5 sextillions, yes, 15 times stronger than each individual one, yes, but when there were tens of thousands of beings, even if they were 15 times less complex individually, the numbers became heavy. Chapter 4450 Duty 3, the weight of accumulated power pressed down upon the avatar's advantage and began to negate it through sheer volume. And the blue slime couldn't help but laugh with bubbly joy inside his armor as he knew his master had 2 million hidden within the body of Ozymandias. And he had only revealed a fraction of available forces, when exactly 100,000 primus inevitabilities blotted the skies of the desiccated sleeping shore and surrounded the avatar in perfect formation. The scene was both glorious and horror-inducing simultaneously. The powerful air of the avatar was completely eclipsed, with only the light of primus mana and hunger being present. Obsidian blue and gold radiance that painted over the paradoxical authority the avatar had been exuding. This moment was absolute. The primus inevitabilities of mana and hunger gazed down upon the avatar with unified focus, their crimson eyes creating constellation of hostile intent. in the hands of each one rested blade and shield similar to what the armored body of the master was holding. Hollow blades with primordial fireballs spinning within, shields inscribed with Primus Mana Arcana glyphs. Just slightly less bright than the master's weapons, but multiplied by 100,000, the combined light was blinding. At such moment, the blue slime trembled with excitement as he saw the civilizational armor of his master pulse with activity. Tentacles bloomed from it to form into glorious Primus inevitability beside his master rather than around him, the one who had introduced himself as Protos and who had fused with the master. Protos appeared grandly and already looked taller and bigger than all other Primus inevitabilities, as if his fusion with Noah had elevated him beyond his brethren. At this moment, Protos raised his shield high as he bellowed with a voice that carried across entire domain, "What do we fight for, HUUM?" The next scene made the blue slime's existence tremble with vicarious pride. All 100,000 Primus inevitabilities raised their shields grandly in synchronized motion, the sound of 100,000 obsidian gold shields being raised creating thunderous percussion. They answered with unified voice that seemed to shake reality itself, "We fight for mana. We fight for hunger. We fight for the primordial civilization that birthed us." The eyes of the blue slime sparkled inside his armor as he saw Protos raise his sword next and speak with a booming voice that carried the weight of absolute conviction. "What is our duty, duty? What was their duty?" The blue slime found himself contemplating this question alongside the Primus inevitabilities, his gelatinous form rippling with introspection. The Primus inevitabilities answered with synchronized voices once more, "Our duty is to serve the primordial civilization without hesitation. Our duty is to defend the master's light without reservation. Our duty is to devour all obstacles that stand before our framework. We do not question. We do not falter. We do not cease. Our duty is absolute. We are the blades and shields, and our purpose is singular, the triumph of mana and hunger across all of existence." Boom! The blue slime heard their resonant answer as he found his own existence trembling with recognition. He asked himself, what is my duty? He had met the master what felt like so long ago, back when things were simpler, when powers were modest, when the scope of ambition was limited to survival. He was a summon of the master, a tool initially created to serve specific function. What was his duty? And as he pondered this, Protos asked next question, what is our purpose? The gaze of the avatar had become entirely heavy at this moment, the arrogance replaced by something approaching genuine concern as he recognized the coordinated threat surrounding him. The Primus inevitabilities bellowed out their purpose with synchronized precision. Our purpose is the advancement of the primordial civilization. Our purpose is the protection of those we serve. Our purpose is the consumption of all that opposes us. We exist to fight. We exist to defend. We exist to devour. At such moment, the blue slime felt sense of euphoria blooming within his gelatinous form as Protos floated forward and stood gloriously tall without any trace of fear. His massive form looked down upon the avatar, who despite possessing 1.5 sextillion in power, now appeared less intimidating when surrounded by 100,000 beings who each wielded civilizational authority without hesitation. Protos said once more with voice carrying weight of final question before action. What is our duty? This time, the blue slime felt his existence truly buzzing as when he truly asked himself, his duty was to give back to the master, to defend the master after all he continued to give to him and many others, to serve not because he was compelled, but because he chose to serve someone worthy of service. So this time, as the Primus inevitabilities replied with their booming voices, the blue slime joined them in their declaration as he also raised his sword through his armor's limbs. Our duty is to the master. Our duty is to the civilization. Our duty is absolute and infinite, and shockingly, he wasn't the only one. He could see the Emperor Penguin raising his armored sword, Kazuhiko joining the chorus, Lilith's blade rising, Titano's massive form adding its voice, Erickson participating despite his usual reserve, and many others also raising their swords and bellowing out the same declaration of duty like the Primus inevitabilities. Original members of Noah's weavings had found their duty alongside the newly born inevitabilities, a unified purpose transcending origin or length of service. Existence trembled and became completely silent in the next moment. As all symphonies ceased, all chorus ceased, there was only Protos pointing his sword down toward the avatar as he said with cold finality, an enemy of the master is before you. Fulfill your duty. The glorious moment that followed would be seared into the blue slime's memory for as long as he lived. All Primus inevitabilities lit up with obsidian blue and gold waves of power simultaneously, 100,000 beings activating their capabilities in perfect synchronization. They swung their hollow swords down with unified motion, and from each blade, countless primordial fireballs bloomed outward. The blue slime watched in slow motion as each Primus inevitability released at least 1,000,000 condensed miniaturized fireballs with their single swing. Each fireball burned with concentrated mana and hunger, each one capable of devastating territories if allowed to detonate fully. 100,000 Primus inevitabilities, 1,000,000 fireballs each, 100 billion primordial fireballs surging toward a lone avatar. The sight was beyond spectacular, it was cataclysmic. The sky became wall of obsidian blue and gold fire descending with inexorable purpose. All of it surged toward the lone avatar whose expression had become heavy with recognition of what he faced. He howled out and began to surge with civilizational authority of paradox, his 1.5 sextillion power manifesting fully as paradoxical light erupted around him. But even as he activated his full strength, even as he deployed whatever defensive measures his projection allowed, 100 billion primordial fireballs continued their descent. The blue slime looked at all of this with ecstasy, his entire existence, feeling sense of fervor as he repeated words of his own duty to his master. Duty, yes. This was his duty. In Master's grand emerging civilization, he would witness all the wonders as he carried out his duty. He would serve with loyalty that transcended simple obligation. He would fight with conviction born from choice rather than compulsion. This was his duty. And as the fireballs descended and the avatar prepared for impact that would test the limits of his projected form, the blue slime felt his gelatinous form pulse with glory. Officium. Duty was not chains. Duty was not burden, duty was choice to serve something worthy of service, choice to fight for those worthy of protection, choice to devour for civilization worthy of growth. And his duty was to the master, for as long as he lived. Boom!